Well, good morning and welcome. It's the final day of Kens against Worcestershire here at the Spitfire Ground at St Lawrence, Canterbury. You can just hear Jack Leaning being announced. He's been batting for about 3 weeks here. Well, not quite. 152 not out. He resumes today. He batted all day yesterday, a couple of hours on the second day as well. The match situation, though, Worcestershire still massively ahead. 362 for 8 Kent in reply to the Worcestershire's 618 for 7 declared in their first innings. Kent's task, very simple. Bat as long as they possibly can today. Worcestershire bowl Kent out quickly, try and get at them in their second innings. I would assume, anyway, that they will immediately ask Kent to follow on, assuming they don't get within 150 of that huge total. But I'm Matt Cole, and alongside me, Frank Watson. That's my setup of the day, Frank. What do you think from a Worcestershire point of view?
Yeah, I agree. I haven't got any inside information. I would imagine if they can, they'll enforce the follow-on. But I don't see what else they can do, really. They'll be exhausted as the seamers try to make inroads a second time if they do enforce it, but I can't see any other scenario, really. Brett D'Oliveira to start.
And bowls then to that man, Jack Leaning, and cuts that away, and that'll be 4. Very pleasantly done off the first ball of the day. I beg your pardon. In the A-frame, as you'd have in a car, out of my sight, the fielder has come round from the boundary to stop that. So that's a great start to the commentary. It's only 2, it's not a boundary, ladies and gentlemen. But Frank will back me up on this. There is a pillar right in my line of sight of that shot.
And so also, he hit it well. It looked as though it would be 4.
This one, it doesn't reach the boundary, just goes to point. There's a slip-in, a point. A man just on the point boundary now, where that shot went, coming round the clock face, as it were, of the boundaries. 2 men on the drive at cover, mid-on, mid-off, as Leaning gently pats that one along the ground to Adam Hose. It's one of those fielders in the covers. There's a mid-wicket and a deep square leg as well. So 2 to the overnight total, which was 362 for 8. And here is D'Oliveira bowling once again, the skipper. And defended by Jack Leaning. 154 he has, 8 and a bit hours at the crease so far. It looks to me, Matt, as though they've gone out this morning. Brett D'Oliveira said, right, everybody, exactly where you were at the end of the day yesterday. That's a very good shout, that one, absolutely. It's cut away, and a tumbling stop. Well, yeah, Joe Leach gets down well for a big guy. I was going to say, he got behind it, and there's no run. Sees the man at point. He goes a little bit further out. D'Oliveira's pushed him further out, perhaps halfway to the boundary. This one is very gently, again, played by Leaning into the offside, and it's the end of the over, 364 for 8. The only thing I did want, I mean, it goes against all logic, obviously, because Worcestershire at least want to try and win this game, but I wonder what sort of state their bowler's in. If Brett D'Oliveira might just say, look, let's have a bit of a bat, give you a bit of a rest, maybe see if we can just do it in a final session and try and blast Kent out. It may be. I mean, it might depend on how long it takes. You know, if they're out there for 10 minutes, 20 minutes this morning, then maybe straight round. But if they're out there for another hour or 2, then you could be right. I don't know. Nathan Smith's going to bowl from the Nackington Road end. Brett D'Oliveira from this end. I watched him closely this morning. He was having a bowl in the nets when I got here down below. So I went and stood behind. Gareth Roderick was batting, and I stood behind for about 20 minutes, 15 minutes and watched, just to try and... It was almost like standing at slip with Brett D'Oliveira bowling, and it did confirm what I say. He's not a massive spinner of the ball. It wasn't really turning, but the odd one turned. He bowled a couple of googlies. But generally it was sort of fairly flat, fairly quick. Not that flat, but wasn't doing a lot really. He's not a huge spinner. Look at, we've got this strange leg side field again. I'll describe it. We had it last night. Nathan Smith bangs this one in short and doesn't get up very much. Nathan Gilchrist, the batsman, sways out of the way. Gareth Roderick a sprawling stop, but it's this sort of modern leg theory, if you like. Another one of these sort of funky fields that captains are trying to come up with on pitches like this. So I'll describe it for you. On the leg side, we have a leg slip, Adam Hose. A little bit too fine to be called a leg gully. And then we have 3 other catchers. Smith comes in to Gilchrist, bangs this in, ducks away. He knows he's going to get it short, so he's ready for it.
So we've got a short leg in front, a man on the drive at mid-wicket, and a man closer than usual at sort of ordinary forward square leg. So 4 men placed to try and get on the end of a lobbed catch off a short ball.
Just going to
Here's an
update.
update.
Yeah. BBC Radio Kent listeners. Every half hour. Beautiful morning here, Dom and Kent. Well, they want to bat in the sunshine more or less all day if they can to make sure this game is a draw. Did really well yesterday, particularly one of the men who's out there batting right now, Jack Leaning, who spent all of yesterday batting, 2 hours of the previous day. He's been at the crease for more than 8 hours already for his 154 not out. A big part of why Kent might save this game against Worcestershire, who made a massive 618 for 7 declared in their first innings. Kent 365 for 8, still with another innings to come if they need it as well to try and save this one. Worcestershire toiling in the heat trying to take the wickets. Kent hoping, as I said, to bat this away for a draw on a placid looking pitch so far, at least here at Canterbury. So commentary continuing with Kent 365 for 8 via the BBC Sport website and app.
And it's Nathan Smith in. They got a single off the previous delivery for Gilchrist. He goes to 2, 365 for 8. Another short one banged in, Leaning ducks underneath it. And we're in it. It's kind of reverse situation of what would normally be the case if you're facing a quick bowler. Length, surprise bouncer. Now with this field set, it's bouncer, surprise full one. I think that's the way that it might work in this first spell. It's changing the field now slightly, which this could be part of a bluff. I'll take my leg slip out and put him in on the drive at short extra, which makes you think I'm going to pitch it up, and then I run in and I don't pitch it up. I bang it in again. But he's moving a man round Matthew Waite from deep backward square to more of a long leg. Finer. Still the one slip. 2 balls left in the over. Here is Smith down the hill. Bangs that one in just short of a length. Not a bouncer, nor was it full. Punched up to mid-on where Joe Leach fields. I like this from Smith, I have to say. It's aggressive, but it's also thoughtful. He's not just charging in and whacking it in. He's changing the field. He's making another change now, bringing the short leg to silly mid-on. Now this is really suggesting to the batsman that he's going to pitch it up. But will he continue with a fairly short-pitched assault? Made it interesting already in the second over. Smith in bowls and actually, that was almost a result for him. It's going to be a couple of runs for Leaning, but it was short. He got inside it and he fended it away on the leg side. And it was in the air, but it went in the gap between a couple of those guys on the leg side. He might have thought he'd got a result there, Nathan Smith. But that was for me, in this situation, second over there, that was really good fun, good, interesting, attacking cricket. Well negotiated in the end by the Kent batsman. 367 for 8.
You say innovative feel, but it's not there just to try and psych out the batters, is it? There's actually reasoning behind it. Bowling to the field as well. Jack Leaning, by the way, hit on the hand yesterday. I asked him. Right, it wasn't that we thought it might be the forearm of the wrist, but hit on the hand. He showed it to me and said, "I don't think it's broken," as cricketers will. Yeah. So the physio tells me it's not. So. But yeah, just comforted by that. A short ball from Nathan Smith, in fact, I think, wasn't it, last night? Yeah. He said rather ruefully afterwards, as D'Oliveira bowls to Gilchrist, full length to be driven to the offside. He said rather ruefully, unfortunately, I couldn't really run at that stage either. He said the ball before, I would have taken a single, but I was cramping up, I couldn't run. So he said I shouldn't have even been there. But there we are. I think he's going to be all right.
He looks all right.
Ball back to the bowler. Absolutely, yes. Bit of wear and tear, I'm sure, but as you'd expect, just really happy to spend this long time at the crease. Didn't think he was in great nick. He said hadn't started the season in explosive fashion which he wanted. So this one is again pushed into the offside and there's no run. So yeah, first century since September 2022 for him, and batting long and doing his side no end of good. D'Oliveira, left by Gilchrist, the wicketkeeper.
He's got a month's batting into one knock here, hasn't he?
Pretty much has, hasn't he?
He's faced 60 overs, isn't he? Something like that.
Yeah, 358 balls. Yeah, crikey. Yeah, just 2 balls shy. You're absolutely right. Through to the wicketkeeper again, and Gilchrist letting the the natural spin away from him from the leg spinner. He's gambling there's no googly here. Is Nathan Gilchrist, but it might be the one that goes on, I suppose, with the arm.
He does bowl a googly.
Right.
Not that often, and it's not that hard to pick. I don't think.
That's D'Oliveira bowls that one. It's just glanced away backward a square. Last ball of the over, and single taken. I remember talking to Joe Denley about his bowling and saying, okay, he's a great partnership breaker, but also bowls in T20. Has taken quite a lot of wickets doing that. And I'd asked him about a ball which appeared to go the other way. And he just raised his eyebrow and said, "I'll take that."
Yeah.
Basically, if you like,
Yeah.
we'll call it the googly.
Yeah.
But
well, Brett does. He also bowls one that kind of just drifts in, it's flatter. And he bowls. Whether I imagine it or not, I don't know. But I think in white ball cricket, sometimes bowl with a slightly longer delivery stride and a little bit lower and flatter, and just runs it in a bit. Nathan Smith, meanwhile, with the 4 men catching on the leg side, is in and bowls. This one's short, banged in. Gilchrist knew it was coming, ducked underneath it, but it was good. And the one thing about these short ones from Smith on this pitch, they're not really getting up that much, so they're not clearing the batsman's head. They're kind of coming in at, throat height, head height for someone like Gilchrist. They're both quite tall, these men. And, well, you've got to get out of the way. You can't just let it go over here. You've got to actually keep your eye on it and make sure you get out of the way. And they're hoping that he might just get in a tangle. Smith is in again. Bangs that in, and Gilchrist is in behind it. Plays it nicely off the back foot up to mid-on. Holder now coming out of slip. He's got an idea to pass on to Brett D'Oliveira. This is great, isn't it? This is what you want from your experienced overseas, even at this late stage.
I was saying yesterday how he was charging in, you say, bowling those deliveries,
really
the one
good.
that hit Jack Leaning. And
Yeah. Well, I watched him this morning as well, having a little bat in the net, just from throwdowns, and absolutely striking the ball beautifully, which you might expect when he's 123 not out in the first innings. But it's his last game for Worcestershire, of course, in this little spell, and Kadir Ali was throwing the ball at him, and I said, you know what, we've just got him in perfect nick to go home. No, it's taken him a while. He's got his 100, the sun's shining, lots of throwdowns. He's just going to go home. How are you, Jason? Yeah, I'm in great nick. Here's Smith down the hill from the Atkinson Road end, bowls, and on the back foot Gilchrist defends out into the covers, hoses there now at short extra, having vacated that leg gully position. And there's no run.
Nathan Gilchrist, decent batter, well organised, but I don't think he's particularly happy with the short ball. He doesn't look great playing it, but then, he is batting at number 10. So I think this tactic absolutely is effective, but I'm sure he'll have been working on that during the winter as well. It's very different when you've got Nathan Smith charging down the Atkinson Road end to you.
In he comes. Ooh, that's a good one. Quick, angled in. Gilchrist taken on the thigh pad, really just drops down in the crease, and there's no run. Coping well, but it's in. You might have expected this morning to turn up here and watch D'Oliveira rolling in from the pavilion end, and Worcestershire sort of, got to give it a go, got to try and get these 2 wickets. But Nathan Smith from ball 1 has been at it. Really purposeful as he strides in, bowls to Gilchrist. That's a good delivery. Gilchrist basically thick inside edge down to long leg for a single, but it wasn't convincing. And this is what I've said on lots of occasions. 369 for 8 with Smith. I haven't yet seen him bowl at any point in any game where he hasn't run in with that attitude that suggests he wants to make something happen. I don't think he's a cricketer who could ever just go through the motions. That might be tested later in the day, that theory. And he comes now anyway, and he bowls. Oh, and that is, again, he's nearly got what he was after there, because he's banged it in, and Leaning has gone in, and he's kind of fended it off, really, and it's just gone over the man. And it's not really right to call him short leg, because he's quite quite deep Kashif in that position, but it's gone over his head and they get a single. So Smith again almost with the last ball of the over getting a result, but not quite. Leaning goes to 157. Gilchrist is 4. Kent resuming this morning on 362 for 8. Have added 8 runs.
I think in the end it looked like it was under reasonable control from Leaning, but I'm sure ideally he wouldn't be patting short balls just over short leg. It might be a lot safer than that, but take strike for the next over, and a gentle drive square of the wicket on the offside, and that'll be a single off the first ball of the over. Nathan Gilchrist has 4 from 18. Jack Leaning 158 now, off exactly 360 balls. So yeah, 60 overs worth. He's batted 4 so far. So D'Oliveira keeps a little bit low, back foot punch by Gilchrist straight back at the bowler. Fielded off his own bowling. D'Oliveira again 371 for 8 here at Canterbury. Defensive shot to the next one. This will be good for their over rate as well. They're just lagging behind by an over, the scoreboard suggests, but D'Oliveira getting through his set of 6. Is that what they call it in the shortest form? Is it a set? Into the offside.
Don't get involved.
Sorry, I'm not drawing you on that one. I don't blame you. 371 for 8 it is as D'Oliveira comes back in. Holder still there as slip. Gilchrist dead bats that back down the strip. No run.
I do get amused when they use the word over and then quickly correct themselves.
Old habits die hard and all that, but it's of course it is extant throughout the rest of the world, isn't it? The rest of the cricketing world, it still is an over. If you play on a Sunday afternoon or in the IPL, it's still an over. That's a defensive shot for the last ball of that set of 6, and it's no addition to the total. Gilchrist 4 leading 158.
Gets through his overs so quickly, D'Oliveira. And tidy from him, but nothing threatening really. The threat, such as it is today, has come from Nathan Smith, who's in conversation with Holder now. They're really, really debating how best to place this leg side field, and they've decided now that the leg gully has gone to where those 2 went, really, off the last balls of the previous 2 overs, which is just behind square. Adam Hose now, but he's about 25 yards back from the batsman as Smith is in and bowls, and that's on the off stump, and he pushes it up to mid-off. So again, I know on the stream as well you can't really see the field. I'll try my very best to describe it accurately on the leg side. Right-handed leaning, Kashif Ali under the helmet, short leg, but he's not close. He's about 10 yards back, just in front of square, right foot just in front of the popping crease. Behind him, you've got Adam Hose at a fairly close square leg, just literally behind square, left foot just behind square. Smith is in again, bowls, leaning, ducks under a bouncer. Then to his left, you've got Rob Jones, 4-5 yards in front of square and about a pitch length away from the batsman, looking over Kashif Ali's left shoulder. And then you've got Jake Libby, another 6 or 7 yards to his left on the drive at mid-wicket, really. And then you've got Joe Leach at mid-on. And then a slip, a cover point and an extra cover on the offside. Oh, and weight down at deep backward square. Smith is in, bowls, and leaning ducks inside that one. That's a good delivery. Duck down, just went past his left hip in the end. I don't think I wouldn't fancy this if I was batting. Well, at my age, I wouldn't fancy any of it. But Jack Leaning, 158 not out. He's played really, really well. Seen it very well. Got himself into form. But I wouldn't imagine he's enjoying this very much. It's a targeted assault, and what you don't want to do is if he falls for it, it feels like a right mug, I suppose. Smith is in and bowls, and he's looking to whip this away down the leg side. He walked inside it. Smith's holding his head in his hands. I don't reckon that missed the leg stump by much. As Leaning walked across, looking to sort of deflect it down to fine leg. But it's good, this. It's good cricket. It's really interesting cricket, and every ball's a bit of a challenge at the moment.
was going to say the obvious,
I like that.
the obvious gap with this sort of leg theory is fine on the leg side. So
Yeah.
he could attempt to hook or to pull, fine, but obviously then that
You want to play it
you've
late.
got the risk that
Yeah.
you've got to play it late, and that was an attempted glance, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just to help it down
Yeah.
there for 4, but
And the ball before he walked inside a bit. It's an interesting one, but it's good, isn't it? Because Smith's gone out and said, let's have a go, let's make something happen. And he comes again now and bowls, and Leaning plays this nicely because that's just the sort of delivery that could have caused him a problem. Walked inside it and clipped it away on the leg. So kind of ignoring the fact that the fielder's there, this is the way to play this ball, and he kept it down, and it went to Libby in that straightish mid-wicket position. Rob Jones has now got an idea, so he's had a run up from his position to Smith, and they're obviously he's made a shape with his hands suggesting how he thinks Leaning is going to play. It's quite obvious to anybody what Worcestershire are trying to do here, and Leaning is being tested, and that's actually a nice delivery from Smith. He decided to pitch one up this time, last ball of the over, and Leaning just walked inside a little bit. That was a really interesting maiden over from Nathan Smith. 27 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 82, and really, really interesting cricket at the start of this 4th day.
I completely agree. And I think if you asked either of these two batters coming out this morning what they least want to do to face, and this is about it, isn't it? It's be really easy to come out and set a pretty much regulation field, hope for an edge, hope for an inside edge, hope for an LBW, but and the game just going into autopilot. But Worcestershire are assuredly not letting that happen. D'Oliveira moving his field around, so Kashif is at short leg for him actually. Short leg and a slip, and then mid wicket and extra cover mirroring each other. There's a fine leg as well. Joe Leach, this one again, it's dead batted by Nathan Gilchrist. Did a lot of this in the previous over. Jack Leaning having seen off the vim and vigour of Nathan Smith in the previous over. Given a bit of air by Oliveira, trying to tempt Gilchrist into a more attacking shot. He plays a languid drive up to mid-off where Smith himself fields. And the wicket once more to the right-handed Gilchrist. This one just stops in the pitch and Gilchrist whips that away. Low on the back foot through mid-wicket, and that'll be 4 runs, and no chance for the short leg or anybody to get anything on that one. It did keep low, but it really stops in the pitch as well. Just sat up and begged for Gilchrist to give it a biff, which he did along the ground quite safely. He moves on to 8. D'Oliveira at 15 on his Worcestershire shirt. This next ball, an orthodox leg spin, and it's defended by Gilchrist. The rest of the field to the boundary fielders. They do have a man at deep square leg and deep point as well. D'Oliveira bowls to Gilchrist, padding up but well outside the leg stump. D'Oliveira aiming for those foot marks to see what he can do outside the leg stump of the right-hander, but they're so far outside, and this pitch just doesn't seem to have broken up whatsoever.
No.
As D'Oliveira bowls once more. Again, keeps a little bit low. I won't say it hurries Gilchrist, but he gets the bat down on it, back foot defensive. And that's the end of the over. 3-7-5 for 8.
I was looking at these practice strips down below us here that players have been using throughout the game, and they haven't maybe had as many overs on them as that one out there in the middle. They look the same, don't they? Look the same colour, etc. But when you think how many times the dog stick is used and how many times the batsman receiver delivery, between them these strips have taken a fair bit of work in the last few days as well. And I was down there this morning watching just almost nothing moving sideways at any stage. Really dry, really hard, and well, good to practice on strips that are like what you get out in the middle, I suppose, and the players will have appreciated that. But it gave me an idea, and I mean, obviously you look at that pitch out in the middle, there's a few worn areas where bowlers have followed through, but nothing, it's not broken up, it's not like they've dug a hole like they do on some pitches, and the spinners can aim for that. Very little help. Smith to continue his attack from the Nackington Road end. Good length ball this one, and just pushed up to mid-on by Leaning. So still got that field that I described. Man just behind square on the leg side, about 25 yards back. Short leg just in front of square, about 7-8 yards back, and then two more men catching in front of the wicket on the leg side. Mid-on long leg, so it's a 6-3 leg side field. On the offside, a slip, cover point, and mid-off. Here's Smith in, bangs this one in, ducked underneath by Leaning. The challenge now, I suppose, Matt, is that you set your stall out as the bowler. You've got your field set. It's pretty obvious what you're trying to do. The batsman knows it. He's determined not to fall for it, but kind of under pressure as well at the same time. The challenge now is to somehow throw the odd one in that isn't the obvious bang in short of a length ball, just to keep him guessing, so that he's not just sitting back. And maybe getting him to just sit back and then throwing one in a bit fuller is how you effect the dismissal. That's quick, but it's banged in very short, and Leaning actually, that was quite disdainful the way he left that one, I think. And not surprisingly, Leaning, who's decided to, I think, to stay down this end and take the brunt of it, is beginning to cope with it with a little more comfort. And Nathan Smith now, I love this, again, he's thinking, right, okay, you look a bit more comfortable, I'm going to give you another thing to think about, and he's decided to go around the wicket, which is, you might have heard me yesterday, I don't know if Santoki was on with me at the time, but I was describing when Stuart Broad did this at Trent Bridge a couple of years ago. Went round the wicket with exactly this field to Jake Libby, and picked Libby up, actually caught by the man just in front of square, which is where Rob Jones has gone now, because Adam Hose, with him coming around the wicket, has gone back to leg slip. So in he comes, Smith, and he bowls, and that's good and straight and full, and Leaning drives it nicely back up the pitch. Fair play to Jack Leaning. He's not as yet been in any way discomforted by the full one that's occasionally been bowled by Smith, which suggests that he is not premeditating, not sitting on the back foot, but actually playing each ball as he sees it, which is, of course, the challenge. Smith in, bowls. That's a good quick one. From round the wicket, angled in, kind of from outside leg in towards the batsman's shoulder, but he ducks underneath it nicely. It's all about picking the length here, and if Leaning picks the length early, he can take whatever appropriate action there is. Smith says, I'll go back over now, having had a couple round the wicket, which is good, keep him thinking. But Leaning has cleared his head and appears to be waiting to see what comes before he makes any kind of response. And of course that's the right thing to do, but it's not always easy to do that, because sometimes if you know you're going to get a short one, you're almost expecting it, and it's hard to clear those anticipated responses from your mind. Smith is in, and he's hit him. You see, that's exactly what I mean. He's hit him there. It's hit him quite hard on the helmet. He's taken evasive action. It's gone over Jason Holder at slip, down to third man for four. Full leg bys signalled, but it was off the helmet, a real smack. So despite me saying he was doing all the right things, he has got that one wrong, and there'll be a break now. Some drinks will come out, and they'll come out and check his helmet and all the rest of it. Umpire's just checking he's all right. End of the over. Good over from Nathan Smith. Really good over. 1 for 82 his figures off 28 overs. But a very uncomfortable last delivery for Leaning there. And that just shows you the challenge that Smith's presenting, Matt, because this is a guy who's 158 not out. And as I said, he was doing everything right, and suddenly he gets pinged on the lid like that.
Yeah, just going through the concussion protocols, asking him the prescribed questions, making sure there's absolutely no indication that anything untoward with Jack Leaning there, but obviously the signs of concussion can be hidden. He's got to check the helmet, make sure the structural integrity is still there, make sure it's still going to protect him. There's a quote from interview last night from Jack Leaning about this pitch, saying it's a really slow pitch, so it's quite tough to score if they hit their areas, and it's just getting lower and lower. But credit to them, he said, Worcestershire he's talking about here, they bowled really well and didn't really give us much, which is
how we saw it.
There we are. I was going to say, I summed that up and tried to sum it up in about 4 or 5 hours yesterday. Jack Leaning took, how long is that? That's about 20 seconds.
It's easier for him.
Always succinct, Jack, and a great interview too. But so yeah, that's how the players are looking at it.
You know what? I despite the fact that he's okay and he's 150 odd not out, that's not a nice experience, and that will affect him.
D'Oliveira bowled to Gilchrist, who's taking the lion's share of this one end and leaning at the other, and he pads up to that. It goes outside the leg stump through to the wicket keeper. I wondered, even before that, Leaning just doesn't look like he's moving very well, and there are obvious reasons for that, ladies and gentlemen. This is defended back by Gilchrist. He spent a long time out there.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever run a marathon, but the next day.
Well, absolutely.
Yeah.
Just looks a little bit weary. Ooh, and he's padded up at that one, and that's gone over middle stump, I think. In fact, that's where Roderick had held the gloves.
Crikey.
Just showing how close that was to the stump.
That was an odd leave, wasn't it?
It really was.
Got away with that. Wow.
It hasn't spun that much, and he's leaving it more or less on leg stump to go over middle stump. Give Nathan Gilchrist the benefit of the doubt. Has he really left that on length? I'm not sure. 379 for 8. Perhaps got away with one. This one he does play, and a flick of the wrists out into the offside, and that'll be a single, which get Jack Leaning on strike. I don't suppose Jack Leaning would mind facing a couple of balls of spin and then maybe watching from the non-striker's end for a minute.
I wonder if he's. I wonder if his head's just sort of ringing a little bit, from that. It was a real clunk, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was.
Obviously, the helmet did a great job, but it must affect you.
He's just taking a bit of time to get himself set here. Jack Leaning as well. We'll see a different problem to solve with the leg spin of D'Oliveira. Goes wide now. Does keep a little bit low, but there's no great pace in this pitch, as we were saying. So it's just flicked away by Leaning for an easy 2 through square leg, fielded by Ben Gibbon. And 2 more to the total, 382 for 8. There's a bit of late applause for that. I'm not entirely sure why. Just enjoying a 2, perhaps. 82 for 8. Not been scoring many runs. This Leaning pushing forward, it skews away. Safe enough, though. Update coming for BBC Radio Kent listeners. The end of that over. Gilchrist has 9, Leaning has 160. This partnership then at came together at 359 for 8, and no particular landmarks either. I'm just checking everything. Yeah, 23. Yeah. It's Kent's job to try and bat out the final day for a draw against Worcestershire, who were racked up an enormous 618 for 7 in their first innings. Kent 382 for 8 in their first innings. Jack Leaning is still out there, coming up towards 9 hours of batting for his 160 in the heat yesterday and today. He has been hit on the head, on the batting helmet today, by one from Nathan Smith, the New Zealander, who's working up a great deal of pace from the Nackington Road end and still making it difficult for Kent, despite a quite placid pitch, which isn't helping the bowlers very much during this match. So Kent holding firm at the moment. No wickets lost in the first half an hour of this final morning. Jack Leaning 160, Nathan Gilchrist 9, Kent 382 for 8, and commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app.
First ball of that new over from Smith, just pushed out by Gilchrist. Nicely played. He's played pretty handily this morning. Gilchrist 9 not out. Hasn't been in too much trouble. But the field is the same for him. The so-called leg trap. As Gilchrist comes in and Smith comes in and bangs that into Gilchrist and goes over the stumps as he just leans back and allows it through to Gareth Roderick. Fun for Roderick this morning as well, I would think, as a keeper, standing back to this, expecting the ball to come through a nice height. Always nice to take the ball up sort of above waist height, in front of your chest, in front of your face. Reverse cup, as we call it, with the fingers pointing skywards, and he's probably quite enjoying this. Smith now going to go round the wicket. Hose goes from backward square leg to leg slip. Slight change. Jones comes a little bit squarer from mid-wicket. Slight alteration in angle. Smith is in round the wicket, bowls, and there's an indication of the easy pace pitch, because that one banged in short and he had all the time in the world just to get in behind it and push it up to D'Oliveira at mid-off. I used to say when I was coaching young cricketers against quick bowlers, and there's a break here, they have another look at the ball, against somebody who's pretty sharp, and if a batsman maybe struggling a little bit with the pace, I used to say, every ball you stay in, it gets slower. Now, obviously that's not true, but metaphorically, what I meant was, every ball you stay in, it becomes more, you can handle it more, you get used to the pace, you get used to how it's coming off the pitch, and sometimes you can face somebody who's really sharp and making you struggle, and half an hour later, I mean, he's tired a bit maybe as well, but suddenly you think, crikey, I was struggling with this before and now I'm really in control and so on, and that's not happened this morning. That's what I was going to say. I think Smith, by changing his line, changing his fields, changing his lengths, he's kept the batsman slightly on edge all the time. Just doing that again now, moving that leg slip a bit finer, mid-wicket a bit squarer. He's in again. And I mean, that's a quick one. That's really fizzed through, taken over head height by Roderick, but ducked nicely by Gilchrist. And, this bowling on a quick pitch would be really challenging, I think. This is on a pretty much a feather bed, and he's still asking lots of questions, the Kiwi. He's really bent his back this morning. You can't ask for more if you're Brett D'Oliveira. But so far, no breakthrough. In again, round the wicket to Gilchrist. Bowls full down the leg side. Fullish. I think he's annoyed he didn't get that one a bit straighter, Nathan Smith, because the length that I'm guessing, I might be wrong here, but it looked to me as though the length had slightly disturbed Gilchrist. He kind of fell over it a little bit, and if that had been on the stumps, it might have sneaked through. As it was, it kind of skidded through down the leg side to Roderick. But it's fascinating stuff, this. We thought it might be a bit dull this morning. It's anything but dull. And Smith is in again. Bowls. Ooh, that's a good quick delivery. Again, ducked by Nathan Smith. Nathan Gilchrist, I should say. Nathan Smith and maiden. That was a good over, that. 29 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 82. If you're the captain, I don't think... I mean, they've planned this. They've sat in the dressing room and they said, right, this is how we're going to go for the first bit this morning. You couldn't have asked for more from Nathan Smith. He's given it everything. And it's been really good stuff. And they've played well to survive it. Leaning whacked on the helmet once. 160 not out. His vigil continues. Gilchrist 9 not out. And it's important this first hour, because if Worcestershire are going to have any chance, they've got to strike in this first hour, haven't they? And if Kent are going to save it, which they should do, if they don't lose a wicket in this first hour, they've gone a long way towards doing that, I think.
Yeah, from Kent's point of view, you're absolutely right. Want to see this off. Nathan Smith can't bowl like that forever, obviously. If they see him out of the attack, that'll probably be the first ticked off the list for Kent, won't it? I would have thought. The most threatening bowler in this innings so far. Well, I say threatening, most threatening. Matthew Waite, of course, have taken the 3 wickets. 1 for Smith, 1 for D'Oliveira, 1 for Kashif so far. D'Oliveira is just waiting for... well, we had our first get on with it. There we go. I think we did. Thank you to the members there. So, is this Rob Jones? Sorry, just trotting over there.
Helmet,
yes,
for helmet coming on for Gareth Roderick. No, helmet coming on for Jones.
It is for Jones. Yeah, so
Roderick already had one, obviously.
He's going at a very silly mid-off, and there's a short leg slip as well for company for Jack leaning. Pads this one away. One outside the leg stump. Not playing a shot, but no danger to him either. At 382 for 8. 236. Impatient, these Kent members. The game to advance. Round the wicket comes D'Oliveira. Flatter delivery, and that's easy. Again, no pace off the pitch, so it's just levered by leaning out into the offside. Adam Hosefields coming in from the offside boundary, and there's a single run, and Gilchrist getting his gloves back on.
The over rate's -1, so at some point Worcestershire will be whizzing a few spinners through, I think, to make sure they don't get docked any points.
Yeah, that would be an ignominy. 383 for 8. Dead batted by Gilchrist. It's not a big crowd today. It's sort of slimmed down, isn't it, day on day? Actually, Friday and Saturday, I gather, were really good.
Yeah.
And not so good yesterday, as I think a lot of people were heading for the coast. Or just getting in front of the barbecue. The briquettes were in flying out of Sainsbury's, I'm sure. A convenience store to our left-hand side. Others are available. Here's D'Oliveira to Gilchrist. Defends that, and there's no run. I think we're all adults enough to realise that there are different supermarkets, aren't we? Not quite sure.
Yeah, I think you got away with it.
It's a BBC reflex, that. Here's on the back foot. Gilchrist sees that one off. One bounce. One hand, one bounce. It's a backyard out. A back garden out for Rob Jones. But end of the over. Nathan Gilchrist survives that one. Chat with Jack Leaning. And they have seen off the opening assault from Nathan Smith.
Yeah. Joe Leach is coming
Different
on.
problem to think about.
Different problem. Joe
yeah.
Leach will continue to do what he always does, which is to try and make the batsman play. Nathan Smith just going for a little break, and Ethan Brooks coming on to do the 12th duties, and Adam Finch coming on as well, because Rob Jones has nipped off as well, so a couple of subs on for Worcestershire. Adam Finch just making his way out there. Tall seam bowler, as I said yesterday jokingly, a little smile with Adam, and I think it was day 2 when we were looking at this pitch, and I said nice one to miss, and he just grinned, but I think he agreed. He'd rather play, of course, but if you're going to miss a game, maybe better to miss one on this sort of deck.
Yeah.
Than
35 overs in the hot sun, perhaps.
Yeah, exactly. Than at the Oval next week, where he'll get a bit more out of it, even though he'll be bowling against arguably the best batting lineup in the division. Just looking at the forecast this morning for the Oval at the weekend, and a bit mixed, I think, for the whole country.
Changing up a little bit this week, isn't it?
Here's Leach from the Nackington Road end, down the hill. First ball of the day is to Leaning, turns it on the leg side. So, slightly different field for Leach, but only slightly. The man who was catching behind square on the leg side has gone into short extra. So we've got one slip, and we've got a short extra and a mid-off, but we haven't got a cover point. He's giving him a huge expanse of ground to hit on the offside square of the wicket and behind, hoping, I suppose, that he might just nibble outside the off stump. We've got a slip in there. Bowls, and Leaning is on the back foot, just pushes this to short extra where Gibbon is the fielder. And then on the leg side we've got 4 men in front of square, mid on, mid wicket straightish, mid wicket wideish, forward square leg, and a man at deep backward square. And then missing a fielder here. Oh, we've got another man catching it straight mid-on now. As Leach comes in, bowls, and that's worked by Leaning off his pads to square leg where Jones fields, and there's no run. So we've actually got 5 men in front of the wicket on the leg side. I've missed Ethan Brooks. Silly mid-on, straight mid-wicket, wide mid-wicket, forward square leg, deep backward square leg, and an ordinary mid-on, and just 2 in front on the offside, extra cover and mid-off. Holder at slip, changing it now. One of those on the leg side is going to come in, Kashif to short leg, putting the helmet on. But from extra cover to slip, there is nobody. So a real encouragement for Leaning, if he wants to try and fiddle it through the offside. Leach bowls, he's in behind this, pushing on the onside. But it's good cricket from Worcestershire again, I think, this morning. Good imaginative captaincy, trying to make things happen. a clear plan, which I like. It's not just kind of run up and hope. And so far, they've made it hard for the Kent batsmen this morning. They've added, 21 runs in 45 minutes. So more of the same, but no breakthrough for Worcestershire. Leach in, down the hill, bowls. Ooh, and that's banged in short, and he's not that quick. And Leaning has taken his eye off that and turned and kind of let it hit him, really. Fortunate that it hasn't hit him anywhere painful, although he is shaking that hand again. He doesn't look happy, does he? He looks a little bit fed up with life out there at the moment, Jack Leaning, which is unusual. I mean, deep down, he's very happy to be 161 not out, of course. But yeah, it's a struggle at the moment, which is good from everybody's point of view. Here's Leach again. He's in and he bowls, and there you go. That's definitely what Leach was hoping for. Was Leaning. There was a nothing shot really. That he kind of didn't really go anywhere with his feet. He just kind of played at it outside the off stump, and it skidded through quite low to Roderick. Good over from Leach. Maiden, 22 overs, 9 maidens, 2 for 32. Leaning just discussing with Gilchrist what he might have done, but he's not having a great time at the moment. I think we're going to see Kashif Ali bowling now at the pavilion end, which is fun. He took a wicket last night in bowled, and it was a good delivery. I watched the replay of it later. It was a really good delivery, wasn't it?
The Yorker length.
Yeah, and just turned a little bit. I think he's a what can we call him? A developing leg spinner, shall we say? I think he's not got a great deal of experience, but it's something that they've been working on for a while. Still some way to go, but ideal time for him to have a little roll here. 1 over, 1 for 1 so far. 383 for 8.
That's not a bad start. So Kashif Ali to bowl, and it's pretty attritional from a Kent point of view. There's not much bonus in attacking for them, as Jack Leaning was saying about how difficult it is with a slow, low pitch to get value for your shots anyway. Occupation of the creases, this one's just defended by Gilchrist to City mid-off. As much as anything, it's got to be the watchword, isn't it? Just taking time out of the game, making it less and less likely that Worcestershire can get a win here. This one does keep low from Kashif, just pushed into the offside. It's going to go around the county scoreboard, actually, as I've just seen that Surrey have beaten Warwickshire. They completed that victory this morning by 9 wickets at the Oval. It's a full toss by Kashif, driven by Gilchrist, and Matthew Waite. I'm sure he entirely wanted to be running after and diving after that one, but he did well, got in front of it. Hampshire against Durham. Durham finally out for 432. And Gilchrist push and run. Crikey, he's asking Jack Leaning, who's been out there for 9 hours, to scramble through for a single. I'm sure he enjoyed that. So Hampshire, we're 503 all out. Durham 432 all out. That one is surely destined to be a draw. Not so much, though, at Trent Bridge, where Lancashire are 131 for 6 now against Nottinghamshire, still 41 runs short of making their hosts bat again. As I said, Surrey won by 9 wickets, 89 for 1. They finished against Warwickshire to finish that one off at the Oval. Well, that's close enough.
Bold.
Indeed.
Nicely bowled.
Absolutely testing him outside the off stump through to wicket-keeper Roderick. Glamorgan beat Sussex yesterday, as we know. Northout's 169 for 3, still 389 behind. A bit like Kent, but they're in their second innings. Just need to try and bat out the day there against Gloucestershire to avoid defeat. So Leaning goes for this one, takes a bottom hand off, cut away from a full-length delivery, and he'll get himself a single. And the honour of taking the strike. 162 for him. Gilchrist has 10. Kent 385 for 8. Decent over though. That. From
nicely
Kashif
bowled.
Ali.
I thought gave it a little bit more air than D'Oliveira and landed them all. Well, 1 full toss, 1 really good delivery, but it was decent, wasn't it? 385 for 8. Yeah, Lancashire. I had a quick whiz around last night, as you do, looking at all the scores and then listening into a little bit of comment here and there. And Lancashire could be heading for, I think it'll be their 3rd defeat, and the natives are a bit restless. I think, at Old Trafford, just asking a few questions. They've had a change of coach, of course, over the winter. Got to give him time.
That score's actually a bit of a fight back. They were 61 for 6 at one stage.
They were. Notts look pretty handy as Leach comes in from the Nackington Road end and slightly down the leg side, walking across his stumps again, leaning, taken by Roderick, no run. With Pennington, formerly of Worcestershire, of course, doing pretty well for them, and Jack Haynes has been getting a few runs. Josh Tongue, who also made the move from New Road to Trent Bridge, is struggling with an injury. We wish him well. It'd be good to see him fit again and playing for England perhaps this summer, but struggling, I think, following further surgery over the winter. Wish you well, Josh. 3.85 for 8 as Leach comes in. Leg slip in place now. Bowls and leaning his forward, pushing this back up the pitch. And there's no run.
See, Ollie Stone got himself 90 for Nottinghamshire, and it's good to see him back fit as well.
Big Norwich fan.
Is he? Yeah. Ollie Stone?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the few around. There are one or two amongst the county cricketers.
I didn't realise he was a Norfolk boy. There we go.
From Norwich, I think. Yeah. One or two others around, I think, as Leach is in and bowls, and that's wider and driven very nicely by Leaning, but unfortunately for him, straight to Ben Gibbon at extra cover. 3.85 for 8. Gibbon bowled really well yesterday, I thought, for Worcestershire, the left arm. He's been struggling a bit for rhythm. Best he's bowled this season for me, and I put that to Kadir Ali last night, the assistant coach, and he said, yeah, couldn't agree more. Thought he was really unlucky not to pick at least a wicket up. But more than that, more importantly than that, for his confidence, quite a big step forward. Leach from the Nackington Road end, short to Leaning, and at Leach's pace, that was not a bouncer, that was a long hop, and Leaning just got in behind it and slapped it through that crowded leg side field for 4. Probably his most convincing shot of the day. Jack Leaning goes to 166, Kent to 389 for 8. We've now got to start considering the deficit and the potential for a follow-on, which obviously would be in the plan if Worcestershire had it their way. I think as Leach bowls short again and Leaning again swipes this away on the leg side. This time he'll only get a single as he picks out Matthew Waite on the leg side. So 2-3-2 I think is the deficit now.
2-8 with that 4 actually.
No, more now actually. Yeah, it's just changed. My screen is a bit slow. Yeah, so 390 for 8. So yeah, 2 wickets to take for Worcestershire, still as it was this morning, as Leach comes into bowl to Gilchrist, and it's a good shout I think, but the umpire is not having any of it. Ball goes away on the offside and the leg by is signalled. Might have been just nipping down the hill, but looked a reasonably good shout. It was quite confidently appealed by Roderick and Leach. Leach just gets his cap from the umpire and he gets a little bit of an explanation as to why it wasn't out. I think he doesn't look too disgruntled. 391 for 8 at the end of the over. Gilchrist has kept the strike with that leg by. He's on 10. Leaning is on 167. And Kent haven't lost any wickets this morning. They've added 29 runs to their overnight 362. And well, it's not been entirely straightforward. Nathan Smith was particularly impressive in a busy 35-40 minute burst, but Leaning and Gilchrist have survived.
I think your instinct is right. It looks like, if anything, it's just going down, that one. Bit of a slap from Nathan Gilchrist from this first ball of the over from Kashi Valley. Matthew Waite fields. Takes a moment just to get back up to his feet. It was hit with some force and intention by Gilchrist, but mid-off stops it. Still a man at silly mid-off. Rob Jones, and there's Holder in at slip. As this one just nudged through the offside. Smith can't take it on the run at cover, so Hose at deep extra cover fields, and they'll take themselves a single, so Gilchrist gets himself off strike. 3.92 for 8. And this, again, it's a beautiful morning here at Canterbury. Maybe clouds just forming a little bit, but pleasantly warm, 19, 20 degrees. Skashif bowls, good length again. I don't know what you'd say as a coach, but I think his consistency is really good for a bowler that doesn't bowl very much.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
He's to be dropping it on a length.
He's quite.
This one again is just glanced by, leading for a single behind square.
He plays without fear, Kashif. Deliberately. It's an interesting thing to discuss with him, but he believes that if you play with inhibition, you don't play well. And I know it's easier said than done. Of course, nerves are not a deliberate thing, really. But he plays without fear.
She bowls over the wicket. Leg spinner left by Gilchrist.
When he bats. And I think his attitude when he's bowling will be, well, I'm going to stick it up there because that's what I'm trying to do, and I'm not going to worry about what's going to happen. And that's the way it looks anyway. He's bowled a good full length, hasn't he? He's not afraid to get it up over the batsman's eye line.
So once more to Gilchrist. Defends this into the offside. Smith on the run once again. Fields. Another single taken. I mean, this is going to turn into like the Nathan Smith fan club, but overseas international, it's the match situation suggests all up this is going to be a draw. It's almost a push and run from Nathan Gilchrist, which looks like a fairly comfortable one anyway, and Nathan Gilchrist is sprinting at cover to make sure that run is as difficult as possible. 3.94 for 8.
Yeah, that's exactly what I've been, in a nutshell, that's what I've been banging on about since the start, really. Just that, he's just that kind of guy, isn't he? I dare say that when he gets up in the morning and comes down the stairs, he does it quite purposefully.
With purpose.
Leach in from the Ackington Road end bowls, and on the back foot Gilchrist punches up to mid-off. Whereas most of us are dazedly rolling down the landing, reaching for the light switch or something. He's up and he's down and he's ready, and what are we going to do today? And I don't know. It might not be the case at all, but he gives that impression. It's just brilliant. Great to have in the side.
And for a team as well, raises the energy level, doesn't it? At all times, just
absolutely
sets an example.
3.94 for 8. Leach down the hill. Silly mid-off in place now as well as he bowls, and forward comes Gilchrist. Worcestershire continually trying things with the field. That one pushed up to mid-off. Leg slip, silly mid-off. 2 men on the drive. 3 men on the drive on the onside. Brett Dolliver has been. I've been really impressed with his captaincy in this game. I think he's been inventive and busy. Lots of changes, lots of thinking going into it. And you might say, well, that's what you'd expect, but you don't always get it from fielding captains, and he's growing into the job, I think. Leach in again, bowls. Gilchrist leaves, taken by Roderick. And for all my praise of Worcestershire in this game, which has been quite fulsome, because I think they've done pretty well, and there were all sorts of reasons why they might not have done at the start without going over old ground. Equally, of course, credit where it's due to Kent as well, particularly Jack Leaning, because his innings is becoming increasingly a standout, isn't it, when you look down the scorecard? Beldrummond 67 and Swanepoel 54. But other than that, really, only relatively mediocre contributions, as this one is banged in by Leach and is caught by Matthew Waite, juggling the ball at deep backward square leg, and they've got their breakthrough, and it was part of a plan, I think it's fair to say. Banged in short, and Gilchrist swivels round and picks out Waite hard and flat to deep backward square, and Matthew Waite, well, not the first juggling catch of the innings. We had one earlier, and he's knocked it up and then grabbed it at about the 3rd attempt, and Worcestershire have got the breakthrough this morning that they required. Gilchrist has gone for 12, and Joe Leach has picked up his 3rd wicket of the innings. And just going back to what I was saying, having been praising Worcestershire for their efforts. I'm also very keen to point out that Kent have played pretty well too, Jack Leaning in particular, and the pitch has been a challenge for both sets of players. And for most of the Worcestershire innings, that mammoth 618 for 7 declared, for most of that, as we were saying on day one, the Kent bowlers were very, very tidy. And it only really got a bit messy towards the end, and Worcestershire throughout this innings have been pretty focused, as I say. So I think what we've seen has been a game played on a pitch that has not really been conducive to particularly good cricket, but we've seen two sides who, I think, as Ben was saying the other day, were kind of tipped to struggle in Division 1, acquitting themselves really pretty well in this game, I reckon.
Yeah. As you say, I think they're, and understandably, Worcestershire coming up and Kent having finished just above the dotted line last season. Look at the way the other sides are set up, but yeah. I mean, as a spokesperson for the self-appointed spokesperson for the smaller counties in inverted commas, I'd love to see them both stay up, but not just playing to the crowd here.
Yeah. Anyway, Leach got a chance to wrap it up now.
Indeed.
Matt Parkinson is the new man, and he's one of the. I don't mean it disrespectfully. He's one of the more genuine number 11s around the circuit. I think Matt Parkinson.
Yeah.
As Leach comes into him and bowls, and he's actually putting the lie to that suggestion with a lovely forward defensive here, punching the ball up to D'Oliveira at mid-off. Really interesting leg side field now. Extra cover mid-off and slip on the offside, and then on the leg side, leg slip, short leg in front, quite well in front. 2 men catching in the ring, 3 men catching in the ring on the offside, from silly mid-off to mid-wicket to a sort of squarish mid-wicket. Leach down the hill. Into Parkinson, bowls down the leg side. It's a bit of a wasted one. He'll be annoyed with himself. Joe Leach wasted the last ball of the over, but he got a wicket maiden. 24 overs, 10 maidens, 3 for 37. He'll be happy with that. Gilchrist out for 12. Leaning is still there. He's going to carry his bat here, I think. Well, not carry his bat because he didn't come in at the beginning, but he's going to stay until the end. He's on 168 not out.
Yeah, Matt Parkinson, as you said, not known for his batting, but got a career high 39 against Surrey this season. First class cricket, got a 25 against Somerset as well. So obviously something agrees with him, the batting with his Kent lineup. Excellent batting coaching, I think, and they're improving him. He'll be an all-rounder by the end of the season, probably. 394 for 9, but I take your point. Jack Leaning.
Yeah, I don't mean it disrespectfully at all.
Jack Leaning on 168 faces Kashi Valley, and on the back foot, that's propelled towards the offside boundary, fielded by Adam Hose. Sidearm throw in towards the wicket keeper, taken by Gareth Roderick. It's a brief chat with Rob Jones. I think it's the one player who's finding a little bit chilly out there today. Has he got the sleeveless sweater on? It might even be the full cable knit, but helmet on as well.
Yeah, he's got the sleeveless on, I think.
Gilchrist going for 12 in the previous over. It's 395 for 9 now. That single taken by Jack Leaning, who's not in the mood to try and protect his teammate from the bowling, that's for sure. Matt Parkinson, and who has 2 slips and a silly mid-off for company now. This is given plenty of air by Kashi Valley. It's crunched into the ground. Kind of a block tackle on the ball there. He's just knocked it straight into the ground as Parkinson, but it goes nowhere harmful as far as he's concerned. Over the wicket comes Kashi Valley again, flatter and quicker down the leg side. Parkinson was after it but couldn't lay bat on it. Oh, a dot ball. A bit of cloud masking the sun now here at Canterbury. It's not the sort of low cloud that's going to help the seam bowlers very much, though. It's certainly not humid here. As Kashi bowls, length delivery. Forward defensive, one leg spinner to another. Fielded by Jake Libby at mid-wicket. And no run. A little bit of chat from the Worcestershire fielders. Looking for this last wicket of the Kent innings. Full-length delivery edged away by Parkinson. Again, it's Yorker length. It's come off the toe end and skewed away behind square on the offside. Could have gone almost anywhere. Parkinson gets a single for it. Kent 396 for 9. Taking just 2 bonus points out of this game. Worcestershire 5. We're well past the watershed for bonus points as well. Kent missed a second batting bonus point by a
it was odd that
by a ball, didn't they? I think it was. As edge, has it gone? No, it's gone through Holder, and that will go away for 4. Update coming from BBC Radio Kent listeners, and that will be the 400 up. Well, they held off the Worcestershire attack, Dom, this morning for an hour, did Jack Leading and Nathan Gilchrist. The applause now is for Kent going to 400. A big, thick edge from Jack Leading. I think he can be excused that, though, the Kent batter. He's been out there more than 9.5 hours now. He has 173 not out. Not today, I should say, but across the piece he has batted, and there's been a big reason why Kent might well save a draw from this game. And their task, Kent, is once this innings is done, they'll almost inevitably be put back in by Worcestershire as they go for victory, try bowl Kent out for a second time. It's just up for Kent to try and bat out the day for a draw here. And what's been a fairly lifeless pitch for the bowlers so far, Kent will very much hope it stays that way. Kent 400 for 9 here. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app.
Yeah, I think Kashif Ali a bit unlucky there not to pick up the wicket of Leaning as Leach comes in and bowls. First ball of a new over to Parkinson. He plays that down on the onside. He got an edge, and Jason Holder, who's got buckets for hands, that slip, just beaten on the inside. He was standing quite wide at first slip, and it went between him and Roderick. And away for 4, quite sharp. Maybe he wasn't expecting it, but he's a bit annoyed with himself. I think you can tell by his body language at the moment. He's still sort of kicking the ground as he stands at slip at this end, pavilion end, for Leach, who's coming down the hill to Parkinson. Bowls, and Parkinson is in behind and playing very solidly out to Ben Gibbon at short extra cover. Leach in with a chance of a nice little 4 for here. 3 for 37. Bowling at Parkinson. Slight change in the field, bringing a man over to the offside, short extra cover. So D'Oliveira mid-off, short extra cover now Hose. Gibbon slightly wider, but still that big gap square on the offside to tempt the batsman to just sort of try and fiddle it through there, play away from his body. Leach is in, and bowls, and Parkinson is forward very solidly, playing this down on the onside. Rob Jones at silly mid-on does the fielding. Got a bit of tubey grip, I think, on the left arm, and he's got his sleeveless on, got his helmet on, shin pads, cap tucked in the back of his trousers. Leach turns again. Slightly overcast now as he bowls, and Parkinson is in behind this, trying to work it away on the leg side, taken on the pad, runs out on the leg side. Nathan Smith, I don't need to tell you that he doesn't stroll across to pick it up. He's on it quickly, does everything in an energetic fashion. If you could, what did you say? We were turning into the Nathan Smith fan club. I suppose we are a bit, but if you could design an overseas player, you probably wouldn't get far off what Worcestershire have picked up as Leach bowls and appeal as Parkinson moves across. The ball runs away on the leg side, umpire not interested. What would you like? Well, I'd like a guy who can bowl quick, really good in the field, useful lower middle order batsman, totally committed, team ball polisher, and stays fit. Fingers crossed. That's what you're getting, isn't it, at the moment? It's just tremendous. Another change in the field. Another man coming onto the leg side. It's a weird looking field now, isn't it? You've got Dolliver at straightish mid on, then you've got Hose at straightish mid off, Hose at short extra and Holder at slip. The only fielders on the offside. There's nobody on the offside fielding more than 15 yards across towards the covers than those three fielders. Huge expanse. And then on the leg side, well, it's crowded as Canterbury Town Centre on Saturday night. There's silly mid on, two catches in front at mid on and at mid wicket and square leg. Another one a little bit deeper at mid wicket. Leg slip, leg gully. As Leach comes in again and bowls, and Parkinson works it away on the onside to one of those fielders, Ethan Brooks at mid wicket. 12th man, who's going to jog off now, I think, as Kashif Ali comes back on to take up the attack. Another maiden for Joe Leach. 25 overs, 11 maidens, 3 for 37. And it remains 400 for 9. And the deficit remains at 218.
Being asked for our lunch orders, which is always nice, isn't it?
Yeah. I think I'll have a change today.
The foie gras again? No.
Yeah.
No.
What was your cheese? What was your cheese and ham like?
It's a little bit rich after 3 days, isn't it? I think the ethics of it as well.
What was your cheese and ham like? Was it nice?
It was acceptable.
Was it? Was it a sandwich or a wrap?
It was a sandwich.
Right.
Yeah.
I think I might ask for a wrap.
Oh, there we go.
I'm gonna go for a chicken
it's
wrap.
not fancy.
See what happens. Could be a long one after this because we won't be eating. Might stop on the way home. I
Good
suppose,
point.
At some point, yeah.
You'll get home about 5 next morning. So Ali bowls to Leaning.
Bit earlier than that, I hope.
I hope so too. They do seem to be closing the motorways very often after 9-10 o'clock these days, which is much more often, it feels to me. But
well,
maybe I'm just getting
yeah.
old and grumpy, or older and grumpier. Who knows?
I've got a bit of traffic news for Worcester listeners. They've
Defending back up the pitch,
probably all
no way.
heard it. I'll wait till the end of the over.
It's a big Kashif Valley then bowling to Leaning. Again, does give it air. Leaning drives it through the offside. It's a great run and stop. No, it's not Nathan Smith. It's not the fan club this time. It's a good run and stop by Ben Gibbon, actually, yeah. No reason why not. So a little bit of a hot white. Leaning just arranges himself here. Got 2 slips and that's Cine mid off. This is played back down the pitch towards Kashif. And I don't know if he thinks in increments here, Jack Leaning, but is he really thinking? I could be batting here all day today.
Yeah.
Might depend rather more, as you say, on Matt Parkinson than on him, but 400 for 9. And gentle drive in the offside again. Ben Gibbon has innocuous looking one, I think. I'm not sure quite what's gone on there, but
I think he's deflected it up into a rather delicate area there. That'll cause a great deal of amusement.
Into the lower abdomen. His teammates think it's funny.
Yeah.
He's probably finding it slightly less so, as this one really tossed up by Kashif Valley. Driven by Leaning, they come through for a single, and Matthew Waite goes down somewhat heavily and ponderously, but does stop the ball at wide. Mid-off, and that's the end of the over, and Kent are 401 for 9. Jack Leaning has 174 of those. He's a ball shy of having faced 400 deliveries.
Yeah, traffic news, which I picked up when I was waiting to speak to the studio this morning, and it was a couple of hours ago nearly, but I don't know if you're just waking up or you're sitting in the garden in rural Worcestershire and you're thinking of going to the city, or you're in the city but you haven't tuned in. Chaos in Worcester apparently this morning. Foregate Street closed because of waterworks that should have been finished yesterday and have carried on to Monday morning. And the main bridge right by the county ground closed owing to a inverted commas police incident, and traffic queuing throughout the city. It can be a little bit like that from time to time. And the Malvern Road, I think, is closed for roadwork. So the Bromwich Road, which is where I live, chocker apparently, from what I've heard, and it's all a bit manic. I would say my tip would be, if you're heading to Worcester or you're in Worcester and you don't need to get in the car, don't bother, at least until it's all cleared. And it won't be good around school time this afternoon either. 401 for 9. Jason Holder is into the attack at the Nackington Road end. Bowling to Leaning. Pushes out on the onside. And we have a much more conventional site field-wise at the moment, because they're hoping to give Leaning a single. So mid-off, extra cover and backward point are deep, giving him one. Hose has gone into slip. Mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square and long leg are also offering a single. We've just got one man on the drive at straightish mid-on. Rob Jones. Here comes Holder. And Leaning gets a full delivery, which he pushes out on the offside, and he accepts the offered single. And now Brett D'Oliveira will rearrange his troops in an attempt to get this final wicket. So Parkinson will be on strike against Holder for the first time. He's on one. Leaning now 175 not out. He's faced 401 deliveries. And that's more than most people face in a club season, I think, probably. Or maybe not that much, but anyway. Catcher at extra. 3 catches on the leg side now as Holder bowls to Parkinson. And he's forward, pushing out on the onside. And there's no run. One man out today, Nathan Gilchrist, caught by Matthew Waite at deep backward square leg at about the 3rd attempt off the bowling of Joe Leach. A flat pull shot from a short delivery, and Waite clinging on in the end to continue what has been an excellent game for him. 103 wickets, and now that catch as well. Here's Holder in, bowls. Parkinson works this one off his pads down to the aforementioned Yorkshireman Matthew Waite, who throws the ball in cheekily to the non-striker's end, thinking Parkinson might be dawdling, and it might just be worth it. See if he can get a direct hit from about 120 yards. Didn't manage it. D'Oliveira backing up. They go through for a single. Parkinson goes to 2. And the field stays in now because it's the last ball of the over. No, 4 gone. 2 left in the over, and they'd like to keep Leaning on strike if they can. Holder bowls. He's forward to this one. Pushes out in the offside. Libby Fields. And there's no run. Bright sunshine again this morning. It went overcast just for a few minutes, but it's lovely again now. Not much of a crowd in, to be fair. Probably not anticipating particularly thrilling cricket on this last day, but hope springs eternal for Worcestershire. One more wicket needed to wrap up this Kent first innings. And Jason Holder looking for it now, striding in from the Nackington Road end, bowling and worked away by Leaning on the leg side. Not what Worcestershire wanted, but it's gone for 4 through mid-wicket. Eased, I think, is the way to describe that. Just pleasantly eased and timed through. And he goes to 179. It's 407 for 9. I mentioned that on the first morning I stood behind the nets and watched Jack Leaning warming up, and I just hadn't seen him for ages, and I just thought, gosh, he looks in good nick. And he wasn't, obviously, because he's been struggling. But if ever I was there sort of kind of predicting the future, it was that morning, because I thought, oh, he looks as though he'll get a few runs in this game. I didn't think I'd be watching him bat for 5 days.
You exaggerate. It's just 9.5 hours.
Yeah.
At this point, but Cashy Valley, it might feel like longer. That's beaten him, and he's pushed forward. It's Parkinson rather than Leaning. He's pushed forward down the line, and the natural spinner's taken it away from Leaning. So, a great shout from the wicketkeeper, but he's not edged that one. Parkinson, who looks, as you'd understand, a lot less comfortable than Jack Leaning batting right now. Kashiv once again. Oh, that's been taken the off stump as well. It's taken the off stump down off the ground, or down to the ground, I should say. 407 all out then. Kashiv has his 2nd wicket. He's bowled really well. Great consistency, I thought. And that one had turned away. The first one had turned away from Matt Parkinson just outside the off stump. And that one, not so much turned. Parkinson played the same shot to it, forward defensive. And Kashiv Valley has wrapped up the Kent innings then. Parkinson going bowled by Kashiv for 2, and Jack Leaning, long vigil at the crease, ends at least temporarily for him as he'll come off the field, I'm sure, to great applause from this Kent crowd, and the Kent balcony all come out to acclaim Jack Leaning. Is 179 not out. He wearily takes off the batting helmet, and the applause ringing out for Jack Leaning, who doffs his bat, as it were, to all parts of the Spitfire Ground. St Lawrence comes off after that marathon knock, unbeaten as well. A red inker, to his credit. 179 all out. Jack Leaning goes back in. 407 in total for Kent. The deficit 211 between innings. We'll wait with bated breath to see if Worcestershire will put Kent back in. We're assuming they will, but will they just have a bat for a bit to let the bowlers put their feet up and just recharge the batteries? That would be the only option I would have thought for them. Otherwise, they'll have Kent back in pretty quickly, I think. So we'll take a brief break here. 407 all out then, Kent. The lead still at 211 for Worcestershire between innings. We'll be back with you in about 10 minutes' time.
welcome back to Canterbury, to the Spitfire Ground, where Kent are about to begin their second innings, following on 211 runs behind Worcestershire after losing their last 2 wickets this morning. Those of Nathan Gilchrist for 12 and Matt Parkinson for 2, leaving Jack Leaning on a brilliant 179 not out. All out for 407, so asked to follow on as Worcestershire begin the unlikely quest to take 10 more wickets on this docile pitch, 20 having fallen. Well, not even 20 actually, only 17 having fallen so far in the whole game. But hope springs eternal, and Matthew Waite, standing at the end of his mark with a new ball in hand, is about to take up the attack, and he's bowling to Zach Crawley. 2 slips in place. He's in now and he bowls, and Crawley lets that go outside the off stump. So, as I say, Worcestershire pursuing an unlikely opportunity to get their first win of the season. 618 for 7 declared in their first innings. Kent 407 all out. Following on, 211 behind. And interesting half an hour or so before lunch. Can Worcestershire make a breakthrough? Waite bowls, Crawley drives very nicely down the ground, and there's no run as D'Oliveira fields at mid-off. Zach Crawley, who was unlucky in the first innings, strangled down the leg side, as they say, just flicking at a ball down the leg side from Joe Leach and getting a nick through to Gareth Roderick. Very unfortunate. He was out for 6 and then sat back and watched as Jack Leaning, who came to the crease when Crawley was out, went and batted for the rest of the innings. Played quite brilliantly. Waite in bowls, just short of length, and that's good shape. Beats Crawley's forward push. Could easily have got a nick through to Gareth Roderick. For Worcestershire, didn't give you the bowling figures from that first innings, but I'll do that as we go through this over. Joe Leach, 3 for 37 off 25 with 11 maidens. Matthew Waite, 3 for 51 off 18 overs with 4 maidens. I'll just break off as Waite comes in again and bowls, and Crawley lets that go outside the off stump, no run. And the other wicket taker is Kashif Ali, who finished it off 2 for 13 from 5.2. Nathan Smith, 1 for 82 from 29. D'Oliveira, 1 for 69 from 30. And Jason Holder, no wicket for 71 off 20. And probably the least fortunate of the bowlers, who we all thought deserved at least one, Ben Gibbon, no wicket for 60 off 21. Here's Waite in again to bowl to Crawley. Bowls, and Crawley half forward, big man. And just a lot of people might have been on the back foot to that, but he's half forward, just playing it at the top of the bounce, down into the ground. And there's no run. So Kent asked to follow on, 211 behind. Before I leave behind that Kent innings, just some stats on Jack Leaning's marathon innings. 179 not out. 403 balls was Waite bowls, and Crawley defends again, no run. 403 balls. 588 minutes, which even I know is just short of 10 hours. And 16 falls. And that the fact there were only 16 falls probably tells you quite a bit, but 588 minutes and 403 balls, massive effort. Maiden over for Matthew Waite, bowling that first over to Zach Crawley. Kent, naught without loss following on.
The record books are being scoured for longest innings for Kent. See, records of in terms of minutes, a relatively recent thing. It's certainly the longest Kent innings since the millennium. And David Fulton, we gather, I'm being told, as Holder bowls, pushes the ball back to Jason Holder, and there is no run. I think the radio listeners coming to us very shortly. There was a thank you, Matt, but I think that was somebody emailing in to Dominic King, quite possibly. But we'll get to update him now. And superbly well timed with Kent batting for a second time. Well, Kent bowled out in their first innings for 407. It's a big total, but as Worcestershire have made 618 in their first innings, they're entitled to put Kent back in for another go on the final day. So Kent's target now is to make sure they're not bowled out by the end of this day, to bat it out for a draw here in the sunshine. Jack Leaning then, his stay at the crease for Kent. He's a large part of why Kent might just take a draw from this match. 179 not out when he eventually left the crease. 9.5 hours batting. We think that may well be the longest ever time that a Kent batter has spent at the crease in the club's history. We're scouring the record books, trying to work out the minutes to minute detail. I tell you what, it was long and it was brilliant from Jack Leaning, that's for sure. Kent underway in their second innings, 2 for none, with Zach Crawley on none, Ben Compton for 2, and Kent just need to defend their 10 wickets on the final day to take a draw from this match. Sun shining on them right now, and a commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. 2 taken by Compton to the offside. That shot that I mentioned, they're just square, cutting it away. Holder bowls to Compton. I think the other way round might be slightly more spectacular, but it's gone straight through to wicketkeeper Roderick, and there is no run. So Jason Holder bowling, trying to get bounce and pace. As you mentioned, the bowling figures, Frank, that these seamers all got through 20 plus overs, haven't they? So there's work to be done on a hot day yesterday as well. More work for them to do. Can they take a couple before lunch maybe, just to force the issue here? Again, psychologically make it more difficult for Kent. Compton leaves that one outside the off stump. He's quite happy to do that. He is an old-fashioned batter, I think it's fair to say, is Ben Compton. Like Jack Leaning did. He'd be quite happy to have 9 hours at the crease, and another 9 hours. He'd be forced into shots that he doesn't want to play, certainly not attacking shots. And that's Holder bowls to him here. Forced to defend that off his off stump, though. Jabs down on it. End of the over. It's the second of the piece of the new innings for Kent there. 2 for none. Zach Crawley yet to score from 6 balls. Compton has faced exactly the same. They've taken half a strike each, and he has 2. And the deficit now down to a meagre 209.
If you're just joining us, Kent resuming this morning on their overnight, 362 for 8. Jack Leaning was on 152, and Nathan Gilchrist was on 2. And they played pretty well for, it was good 45-50 minutes before Worcestershire managed to make a breakthrough. Nathan Smith tested them with some short stuff from the Nackington Road end, but they managed to survive it as Waite comes in and bowls, and Crawley plays defensively into the covers, and there's no run. At one point, Leaning took a blow on the helmet from Nathan Smith. It was quite an interesting short pitch barrage with quite an interesting leg side feel, but they got through it. But when the bowling change happened, Joe Leach picked up the wicket of Gilchrist with a short one, which he pulled round to Waite at deep long leg. He was out for 12. Just break off as Waite is in again, and Crawley drives at this one and misses it. Good delivery from Waite, exactly where he needs to be against Crawley, taken by Roderick. And then the innings was wrapped up when Kashif Ali bowled Matt Parkinson for 2, 407 all out, Leaning 179 not out. That, as Matt Cole was just saying, may well be the longest innings anybody's ever played for Kent. We're trying to find out for sure.
Certainly since records of minutes began, and that's the thing, they weren't recorded.
There might be somebody in the dim and distant past, but we don't know. Here's Waite in, bowling to Crawley, and he's off the mark. The England opener, clipping this one away down to long leg. He'll pick up a couple as Joe Leach goes round to do the fielding, and he'll feel better for that.
Now this from our friend Alex Hode, commentator and excellent journalist for BBC Cricket. Not many people he knows will know, he says, how Jack Leaning will feel right now, but one of them who does has been standing just metres away from him for the last 145 overs. In 2021, Jake Libby carried his bat for 11 hours and 21 minutes through Worcestershire's first innings against Essex at Chelmsford.
Yeah, Chelmsford, I remember it.
Played the second longest innings in county championship history.
His weight is in and bowls, and Crawley edges this. He'll get 4 down to third man, but it was a full shot. He's beaten him once, found the outside edge once in this overweight. He's conceded 6 runs, but he'll feel a bit fed up really, because he's twice kind of done Zach Crawley, but got no success for it. Yeah, I remember that from Jake Libby. First game of the season away at Chelmsford. Absolutely marathon effort. And
it's Jason Gallion apparently holds the record, just short. Jake Libby fell that.
Jason Gallion,
2 minutes short of his record. In fact, there we are, that close.
His weight is in and bowls, and this is down the leg side, worst ball of the over, and Crawley missed it, and he's probably glad he did, having got a nick to one like that in the first innings. He could have thought Lightning was going to strike twice. Taken by Roderick. 8 without loss then, Kent. Following on, 211 behind. Basically just got a bat all day. And Worcestershire have got a nag away. Got 70 overs left to try and bowl Kent out. Unlikely, but you'd never know, do you? You know, pick up a couple early on. Anything could happen. Hope springs eternal. Weight in bowls. Crawley is forward, playing defensively. Up to mid-off, where the fielding is done by Ben Gibbon. That's the end of the 3rd over of the innings. Not a bad over from Matthew Waite. Found the edge and beat the bat. But Kent are 8 without loss.
So, yeah, landmarks being set anyway.
It's all a bit up for debate, isn't it? Because somebody bats 2 minutes longer than somebody else. But actually, you know, we had a couple of breaks where they were checking his helmet and things like that. Do they count, or does the watch get stopped? I doubt it. It doesn't matter, does it really? Just say he batted for a very long time in very hot weather and held things together.
Yeah, it was superb, and he'll be putting his feet up, and rightly so right now. Jason Holder bowling to Compton, pushes that off the hip, and that'll be a single at least, just a single, as it's fielded by Brett D'Oliveira, scampering after it at square leg, and just the one then. Zach Crawley does a bit of gardening. There is a patch bowling from the Naki to road end just outside off stump, which is keeping very low, but because of the lack of pace in this pitch, it hasn't really upset the Kent batters. Maybe false shots being played, but I wonder if Jason Holder is looking for that area. Zach Crawley looked like he was eyeing it suspiciously, but I may be projecting. 9 for none, Kent. Deficit 202. Here's Jason Holder. Sorry, the back and forth about the records or whatever is still going on. That's glance down the leg side. Orthodox from Zach Crawley this time. No strangle for him. Still prepared to play that shot. That'll be 4 runs to him. He goes on to 10 and 13 for none. So David Fulton's effort, which we're not quite sure if it was as long as Jack Leaning's, but he batted through a day and a bit, we know that for sure, was 2 years after the Jason Gallion record, but that was at the Moat. So a couple of wags on Kent Cricket Press were asking if the clock was broken at Maidstone. They couldn't work out how long he'd been there for, but here's Jason Holder to Zach Crawley. I hope I'm not revealing any secrets of the press machinations about that while I'm trying to work it out. But as you say, Frank, recorded or not recorded, those other great knocks, we have seen Jack Leaning at the crease for 9 hours 40 something minutes, and a fantastic effort. As I said, I think on the update, it may well be, as this next one's a dot ball by the way, it may well be that a huge contributor, if Kent do save this match, to helping them to a draw. As Holder to Crawley's left him, yeah, that's the edge, and that's a great delivery. It's a diffident sort of shot from Zach Crawley's half push forward, and
has edged that behind to Gareth Roderick, who takes it with some delight. And Zach Crawley cutting a bit of a forlorn figure in his county championship knocks so far this summer. He goes for 10. It's 13 for 1. I don't know if Jack Leaning's still at number 4 on the card, but he may be in sooner rather than later again. But Zach Crawley goes 13 for 1, and that's, well, one of those wickets that Worcestershire craved, and perhaps they can just get some momentum here with Zach Crawley gone, the England man, and Roderick has him. And that is a real blow for Kent, and a real blow for Jason Holder and Worcestershire as well, making Kent bat again here on the final day at Canterbury.
It's those anti-Bazball critics that have a go at Zach Crawley when he gets out playing outside the off stump for England are they are encouraged in that view by dismissals like that, aren't they? You know, it was a kind of, as you said, it was a bit of a nothing shot. It just sort of pushed at it outside the off stump. Good delivery. Not sure he had to play it, but that's the frustrating side of Zach Crawley. And I think Brendan McCullum says, well, you know, we know that, but we also feel that it's balanced out by the Zach Crawley who can take attacks apart and get us off to a flyer in a test match and so on. And it's just the way he plays, I guess, and you've got to accept that. But from a Worcestershire point of view, they're quite happy with that this morning. And he's gone. Bell Drummond is the new man. These two, and obviously Leaning, probably the most likely, and Joe Denley, of course, the most likely batters to really hold things up. But if Worcestershire can get another one before lunch, and they've got just over a quarter of an hour to do so, they'll feel they're in with a chance.
Holder then bowls to Daniel Bell Drummond. Up on his toes, just deflects that into the onside. He's the first man to go yesterday. It seems an age ago now. Matthew Waite had him for 67.
Well, they've just got to do what they've done since then again, haven't they, more or less, Worcestershire, I suppose. In less time.
Yeah.
But it might go up and down a little bit. You just don't know, do you?
Same with Crawley's dismissal as Holder bowls to Bell Drummond. Just clipping that into the onside. On his front pad, taking that to square leg, and there is no run. Crawley's dismissal there, as you say, I don't think he had to play at it. And it just felt like he hadn't really got forward to it either.
Oh, just having a look at it now, actually.
13 for 1. Not sure hesitant is the right word, but
don't think he had to play at it. It was about.
It did a bit.
Yeah, it was about foot outside off, and he didn't. His feet didn't go anywhere at all. He just sort of felt for it, really. Matthew Waite will bowl over the wicket to the left-handed Compton with 2 slips for the one that he angles across him, and 2 men catching in front on the leg side, one at straightish mid-wicket, one at shortish forward square leg. 13 for 1. There's a bit of a buzz out there, as you might expect. Worcestershire know they've 15 minutes until the lunch break. Waite in over the wicket bowls. Compton is beaten outside the off stump. Lots of noise from the Worcestershire players, as you can imagine. Tired bodies out there, but at the moment, enthusiasm. If they're going to really keep alive a hope of winning, they do need another wicket before lunch. But they believe, you know, you get that sense at the moment. They believe out there. Lots of noise. Matthew Waite bowled really well in the first innings. In again now to the left-handed Compton. Bowls, and Compton leaves this time outside the off stump. You can hear that. He grunts when he bowls Waite, like a tennis player and serving, as that effort goes in. And there is no lack of effort out there at the moment from the visitors. And obviously with not much of a crowd in, it's all exaggerated, isn't it, on our effects, Mike?
Yeah.
Waite, number 6 on his back. Shortish approach, strides in, bowls, and Compton gets runs down to third man off a thickish outside edge, but controlled, not a full stroke by any means, just steered down to third man. They pick up 2 runs as Libby pursues the ball down in front of what's that stand called, that one there with at the far end?
It's the aim stand, Les
the
Ames,
aim stand, yeah. I love the old names here, the Les Ames stand down there. And the Knot and Underwood over to our left. Some great names remembered here at the Spitfire Ground. Weight in, Dove down the leg side to Compton. Not a good delivery, kept a bit low and neatly gathered by Gareth Roderick, who's had a good game, the Worcestershire keeper. 8 byes in the first Kent innings, 2 deliveries in succession from Holder that he couldn't get anywhere near. Apart from that, for all that length of time, no other byes. 150 overs best part of, and pretty tidy here too so far. As Waite is in again and bowls, and Compton on the back foot covering up, plays up to Leach at mid-off.
Got the Woolly stand to our right,
Yeah.
and beyond that the Cowdrey building as well.
Yeah.
And of course Freeman House, that's the flats on the left-hand side.
Right, oh right,
What a
okay.
great
Yeah,
ditch.
that's nice,
Yeah.
yeah. And I also like around the ground that there are little plaques and posters and pictures.
Yeah.
Took a picture of the Alan Knott one and sent it to one of my friends the other day. Saw the Titch Freeman plaque yesterday. As in comes Waite, and Compton clips this one off his pads down to long leg for a single. End of the over, 16 for 1. Worcestershire have a display at the rear of the Oliveira stand at New Road, which remembers some important players and tells the stories of their careers. And they also have a set of executive boxes, each of which is named after a certain player. There's a Gifford box and a Curtis box and a Mitchell box and a Botham box, Grant Turner. So it's nice that grounds are remembered. Always think it's a bit strange when you go and they've named a stand after the player and he's still playing. Like here's Jimmy Anderson from the Anderson end, or Stuart Broad has got the Stuart Broad end at Trent Bridge now. But it's done in different ways on different grounds, and I like it. I think they've got it right here.
Yeah, they waited at Chelmsford for Alistair Cook to retire, didn't they, before they named after him. And there's Graham Gooch's end at the other end. Holder comes round the wicket to Compton. Defended, blocks it back at the big West Indian bowler, and there's no run. But yeah, I think most grounds, don't they, have a thought about their history of the great game, which is, apart from many of us, what makes it so rich and the centuries that have stretched before us. So Holder's going to come over the wicket now to Ben Compton, so the slip's changed to the other side. There's 3 of them alongside Gareth Roderick. 16 for 1 Kent, still 195 short of making Worcestershire bat again. Almost sounds euphemistically that as that's turned towards Oliveira at square leg. He fields it to save themselves from an innings defeat here at Canterbury. Trying to settle in now after the departure. The 1 man to go, Zach Crawley, caught by Roderick, held by Jason Holder for 10. 16 for 1. Is there one last effort from this Worcestershire bowling lineup, who've done some very hard work? There's going to be a delay in play here. Rob Jones is
Going to get a helmet.
running off. Yeah, I think he'll get the helmet. It's going to be a short leg. Are they going to... Jason Holder is going to tempt him with some short stuff, or a bit of a barrage. Rob Jones is asking Jason Holder where exactly he'd like him. Brett Oliver's already at an orthodox square leg beside the umpire, beside umpire Burns, so he's now, yeah, he's had this position a couple of times, hasn't he, Rob Jones? Not the shortest short leg. Umpire Burns trots off to point as his view of the stumps will be obscured by Jones now. He's about 3 cut strips away as the fielder has Holder bowls to Compton. It's forward to that defensive. And there's no run. Still very pleasant here on this final morning of this match between Kent and Worcestershire. Plenty of Panama and wide-brimmed hats out there on the bleachers. A little bit of cloud in the air, but very pleasant. Not so pleasant for Kent at the moment. Having to defend. Try and make sure this is a draw. Worcestershire have bossed many of the sessions of this game so far, particularly when they were batting. 618 for 7. A third slip comes in as well. Nathan Smith is put there as well as the short leg. It's a full-length delivery from Holder. On the money for him. Again defended by Ben Compton. And there's no run. So Brett D'Oliveira is now changing positions with the man at mid-off. Does that to be closer to the bowler? Actually, no, he's going further away. It's more of an extra cover position for D'Oliveira now. And Matthew Waite will go at a slightly deeper square leg. Holder bowls to Compton. He goes for a drive and obligingly finds D'Oliveira, whose captaincy is proved by putting himself exactly where that ball's finished. And there's no run. Holder's taken the 1 wicket to fall so far. As you say, there's very little noise from the crowd, Frank. So
there's
we
a
can
lot
hear,
of noise from the players.
we can hear every word, more or less, of
Yeah.
the chivying that's been done right now. Holder then. 5 dot balls so far to Compton. Compton goes to the short ball and pats it down. I wonder if that's hit his own pads there and skewed away on the offside, but quite why he went for that, Ben Compton, I'm not sure. There's a man at short leg, there's another square leg there as well, so he would have to have threaded it past them, and feels like he got away with that one. Again, it was a sort of half-hearted shot from
It's kind of
Nathan
slow
Compton.
bouncer, wasn't it?
Absolutely right. 16 for 1. Feel like he's got away with one there for me, Frank. 6 for Compton, none for Bell Drummond, 16 for 1. Adding some jeopardy to a day which, when we started, a bit like yesterday, we thought might be a bit of a batting parade, but none of it. Worcestershire have kept the pressure on. 16 for 1 for Kent, still 195 behind.
Stephen Mann's been in touch. Interesting one, this. I'll mention it as we go through the over, as Waite comes into bowl to Bell Drummond, who's forward, playing out in the onside, no run, and he says, on the naming ends / stands point, isn't there a significant, in inverted commas, recency bias increase? We've a flurry of namings nowadays, when at most other grounds their namings were after players back in the 50s and 60s. I think you're right, Stephen, I really do, and I think it's the same at football. You know, you see people now calling for statues and things all around the football grounds that I go to, and that never used to be a thing. Maybe, if I can be cynical, yes, Waite again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone. Maybe it's easier to become a legend now than it used to be, I think. I don't know, but so you look at some of the figures of some of these guys around this ground, for example, Titch Freeman's figures and Alan Knott's dismissals and that kind of thing, and the numbers are just astronomical. But having said that, because they play less first-class cricket now, you can maybe become a legend without doing quite so much. Having said that, I'll just break off as Waite comes in again and bowls, and that's played nicely out on the onside by Bell Drummond, and there's no run. Having said that, Alistair Cook, James Anderson, Stuart Broad, you know, their figures stand up to any kind of scrutiny that you like, don't they? But I do think maybe we get a little bit carried away these days, and it's a little bit easier to become a legend than it used to be. I don't know, but it's an interesting one, Stephen. Thanks for your comment. Very thought-provoking. Waite bowls. Bell Drummond drives up to mid-on. Gibbon fields no run. We're approaching lunch. You can always get in touch at FrankWatson58 on Twitter is my handle, and kentcricket@gmail.com. Both Matt and Ben, when they're on, interact with listeners. It's always good to It's particularly good, isn't it, when you get a slowish day, really, I think, Matt. You know, if there's loads happening and it's a T20 or something, it's hard to interact with listeners. But on a slower day, such as we've had in this game, Waite bowls and Beldrummond plays up to mid-on again and there's no run, then it is nice. And it's also, I've found, for whatever reason, both at home and away, regular listeners and people that message me can be really helpful when we have a technical problem or something.
Yeah, absolutely.
We can't hear you anymore, or we can see the pictures, but
or something saying,
"Are you drunk?" or you know, things like that. It's always good to hear from people.
Not since they put those breathalyzers in the commentary boxes. No,
last,
we're not.
Last ball from Waite on the over bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Beldrummond, taken by Gareth Roderick. Another maiden, 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 9 for Matthew Waite. We'll probably have one more over before lunch. Worcestershire have made a breakthrough. They'd love another wicket before the interval. Kent following on then are 16 for 1.
Flying in the face of modern radio, I'm going to agree with both you and our correspondent. I know I should disagree, I think, is the idea, isn't it? You want to create some sort of...
No. It's always easier to agree, isn't it?
But no, I totally agree. I think a bit of space and time for legends in any sport, really.
Yeah.
I think probably in any walk of life, just some time.
Maybe not when they're still playing.
Maybe not.
Yeah.
As you say, there's just probably a little bit more in it than as you say. Maybe it sells better. But 16 for 1 here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, as Jason Holder bowls to Ben Compton. Dab down backward of gully, won't go for 4 because Kashi Valley is flying after it at a great speed, but they'll come back for a comfortable 2 and it'll go on to 18 for 1. One such email on kentcricket@gmail.com from our good friend Philip, who's part of the Cricket Archive organisation, cricketarchive.com, talking about the lengths of innings. Now he has new information for us. Now that is very modern radio. We have new information on this. Breaking news. So Jack Leaning's innings at 9 3/4 hours, I have as the second longest in time for Kent. I'll continue that thought in a second. Jason Holder bowls to Compton, defends it. I have as the second longest in time for Kent, behind only David Fulton, who batted for 10.5 hours to save a game against Yorkshire at Maidstone in 1998. He scored 207 in 505 balls. Others who've batted for more than 400 balls I have recorded are Martin van Jaarsveld, Matt Walker and Daniel Beldrummond, all 439 minutes. Mark Benson 421, Sean Dixon 408. That's Holder to Compton. Defends this back on the onside of the stumps. Philip, thank you so much for that. Well, that's completism. We've got that wrapped up. Leaning's long innings may not have been the longest ever for Kent, but certainly it was a thing of stubborn beauty for Kent fans here, and stubborn irritation for Worcestershire fans, I'm sure. They might take a while to admire it.
Before we get to lunch, I might just go back to the legends debate.
Of course. Here's Holder round the wicket to Compton, defends this one back up the pitch, no run, 18 for 1.
Because I've had a cheeky one from Craig Nicholson. Thanks, Craig. And Stephen has responded. Craig Nicholson says, still can't believe my petition for an Adrian Shankar stand at New Road was rejected outright. If you know, you know, is all I'll say. And then Stephen said, well, if you ask him, meaning Adrian Shankar, he's our all-star leading batter, bowler and keeper.
I'm none the wiser. I'm sure many of our listeners will be, though.
I will need
defended no run.
Yeah, I'll need to. I don't want to. It's quite controversial at Canberra. I don't want to go into great detail, but Worcestershire fans know. But if you don't know, if you Google Adrian Shankar, Shankar, it's an absolutely incredible story that saw Adrian Shankar play in the Worcestershire first team for just one game in the Championship.
Holder bouncer to Compton, doesn't take this one off, thinks better of it this time. Through to the wicket keeper at end of the over, just 2 added to it, 18 for 1. And
that's
the over. Yes, it is lunch indeed. I was just checking to see if they were going to take the caps. Jason Holder gets a pat on the back from a number of his teammates. If they can reach that high.
Joe Leach does indeed. So that is the interval, 18 for 1, a wicket for Worcestershire, 9 more needed for them to wrap up an innings victory here at Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Kent being asked to bat again after being bowled out for 407 all out. Jack Leaning's 9 hour and 43 minute, 179 not out, the main feature of that innings. But the feature for the bowlers was just how they stuck to their task. Eventually Kashif taking 2 wickets. For him, his best bowling analysis, the leg spinner getting rid of Matt Parkinson, the last one to go. But then they've struck again. Jason Holder, the West Indian, being applauded off the pitch right now, taking the wicket of Zach Crawley, caught behind for 10 to just put a little bit of spice on this final day. Can Worcestershire take 9 wickets on a flat pitch to beat Kent? It will be a memorable victory if they did. Kent trying to hold out for the draw. That'll be the situation when we come back. Kent 193 runs short of saving themselves from an innings defeat here at 18 for 1 on the final day. It's lunch. We'll be back in around about 35 minutes. Matt Cole and Frank Watson, thanks for joining us during the morning session. We'll be back with you soon.
Well, welcome back to the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, for the second session, final day. Kent looking to batten down the hatches here and see out a draw. Worcestershire hoping to take wickets. We start to close the windows because it has got substantially cooler just over the luncheon interval. Clouds come across and well, it's probably a lovely 22, 23 this morning. It's just a little bit chilly out there now. I don't think, I was saying to you, Frank, it's not the sort of cloud cover that's going to, in the sweltering heat sometimes makes the ball do all sorts, but a little bit gloomier for batting, I suppose. Nathan Smith is going to start off.
A little bit more comfortable, I suppose, for the bowlers.
Yeah.
Nathan Smith from the pavilion end moves away from us. First ball after lunch is full of length, but Daniel Bell-Drummond just turns it on the leg side, and Matthew Waite is the fielder at mid-wicket. And the change in temperature has been obviously noticed by the Worcestershire fielders, quite a few of whom have donned their sleeveless cable knits with don't have numbers on the back. So it's a good job, Matt, that you've already familiarised yourself so perfectly with their body movements and shapes and stuff. Smith in bowls, and Bell-Drummond, well, that's a loose shot to play first over after lunch, wide outside the off stump, threw his hands at it, missed it, skidded through to Gareth Roderick. A lot of noise from the Worcestershire players, not surprisingly. They sniff an outside chance here. No more than that on this pitch. They've got 65 overs, including this one, left maximum. Well, I say maximum, possible they could squeeze a few more in, but 60 odd overs to try and get 9 wickets. Tall order, but not impossible. Nathan Smith certainly believes that as he charges in and bowls to Bell-Drummond, who's forward. Pushes up to mid on Joe Leach, the fielder this morning. 3 wickets went down, the last 2 in the Kent first innings. Gilchrist out for 12, Parkinson for 2. Jack Leaning finishing on a magnificent unbeaten 179. Kent following on 211 behind, and Zach Crawley out cheaply for the second time in the game. For the second time in the game, caught by the wicketkeeper Gareth Roderick, this time outside the off stump, off the bowling of Jason Holder for 10. That was 13 for 1. It's now 18 for 1 as Smith is in from the pavilion end to Bell-Drummond, who drives nicely into the covers. Good bit of fielding though at extra cover by Rob Jones. It's not Rob Jones. Rob Jones is at slip. It's Kashif Ali diving to his left. That's an indication for regular Worcestershire listeners and watchers of how Kashif Ali's fielding's improved, because when he came into the side, having been a late entrant to the professional game following his recruitment from the South Asian Cricket Academy, Kashif was a really good batsman, as he obviously is. Smith in from the pavilion end, bowls. Bell-Drummond gets this away on the leg side for a single, 19 for 1. But he needed to work on his fielding, shall we say, because he hadn't played cricket at that kind of level really, and it was obvious that he could bat very well, but he needed to do some work on his fielding. And it wasn't awful, but it just, you know what I mean. The quality of professional fielding is pretty high generally these days, and dare I say, I would not have mistaken him for Rob Jones a couple of years ago in the field. But the fact that he's improved quite a lot, his footwork particularly has got quicker, I think. And I, on that occasion, thought he was Rob Jones, who is really smart in the field. He's very much to his credit, and not to mine. But there we go. 19 for 1. Round the wicket, Smith to the left-handed Compton. 2 slips in place. Bowls, and Compton is comfortably in behind this one. Plays it back up the pitch to the bowler. End of the over, first after lunch. 1 run from it. Kent still trailing by 192, or 19 for 1.
I felt a little bit, as you were saying, obviously you've been paying very close attention, so this won't be a problem with the jumpers. For me, I did feel a little bit the schoolmaster coming from you in that. Is that it felt like there's a test. There's a test coming up, but of course you'll have been doing your homework, won't you? So that won't be a problem.
I would like you to go round the field now. And we will try you again in
No
half an
disrespect
hour.
to you at all. I think I just had a bit of a flashback there, thinking
there are many.
there's a test coming up.
Yeah.
It's
A
going to
lifetime of pedantry coming out. Sorry.
It'll be no, not at all. Just a momentary frisson from me. Joe Leach still being put under pressure at a ripe old age now. It's Joe Leach to bowl at the far end. Gareth Roderick, the wicketkeeper, is up to the stumps. There is a slip in. That's Jason Holder. They're bringing Adam Hose in, I think. A bit closer. He's one who's actually still got the short sleeve shirt on. They've got an array of almost 3 mid-wickets, but I'll go through that in just a second. Leach bowls to Beldrum, a grunt as he delivers that. So, actually, we'll call that a short mid-on, the first of them. That is Rob Jones, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, just about 2/3 down, almost with his left foot on the cut strip. Then Adam Hose is a more orthodox mid-wicket, but pretty close, 3 cut strips away.
It's Gibbon.
Is it given? Oh, good grief. I just went by the body
I
shape.
wouldn't have said if we hadn't had that conversation.
Leach bowling to Beldrum and leaves it outside the off stump. So
and nobody can see him on the stream either.
So there's Gibbon at mid-wicket. I'm not even going to try for the square leg now.
Smith at square leg.
Oh, it's Smith. Oh, yeah. You see, I'm recognising Nathan Smith mainly by the red streak down the back of the
and you can't quite
the
see
left
it.
trouser leg. But you can see it now. There you go. So there's 3 of them.
Hose is at extra. He's got that tubey grip on his right arm.
Oh,
Hose.
thank you. And actually, he's got the sleeveless jumper on now, hasn't he? The cable on it. So it's a sort of arc, as I said, from a short mid-on through to a squarish, or just in front of square leg there. Oh, keeps really low to Daniel Beldrum, that one. And Beldrum, as he so often does, just looks just unruffled, does nothing after it, but that's got to be a tester. He's got the bat to it. He's got really good hand speed, Daniel Beldrum, and he needed it there from Joe Leach, because that one is a grubber. And
well, they'll be hoping
survives
for a
it.
few of those.
Yeah.
You would on the last day, I suppose.
Yeah. Let's see what this pitch is going to do. If it's doing anything, that's what it's doing, isn't it? The occasional low bounce, and Leach bowls to Beldrum now. Slightly more orthodox. It's turned by Daniel Beldrum up to mid-on. And there's no run. I'm going to go for Matthew Waite at mid-on.
Yep.
Excellent. That's Brett D'Oliveira at mid-off, the
He
skipper.
does have quite a distinctive way of moving, doesn't he, Matthew Waite?
I say yes, he has, and I've no idea I'll be able to recognise him twice in 2 overs. But and then Jake Libby at backward point.
Yeah.
Is that right? As you said, Hose at extra cover. Jason Holder at slip. Right behind that, Daniel Beldrum, and everything in line. Forward defensive, no run.
So you do know them, really. It was false modesty, but it's funny, isn't it? You look for a little like the trousers for Smith and the tubey grip for Hose and so on. But generally, as you watch a team throughout a season, it is just the way they move, really, that characterises them, isn't it? Or left-handedness, or just a particular trait.
Now, if Gibbon had picked the ball up before I recognised
exactly.
it, I would have known it wasn't Adam Hose, wouldn't I? It's Leach to Beldrum, and I'm just trying to backtrack now. Defensive shot, end of the over, maiden from Joe Leach, and pressure on for Kent. 19 for 1, just 1 run added since returning from the lunch interval.
No, you're right, and there was a time when there were no numbers, were there? And everybody kind of, just worked by sort of recognition of body shape and movement and everything else. But there was a time also where you kind of knew before you watched a county who was going to be playing, because they had squads of about 14 or 15, and same people tended to field in the same places and so on. But it has been helped by the numbers, and there are certain unmistakable ones as well, which always helps. But I struggled for a session or two with Kent and with Somerset as well the other day at Kidderminster. I was too busy trying to keep warm to recognise anybody at Kidderminster. Nathan Smith will carry on round the wicket. Slip and a gully. Leg slip. Sorry, short leg. as he comes into the left-handed Compton, who drives nicely down the ground, and he beats mid-on. Actually, D'Oliveira kind of misjudged it at mid-on because he thought he might cut it off, so he set off horizontally, and then he got about 4 or 5 paces towards the ball and thought, no, not going to get there. So he's changed the angle of his run like a good striker, bending his run as he chased it down towards the long on boundary, and he pulled it up. They got 2, 21 for 1. Compton on 10. He's faced 27 balls, and a change in the field. The gully is coming into silly mid-on. Hose. So silly mid-on and short mid-wicket and a short square leg in front of square. Smith is round the wicket to Compton. He bowls, and Compton is walking across his stumps, looking to turn it on the leg side, taken on the pad. Smith strangles an appeal. Probably thought Compton had walked so far across he was in with a chance, but it was going down. And both the batsmen have a little stroll. They're a little bit nervous, a little bit of gardening, bit of a chat to calm things down. Crucial little period. Get through this hour without losing more than another one. Pretty much there. But it's nervy, and Smith is busy. Again, round the wicket, wide on the crease, bowls the left-handed Compton, and he's pushing out on the onside. Hose fields, and there's no run. It's completely overcast now. Total change in the weather since this morning. It was really warm this morning when the players were warming up.
Yeah.
And it's I'd say probably about 8-10 degrees cooler now.
Yeah, wind's really got up as well. Look on the left-hand side of the ground in front of Freeman House. The shrubs there are being agitated. Quite breezy out there now.
Smith again, away from us. Bowls to Compton. Forward comes the left-hander very solidly. Pushes out on the offside. We get a little bit excited, and you watch that first half hour this morning, which was still amongst my favourite sessions of the game, even though no wickets fell. There's a lot going on, and you're kind of in danger of forgetting that there's so little in this pitch for anybody that actually if somebody gets in they shouldn't have any trouble. And Compton is laying the foundations for that kind of innings now as he tucks this one away off his pads down to long leg, and he picks up a single as Kashif Ali does the fielding. 23 for 1. Sorry, 22 for 1. Scoreboard's so quick. Compton on 11. Bell Drummond on 1. The man out Crawley for 10. Not a great shot as he fiddled at a wide one from Jason Holder and nicked it through to Gareth Roderick. Second failure in the game for the England man. 10 for him. 6 in the first innings. But he's, I don't know him, but from what I gather, pretty phlegmatic sort of character. He's not going to let it worry him too much. Don't get too excited when you play well. Don't get too down when you struggle. And you might just remain sane if you're a batsman. As Smith bowls and Bell Drummond pushing this one back up pitch. End of another tidy over from Nathan Smith. Just 1 run off it. 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 4 for him. And Kent 22 for 1, having followed on. Still trailing by 189.
Lovely email here on kentcricket@gmail.com for supporters of both persuasions, or happy neutrals as I like to say. This one from Jack. He says, thanks for your commentary. About to embark on a 6.5 hour drive from Wiltshire to Motherwell. That is an epic. He says the commentary will help me get through the trip. Fingers crossed Worcestershire can have an extraordinary afternoon and get a first win of the season. To be very fitting after what's already been a great effort after a week of hell for those guys. He says, what I would love to know in addition is who's Kent's next cab off the rank and who could be coming up through the second team or academy. For Worcestershire, he says, Rehan Edabalath. There we go. Thank you very much. Looks a real prospect. Great start this season after an impressive first year as a professional in 2023. The numbers speak for themselves. Also, he says, big shout out to James Green, who missed Eldersfield Cricket Club's first league win of the season after the birth of him and his partner's son on the weekend. Congrats to him and Dave. Jack, thank you very much for that.
Yeah, that's good, Jack. Knows his stuff, Jack, clearly, because Rehan Edabalath is a promising young player, and he has had a really good start to the season. He got 90 odd in the Birmingham League on Saturday for Wolverhampton, I think. exciting player.
As it'll be Ben Gibbon. Left arm over the wicket to Compton down the leg side. Did he get a nudge on that? Oh, he's already walking, I think. Or was he? Yeah, he's got a strangle down the leg side, and Ben Compton already looked like he was on his way. Looked over his shoulder towards the umpire, and he's just ripped his batting helmet off as Ben Compton, and he is very upset with himself. And well, he might be on a pitch where, as Frank was saying, you get in and it's like you can have a long stay at the crease and a big score. Ben Compton is so frustrated. But never mind that from Worcestershire. They'll cry tears for him later, I'm sure. They have Kent 2 down, 22 for 2. And Gibbon with the first ball. Fantastic captaincy by Brett D'Oliveira. I'm sure he'll pat himself on the back for that, even if nobody else does. But he strikes immediately coming into the attack. And there is real jeopardy now in this game for Kent. 22 for 2. With Compton and Crawley already gone cheaply, as they did in fact in the first innings, both of them to Joe Leach. This time it's 1 for Gibbon and 1 for Holder. Kent still 189 short of even making Worcestershire bat again.
Yeah, well, strangle is the expression that we use. I don't know whether I think most people listening know what we mean when we say that, but it's a cricketing expression. You say he's strangled down the leg side. It's been a bit of a strangle, and what it means is you've gone for a shot that you get a thick edge on it and it goes for 4 to fine leg. You get a little nick on it and the keeper picks up a catch. It's not a good delivery. It's not a wicket taking delivery. It's a bit of misfortune for the batsman, but you don't care if you're the bowler. And that's the second one that Worcestershire have had in the innings, because Jack Crawley was out like that in the first innings and now Ben Compton in the second. But it's the sort of luck that Worcestershire will have been hoping for. And it's sort of luck you need if you're going to pick up wickets on this sort of surface. And it brings to the wicket Joe Denley, who's come in ahead of Jack Laning. And Joe Denley, he's on a pair, so he'll be a bit nervous despite all his experience.
And he will face Gibbon coming round the wicket.
It's
a
lovely
shot. What a super shot that was from Joe Denley. He was tying the ball as well as anyone in the day and a bit that I've been watching this game. A cover drive, actually reminiscent of Joey Everson early in his innings yesterday. Just a little bit wide from Gibbon, and Joe Denley has alighted on that. But first ball of his innings, it's not a bad start from him either.
Something I often say is that to a player like Joe Denley, a professional batsman with years of experience, a half volley outside the off stump is a half volley. It doesn't matter what the situation, and he just responds.
Gibbon round the wicket to Denley. Defensive shot, no run.
You know, he could have 100, he could have 0, it could be his first ball, it could be his 50. And I don't even think it's a thought process, it's a stimulus response. He's hit so many of those in his life, in throwdowns, etc., that his eyes see it, they pick it up, and he just plays it. He was on a pair, but there it was, 4 runs for the taking. Lovely, lovely shot.
Gibbon once again round the wicket then to Denley. Leaves that one outside the off stump. It was leaving him a little bit. It pitched and through to wicket-keeper Roderick. And there is no run there. 26 for 2. Let's quickly while on the subject Jack was asking, perhaps the next cab off the rank for Kent, I would say, is probably Joe Denley's nephew, Jaden Denley, who announced himself with a great debut in the One Day Cup last year, and hoping to break into the 4-day game. Has already played a championship match for Kent this year as well. Drive by Denley, straight at the man at a short mid-off, Matthew Waite, who shies at the stumps. Did the umpire just have a word? Because the rules have changed with that, haven't they? If they feel it's intimidating rather than a legitimate attempt to get the batter out, they can be warned. And I think umpire Debenham has just said to Matthew Waite, was that entirely necessary? Matthew Waite has then raised a palm of apology to Joe Denley. I'm sure he means it sincerely. 26 for 2. But I'm sure he does. He's given round the wicket to Denley. He's head right over that one. Defensive shot, end of the over, 26 for 2, but very much advantage Worcestershire. And if Kent are going to call, if Kent fans are going to point the finger at anyone for this. I'm afraid it has to be me. I'm going to take it all on my own shoulders. Hadn't seen Kent win this season. Ben went to Lancashire, saw Kent win, and I've come here for the second couple of days, and Worcestershire have bowled absolutely brilliantly. Perhaps it's more to do with them than me.
Yeah.
Who knows? 26 for 2.
Just going back to Matthew Waite, the least likely man in the world, I think, to wang a ball at somebody with malicious intent. And I think he genuinely did mean the apology. But you're right, Dylan Pennington got in trouble last year for doing that in one game. It might even have been Ben Debenham, the umpire, then, not sure. But I don't think he meant it. Joe Leach is coming into the attack. Going back to Joe Denley, that was not an odd observation, purely personal. When I was still teaching, the first Fantasy League came out and somebody invited me to be in it. Joe Leach bowls and Bell Drummond plays defensively to Waite at Silverton. And Joe Denley, I think, was just beginning his career, and he was one of the cheap players that you could pick up. And I'd never heard of him. I just thought he fits the bill at whatever price he was. I can't remember. I think it was the Telegraph or something like that. And I chose him, and he had a brilliant season as a young player and won me loads and loads of points. As Leach moves away from us again and bowls, and Bell Drummond is defending to Waite again, and there's no run. And lots of people said, "Oh, how did you know? How did you know about him? God, you follow the game." And I didn't at all, because I was still very much involved with school cricket in those days. And ever since then, he's become a favourite for me, and I've really enjoyed watching him when I've been commentating. He's a veteran now, almost. But when he played his international cricket, I always wanted him to do well. I've always been quite a Joe Denley fan. Never really met him, but I wouldn't mind if he had a bad day today. Here's Leach in bowls, and on the back foot, Bell Drummond plays again to Matthew Waite at Silverton. Having a little game between the three of them. Leach bowls, Bell Drummond bats, Waite fields.
I think that rule was brought in, the shy at the stumps, particularly for bowlers and fast bowlers getting frustrated sometimes in their follow through, would just shy at the stumps if they were getting frustrated, not necessarily even with the batter, maybe with the pitch or whatever, and
it can be quite dangerous.
It happened too often, I think.
Leach in again, bowls, Bell Drummond drives, lovely shot, over pitched on leg stump, clipped through mid wicket. He'll pick up 2 as Gibbon comes off the square leg boundary to do the fielding. Bell Drummond goes to 3, 28 for 2. Kent following on, 211 behind. Worcestershire in pursuit of a further 8 wickets to win this game. They've taken 4 today, 2 before lunch in the first innings and 1 before lunch in this innings, and 1 since the break. Ben Compton strangled down the leg side by the first delivery from Ben Gibbon in this second innings. Leach bowling to Bell Drummond, who's on the front foot almost before Leach has delivered the ball, and then just waits for the ball off the pitch, just eases it down on the leg side. Quite gloomy now. You could almost imagine that we're going to get some rain. I don't think we are. I think there is rain forecast for later in the day, certainly in Worcester, where they had a bit of rain yesterday. I've heard a couple of weather forecasts when I've been waiting to do updates, and suggesting that it might be raining when we get home tonight. Leach wide on the crease, this time bowls. Bell Drummond just turns this one on the leg side. Fielded by Hose at mid-wicket. End of the over from Joe Leach. Just a couple of runs coming from it. 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 2, his figures. Kent 28 for 2.
An update coming for BBC Radio Kent listeners very shortly. I've just been given the news by the club here that Fred Clarkson, I think as expected, but it's been confirmed he's in the Kent seam bowler is in the Dutch squad for the World Cup in the West Indies. He'll miss quite a lot of T20 cricket in the blast, of course, but performing for his country, the left arm seamer. Right, updating our listeners across the south here with this and the Surrey game. Yeah, and Kent 28 for 2 here, Leo, and they're in some trouble against Worcestershire. They're still 183 short of avoiding an innings defeat here. They basically have to bat through the rest of the day. It's been a pretty placid pitch, and Kent, in fact, Kent are following on from a big score of their own, 407 all out against Worcestershire's 618 for 7 declared. Such has been the run fest here at Canterbury, but 2 quick wickets at the start of their second innings has put the collywobbles among the Kent supporters. I think first Zach Crawley, the England man, going for 10, edging behind to Gareth Roderick, and then Ben Compton ripping off his batting helmet in frustration as he flicked one down the leg side from Ben Gibbon, the first ball of the seamer for Worcestershire, down the leg side to go for 11. Another big appeal there, but Joe Denley keeps his wicket. So Kent with a rearguard action here, trying to save a draw in an increasingly gloomy Canterbury. Elsewhere, we should mention Surrey have completed their victory today against Warwickshire, winning by 9 wickets, finishing 89 for 1. But the Kent game continuing commentary via the BBC Sport website and app.
That line again from Gibbon,
Indeed.
not getting the LBW, I reckon. Hits him in line, delivered from wide, going down.
Thank you, Frank. Yeah, just as I was looking up the Surrey scores, it's our duty now, being a regional station during the afternoons. It's through to the wicket keeper, and that one left comfortably by Joe Denley, 30 for 2.
Yeah, it was a good shout, you know, and you got the impression that Denley even himself thought it was a decent shout, but I stick with what I've been saying for a couple of days. I think they're getting it right. Unless you're sitting on top of your stumps, left arm round from wideish on the crease, if it hits you in line, don't really see, unless it's straightened, don't see how it's going to hit the stumps.
Here is Gibbon then to Denley, up on his toes to play that one into the offside, and there's no run. You're right about when it just feels like there's moisture in the air. It's just a little bit hazy out there.
Completely different conditions from earlier in the game.
It's adding some chill there. Philip is a Kent supporter, but also, as I said, part of the Cricket Archive organisation. Had picked that David Fulton innings, by the way, which is 10 hours and 23 minutes from Wisden. So that someone had recorded it there. I think that's come from the Kent Annual, he says, as well, from the scorer. So hence he can give us figures on the timing as well. He's got 2 sources there. Proper journalism, that, Philip. Thank you very much for that. No surprise there, frankly. He's absolutely forensic in his research.
I had a result with Cricket Archive 2 or 3 years ago when I was co-writing Daryl Mitchell's autobiography, the Worcestershire Daryl Mitchell, that is, and that's what it was about. The 2 Daryl Mitchells.
Here's Gibbon round the wicket to Denley. Down the leg side. I took an intake of breath there. Denley hasn't hit it. It's through to Roderick. That's the end of the over. Was there a noble one there somewhere? No, that's suddenly come off the scoreboard. It is the end of the over anyway. 30 for 2, Kent. 6 for Denley. 3 to Daniel Bell-Drummond. And Worcestershire need 8 more this afternoon to complete victory.
Yeah, so I was doing my research, as you do, looking at Daryl Mitchell, DK Mitchell, Worcestershire, DKH Mitchell, I think, and going through Cricket Archive, and it turns out that that Daryl Mitchell, our Daryl Mitchell, shall I call him, has Leach bowls to Bell-Drummond, who plays guess where to Matthew Waite, till he was on. No run. Was in Perth, playing as a young county cricketer. I think he was on the Worcestershire staff, hadn't played much, went out to Perth. He was in Perth at the same time as DJ Mitchell, the Kiwi, who was actually growing up in Perth and playing for Western Australia under-19s. And they were playing in Perth at the same time, didn't know each other, didn't know that they were both called Daryl Mitchell or any of that for years. Just break off as Leach moves in again and bowls, and Bell-Drummond plays out on the onside. Hose Fields, no run. And Cricket Archive had got DKH Mitchell as having played several games for Western Australia under-19s and done this and done that and done the other. And I was trying to put together all my stats, and I was speaking to Daryl on a regular basis, obviously, and I said to him, "Were you in Perth in this winter? Yes, I was. Did you play for Western Australia under-19s? He said no. Just break off again as Leach moves in. Beldrummond defends again, and there's no run. So we are between us. We identified, I think it was 3 or 4 or 5 games that the wrong Daryl Mitchell had been given the stats for. So I got in touch with Cricket Archive because I was pretty sure, and they said, yeah, thank you for getting in touch. Give us the details. We'll amend it. These sort of things do happen, and obviously it's unusual to get 2 players similar ages. Well, our Daryl's a bit older. Leach bowls, clipped away on the onside. Smith fields, not cleanly, unusually for him, and they get 2 runs. So Beldrummond will move on to 5, and it's 32 for 2. But fairly similar, and they happened to be there at the same time, and it was an easy mistake to have made. So it was amended.
Yeah.
And I'll die a happy man knowing that I played my part.
Good man.
Getting
Absolutely
Cricket
right.
Archive sorted out. There we go. But there must be a few little foibles in there, I suppose. Leach bowls. Steered out on the offside by Beldrummond, no run. Foibles, completely the wrong word. A few little anomalies, shall we say.
I'm not in the habit of advertising, but the depth on that site is astonishing. As I said, that Baz Swanepoel's figures from Elworth in the North Staffordshire and Cheshire League, that's where I got those from, and it's quite something. Also, I go with this as I'll hold that thought for a second.
As Leach moves in again, away from us, and bowls, and Beldrummond is studiously forward, plays it back at the pitch. End of the over, 32 for 2. 58 overs left in the day.
Yeah, the absolute bane of theirs. I don't know. There's always people who tell you that in football it would be, I had trials for City, but had a bit of an ankle injury, never quite made it. But I could have been contender, and probably those tall stories that 16 I played under 17 cricket for Surrey, and fortunately I just had this bit dodgy elbow and never really in the Cricket Archive. You can look these people up and find out whether it's true or not. So,
yeah, you can.
So those that loves to tell a tall story, unfortunately the stats are now there too.
I occasionally indulge myself.
I was going to say,
having a look at my own.
Up,
there's quite a lot on there.
As Gibbon bowls round the wicket to Denley, chops that down just outside the off stump. Both these players actually, Denley's come out pretty positively, and Beldrummond is looking to play as well. And I wonder if their thought is, we cannot get bogged down on this, and maybe even with a thought to, look, if we're getting close to the deficit, I'm not sure how quickly they're going to have to score for that. No, they're not going to make it up really, are they? Unless they go at sort of 4 and over. But certainly it feels like we don't want to get bogged down on this.
Play your normal game.
Yeah, otherwise. I think Joe Denley is, well, I would say that actually when he was playing for England, they managed to get him to block after block after block, but given to Denley, upright, drives that wide of the off stump. D'Oliveira fields, and there's no run. 32 for 2.
But yeah, going back to Cricket Archive, I also find that I think there are clubs now that are increasingly, there's still things being added, because people they're finding somebody who's got the necessary skills to input it.
Yeah.
So if you go back on, I mean, I haven't played that level of cricket for a long time, but some of the games that I played in league cricket and so on are being put on there, and it's they're not all on there by any means, but it's good fun. There's a lot you've forgotten.
Given around the wicket too. Denley leaves that through the wicketkeeper, and there's no run.
And there's a lot you've forgotten, and there's a lot, and it must be the same for pros if they look. There's a lot where you look and you think, not only do you remember it, but you remember exactly how you got out. Why did I play that shot? It's really interesting. Really interesting.
That's another one of those stats where you're convinced. I've done this with both football and cricket. You're convinced you're at a game, and you told people, I saw this amazing game, and it was this team against this team, and this bloke got 100, and you actually look up the stats like, no, it was
somebody else.
Or it was 3 years before, and it was somebody else. Absolutely right. Gibbon round the wicket to Denley. Oh, that's a lovely shot, back foot. Actually, has he quite timed it? He might get 4 for it anyway, through the offside. It's just going to hold up, actually. And is that Adam Hose in the jumper? I'm hoping so. It's a long throw. It's a really good throw as well, off balance, but they come back for 3 in the end anyway. Denny just on the back foot there and levering that through the offside. But not quite getting 4 for it, 35 for 2, Kent. And
but you're right about the checking things and checking the tool storage, I think. And I can remember sitting down with some pupils that I've taught in the past, and they said, have you heard of Cricket Archives?
Gibbon to Belldrum defends that. They've been looking you up.
And
there.
you go, yeah, that's what I mean. You go, yes,
yeah.
I have, and they go, oh, well, we've been having a look, and yeah. So it's just checking that you haven't been telling porkies. Yeah.
Bang to
No,
rights.
it's good. It's great though. It's great for us, isn't it? It's great. It's great to be able to check. You know, when you do your prep before the
absolutely
before the
as a
game
resource.
It's really good. Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Shows the depth of world cricket as well. We're just talking about Fred Klaassen there and the Dutch World Cup squad being named for the West Indies next month, isn't it? It starts and not far off now. It's Gibbon to Belldrummond, getting forward early once again, driving it up to mid-off, fielded by D'Oliveira, 35 for 2, but Kent have lost a wicket then in this session so far, and just before lunch as well. Worcestershire striking shortly before and after the lunch interval, 35 for 2, 8 more wickets with probably a maximum of 57 overs remaining.
Jason Holder just strolling off for a little bit of TLC from the physio, I think. Ethan Brooks coming on to replace him with his bright green cap. And Joe Leach to continue from the pavilion end under cloudy skies in, well, I have to say, fairly chilly conditions now. And he'll be bowling to Joe Denley. Denley, who was out. LBW to Matthew Waite in the first innings. Keeper standing up. One slip. Here's Leach in bowls, and Denley beaten outside the off stump. Don't think Roderick took it cleanly. Not sure. My view is obscured by Matthew Waite at Silly-Bidon, but certain amount of excitement amongst the Worcestershire fielders out there with that one. 35 for 2. It remains. Come on, Joey. Somebody shouts as Leach reaches the end of his mark. Familiar figure. Broad-shouldered medium pacer. Number 23 on his back. Strides in again. Red soles on his shoes showing as he bowls, and Denley pushes up to mid-on where Nathan Smith does the fielding and immediately sets about polishing the ball in his characteristic vigorous fashion. Now swaps over for some reason with Brett D'Oliveira. He's gone to mid-off. D'Oliveira's going to mid-on. Having a little chat with the bowler on the way through. Leach turns again and comes in past umpire Burns. Balls, and Denley gets a run, just turning this one neatly off his hip. And it's fielded by Gibbon on the square leg boundary. He's a neat player, Denley, isn't he? Everything about him is tidy, I think. 36 for 2.
A few better looking players when he's attacking as well. The cover drive is a thing of beauty, isn't it, when he hits it? And
yeah. The one he got off the mark with, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely glorious. Leach moving away from us to Belldrummond. Bowls, and Belldrummond is forward. Lost count of the number of times I've seen Belldrummond play that forward defensive in the last 2 or 3 days. On the front foot, leaning into it, just pushes it out on the offside. 36 for 2. Yeah, I remember the very first cricket book that I ever had, kind of instructional cricket book, and it tells you how old I am. It was Keith Miller on cricket. I've still got it, and there was a section about, you know, tips for young players and how to make the most of your ability, etc. Leach bowls. Belldrummond allows that through outside the off stump. Roderick takes it, and there was a picture of Bob Cowper, young Australian left-hander he actually got a Test 100, Bob Cowper, and was a real young star of the Australian side in the 60s. And there was a picture of him in a net session or something, and why you remember these things I don't know, but the caption read something like, I'll just break off as Leach comes in and bowls, and Beldrummond lets that go. End of the over, 36 for 2, and the caption said, Bob Cowper, from his cap to his shoes or his boots, perfectly turned out. You know, if you want to be the best, look smart, play smart kind of thing. And I always think of that when I look at Joe Denley, because everything about him is neat, isn't it? Just everything, the way that the way that he moves. I mean, players these days, the kit's always neat and the pads are always clean. You don't get that sort of, you know, the black pad brigade that you get in club cricket, and we used to. But there's just something particularly about Denley that I find tidy. Just everything about him. Doing my best to get him out, aren't I? 36 for 2. But it is, and it's something I always tried as a teacher to encourage, you know. Look smart, play smart, be well prepared. Look after your kit. You get bowlers slipping around and you say, well, let's have a look at your spikes, and they've only got 3 spikes or something like that, you know. Not so much these days.
Danger to themselves.
Smith's back.
Is Smith to Denley. That's all a great stop that is. Is that
Ethan
Brooks? Yeah, at mid-wicket.
Brilliant.
I was about to say what a lovely shot that was from Denley. It's just as if to emphasise your point. It's a lovely clip. Nothing wrong with the delivery either. Good
and he
cricket
was
all
off,
round.
he was running,
yeah,
wasn't he?
absolutely. And could well have gone for 4. It's a clip off the toes from Denley, full-length delivery from Smith. And Ethan Brooke has reached down with his right hand. Absolutely reaction stop there at mid-wicket. Brilliant.
Not bad when you've been sat in the dressing room for 3 days.
Not bad for that. No, for the 12th. Smith bowls to Denley. Ooh, whacks him on the pad. It's gone. Denley is gone.
Yeah, that
Pushing
looks a good
forward.
one to me.
Yeah, it's a half step forward and maybe pinned off stump. And Smith has him. Real trouble for Kent now. 36 for 3. And Worcestershire, what hope was there? Even when we started yesterday with a couple of quick wickets, surely it's going to flatten out. Kent will bat this out for a draw over the remaining 2 days. Now, that is really in question. Denley, the third of the top 6 to go. Crawley and Compton have already gone. Denley goes for 10, 36 for 3. Never mind how many runs they've scored. The 3 down the wickets column point to 7 more needed for Worcestershire for their first victory of the season, what will be a massive one as well. Denley departs. Kent to have to find some stubbornness, some resolve from somewhere.
Yeah, it looked a good shout, I thought, that one. Didn't get up much, and he'd just gone across his stumps a little bit. Ben Debenham had a look at it, but it was a really confident appeal, wasn't it? And I kind of think Joe Denley knew. Just John Curtis just getting involved with our discussion about Denley just before he was out, sent me some stats. Now aged 38, nearly 14,000 first-class runs, averaging 35. It's not brilliant. It's excellent. It's steady county stalwart stuff, averaging mid-30s. But it's a lot of runs, and he's done great work for Kent over the years. And it's nice that the Denley name might be projected into the next decade, isn't it, with his nephew Jayden coming in. There'll be a Jay Denley in the Kent lineup again. There's a Harry Finch in the Kent lineup today, just coming out to replace Denley. So Jack Leaning being allowed a little bit longer with his feet in an ice bucket or something like that after his efforts in the first innings. Worcestershire now, well, they're not anything like on the verge, but they're sniffing a little bit more of a hope. I put it at I think I put it at 5% last night, maybe 10. I'm now maybe putting it at 20, 25, but 7 more to get. A couple more in the next hour or so would make it very, very interesting. Nathan, another good bowling change. Smith picks up a wicket in his first
That's
over.
a very good point, yeah. Took him 2 balls. It's a ball longer than Ben Gibbon, but yeah, you're right. It's affected the dismissal of Denley, and Finch comes to the crease. 26 in the first innings, and hoping just to occupy the crease for a spell here, at least for Kent. That's a little bit late on that, but it's deflected backward a square for a single. Kendall 37 for 3, and once again the noise has increased. It was very much quieter this morning as they tried to eke out those final 2 wickets, particularly as the first half hour went past, didn't it, before, or nearly sort of the first hour went past before Nathan Gilchrist was finally out, and at that point it really did feel like surely it's going to be a draw, but Worcestershire have bowled really, really well here. Smith to Bell-Drummond on the drive, actually just opening the face and stopped at point.
When you think with the follow-on that the Worcestershire have been out there for nearly 170 overs now since the start of the first Kent innings, and they're still buzzing, I think that's to their immense credit, really. And it's been hot, and they've had to work very hard, and all the seams have bowled a lot of overs. There's going to be some tired legs tonight, but they're going for it. None more so than this man. Striking
while the ball is new. Smith to Bell-Drummond. Forward on that one, defends it, no run. But yeah, they've kept the intensity, the excitement up. As you were saying, that captaincy has been innovative from Brett D'Oliveira. Never let batters settle for too long with one approach. And just generally, they haven't bowled anything really sloppy throughout these. Certainly not today. Here's Smith to Bell-Drummond. Just does play that late.
Yeah,
it's a characteristic shot from Danny Bell-Drummond. As I said, it always gives the bowler perhaps a thought of a chance, but it's very deliberately run through third. Down for 4. Bell-Drummond moves on to. Well, he was already on 9. Is he not? No, he moves to 9. Finch has 1 so far. Kept 41 for 3. Still 170 in deficit. I would say roughly, just to give listeners an idea, if they make that 170 deficit, they'll probably have saved the game anyway. But at this point, they just need to keep those wickets intact, and Worcestershire trying to take 7 more for a win.
Yeah, I'd go along with that. Obviously, these 2 and leaning are the wickets they would most want in terms of somebody who's going to keep an end up. Plenty of others to bat. Everson played well in the first innings. Swanepoel. Here's Leach in to bowl to Finch, who drives up to mid-off. Oliveira fields, but there is an expectation at the moment as the bowler delivers the ball that something might happen, and if they can keep that level of energy and anticipation up for another hour or so, they might pick up another couple. Then we could get some real tension, I think, and then things can happen, can't they, when you get a bit of a real anxiety out there in the middle. Slip. 2 men catching on the drive on the offside now for Finch. That's how they got him in the first innings. Leach into him bowls, and he drives nicely on the onside, and Waite at Cinnamon does the fielding. It was Finch that was
absolutely
caught
right
in the ring, wasn't it, by Rob Jones, low down at extra cover off the bowling of Waite. And I think we'll see the seamers rotating a bit this afternoon, as we have done. I think so. Joe Leach in his 5th now. He might bowl 1 more. Then we'll probably see Waite again from this end. Smith will power in again from that Nackington Road end for a couple more, I would have thought. Leach in, bowls, and on the back foot Finch plays defensively to Waite at mid-on. Holder still off the field, so won't see him in the attack for a while. Didn't look too happy as he went off. Not sure what the problem was. Ethan Brooks, the 12th man, still out there at short extra. Plenty of noise from the Worcestershire players, as you can probably hear. None of it untoward, but all of it very positive. Nathan Smith in particular clapping hard at mid-on as Leach moves in. Bowls to Finch. And he's playing defensively to Waite at mid-on again. And there's no run. 41 for 3, the men out in this innings then. Zach Crawley for 10. And since lunch, Ben Compton caught down the leg side by Gareth Roderick off Ben Gibbon for 11, and Joe Denley LBW to Nathan Smith for 10. And Worcestershire trying to press home an advantage that they've held since day one, to be fair, in this game, as Leach comes in again and bowls, and Finch is turning it on the leg side, and it's fielded at short mid-wicket by Hose. Very gloomy almost now. After the, it's actually gloomy's wrong. It's the light's reasonable, but it's such a contrast from what we've seen earlier in the game. People on the balconies in Freeman House have probably had to reach for their blankets or put the kettle on.
Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers.
We're just jealous. Leach bowls and Finch is forward, pushing out on the offside. Livy Fields, end of the over, 41 for 3, maiden from Joe Leach, 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 5.
Darn right, I'm jealous. Absolutely. Still a fabulous place to watch cricket, even if you need to reach for a blanket, certainly. Looking around the county scoreboard elsewhere here. Hampshire 59 for 2 now at the Utilita Bowl against Durham. They're 130 runs ahead with 8 wickets remaining, so that's looking very much like a draw there. Lancashire 252 for 9. Matty Hurst has got his maiden century there, but Lancashire are just 80 ahead with 1 wicket remaining of Nottinghamshire. Looks like Nottinghamshire should mop up victory there as Smith bowls to Bell Drummond down the leg side, followed with his eyes, if not his bat. Bell Drummond through to wicketkeeper Roderick. Surrey eased a victory over Warwickshire earlier on, 89 for 1, winning by 9 wickets. Into County Championship Division 2, just 1 game still going. Northamptonshire 266 for 4, looking to bat out the day there for a draw against Gloucestershire, theoretically needing another 292 runs, but 4 down, need to keep those 6 wickets intact. Kent here need to keep 7 wickets intact, or Worcestershire will take a famous victory. Here's Smith to Bell Drummond, defends it, no ball as well. Yeah, 2 to the total. Our friends on the BBC Cricket text page, always excellent to get to see what's happening, all the latest, the 50 partnerships, the half centuries, the wickets falling from all around the country, with words from all our correspondents around the country as well throughout the summer, and links to all the county commentaries there as well. Bouncer from Smith. Drummond just got underneath that one, just flex the knees through to wicketkeeper Roderick, and there is no run. There was a post earlier on that saying that 8 days of championship cricket left after this one until the end of June, more or less, or late June. As T20 will take play. Kent at Somerset, then at home to Essex in those 2 games. I think those 2 rounds, though, everyone's playing. All 18 counties are playing in those 2 rounds. Keeps a little bit low to Bell Drummond. He just deflects it into the onside. There's no run. And they're picking it up at mid-wicket.
Yeah, Worcestershire away to Surrey.
Right.
And then home at long last to
New Road.
To Nottinghamshire.
Yeah. Those will be 2 tough games, but that is, as the coaches will tell you, that's the way that Division 1 is these days, isn't it? It is. You don't get any respite from match to match. Kent are certainly finding that with Worcestershire here. Flicked off his pads. It was late again. Was it pad first?
Yeah, 4 leg bars.
It was indeed. So yeah, that's what the shout was for. But I suppose the angle of deflection might tell you that that was going down. But worth a shout anyway. It's beaten the bat. 4 leg buys, punch of gloves between the 2 batters, 47 for 3 at this point.
On a slow pitch, he's bowling with pretty good pace here.
Absolutely.
He'll get it through the Oval next week, I reckon. The trouble is, he won't be the only one.
Yeah, there'll be some pace generally at the Oval, won't there, I think? That's Smith to Bell Drummond. Ooh, that kept low as well. And at his pace, that's difficult. But Bell Drummond is, I would say, making that look as straightforward as it's possible to make it look, because he has very quick hands and drops on that. But that is a dangerous delivery from Nathan Smith. It's hit that spot that's shooting low. Bell Drummond equal to it on this occasion. Now here's a stat for you.
Okay.
The third Kent wicket, you said that rather wearily. No, honestly, it's a good one. The third Kent wicket came from the 1000th delivery from Worcestershire across these two Kent innings, which began late on Saturday afternoon.
You come up with that yourself?
No, it's on the BBC text page.
That kept low as well.
Yeah, he's kept low, and he's again managed to deflect it late away, Bell Drummond, for a single.
If you had come up with that yourself, I would probably retire.
Time for all of us to retire. I'd retire if I managed to do that myself.
Brilliant.
But also pointing out, I think it's Alex Hode who's covering this game, and said that Gareth Roderick was at the crease, of course, for more than 6 hours for his 117. Has now been behind the timbers for all 1,000+ balls bowled as well. Because we've been talking obviously about Jack Leaning's stay at the crease, but Gareth Roderick, you don't get much respite, do you, as a wicket keeper? You have to keep that concentration up for every ball close to as well. So that's a feat of stamina, absolutely.
Yeah.
48 for 3. And 20 overs gone in this Kent second innings. Joe Leach will continue. He has none for 5 off his typically parsimonious 5 overs.
And he's bowling to Bell Drummond from the pavilion end. He bowls and he beats him outside the off stump, hands on head. Good delivery, I think. Gareth Roderick took it standing up to the stumps. Bell Drummond, who gives nothing away in terms of his body language, but he just stayed in his stance after playing at that one. Now he's gone for a little walk. Taps the back of his bat with his hand, so maybe that's just about as much as he does give away, but annoyed with himself. He just felt for it, really. Could easily have got a nick on it. 48 for 3. Bit of tension out there as Leach moves in again to bowl. To the Kent skipper, who's forward much more convincingly this time. Steers it behind square on the offside, but a loud shout of no, 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 as I think it was from Bell Drummond as Finch began to move down the pitch looking for a single.
Oh, a word from the Kent dressing room on Jack Leaning.
Okay.
It's that hand that's troubling him.
Yeah.
He isn't just feet up. It's he's nursing that hand at the moment.
Yeah. Not surprising. 48 for 3. Leach into Bell Drummond. Bowls, and he's clipping this one away nicely off his pads down to backward square for a single. 49 for 3. Bell Drummond goes to 11. Finch on 1. Only faced 7 balls. Still a relatively early in his innings. 2 men looking to catch him on the offside. 2 men looking to catch him on the leg side in front of the wicket, and a slip. Joe Leach toiling away. He's in his 6th over. Usually bowls spells of 6, so I think we'll probably see Waite at this end next. That would be my guess. Holder still off the field. Leach is in. Bowls. Finch is playing out in front of his pad forward. Ethan Brooks, the 12th man, fields it. Silly mid off. 49 for 3. Notice Ethan Brooks got number 77. Joe Root obviously has 66 for obvious reasons. Some players have certain numbers they favour. I don't know what they use to choose them, but the double numbers are often quite popular, aren't they? Like 77, 88. Leach with 23 on his back comes in and bowls, and Finch plays to Waite at Cinnamidon. I don't know what number I'd choose if I had to choose a number. I always used to be 10 in football, but I don't know what I'd choose. Maybe 10 if I had a choice.
There was a footballer in Italy, one of these stars who signed, couldn't have the number 9 shirt because it was already taken. And I think he took the 18 and got the club to put a tiny, almost imperceptible plus in there. So 1 + 8, and I can't remember who that was. I remember seeing the picture of it.
That was superstition, presumably.
I guess.
Yeah. Goodness.
They felt they were the
They're
real.
checking the ball
real
again
one,
here,
they
by the
are
way.
indeed.
There's been a lot of these. There must be a bad batch again, you know. There must be. They're checking them. I think they've said, yeah, it's all right. You can carry on with this one, chaps.
Yep.
But they're having a look at it. They've changed it, I reckon, 3 or 4 times in the game at various points. 49 for 3. You haven't missed any cricket. We're on numbers now. We're musing about numbers. Leach in from the pavilion end. Bowl short. Bouncer, really? Was it a bouncer? It was an intended bouncer, or did he just?
Back of the leg, certainly, yeah.
Did he just hold on to it? I don't think he meant to bowl it like that. It doesn't usually bowl that sort of. It was a really short one. It's kind of stuck in his hand and fetched away over mid wicket for 4 by Finch. His first boundary. 50 is up for Kent in this their second innings. 53 for 3, and another substitute coming on as Kashif Ali leaves the field, and this is a first. This is a big moment actually on the quiet here. 53 for 3 because the substitute has just come on for his first competitive action in a Worcestershire shirt is Tom Taylor. Signed from Northants. Would probably have played some red ball cricket now had it not been for getting injured in a pre-season game. Will certainly be featuring in white ball. Probably not fit to bowl flat out yet, but he's out on the field.
Smith certainly is bowling flat out to Bell Drummond. It's just a little flick. Will it be Taylor? Not quite getting there. No, he's at deep back square. Has he just come on?
Yeah.
To our left, yeah. And it's actually fielded by
Ethan Brooks, the other one.
Yeah. 12th and 13th on then. Single taken from Daniel Bell Drummond. But yeah, thank you for the message from Kent, the club, about Jack leaning. And I would hasten to say we were not accusing Jack of being lazy, not coming out again. We just wondered if that might be the reason. Have you found that?
Yeah, well, no, I haven't.
There we go.
One of my regular correspondents has.
Here's Smith to Finch. Just to work that one on the offside, not given any room by Smith.
Johnny Blaine, he's a Spurs fan and a statistician and a Worcester fan.
There we are.
It's brilliant.
Ivan Zamorano.
Yeah, 1 + 8.
Yeah, 1 + 8 on it. Looks like an Inter shirt. Is that the blue and black stripes?
Yeah.
There we go.
Ivan Zamorano. Thanks, Johnny. Fantastic.
Brilliant. I hadn't dreamt it. It's always a fear.
It makes me feel quite anxious how closely some people listen.
There are people out there listening. It's true. I say it's true. I've been told it.
Brilliant.
And welcome if you are. And thank you for all your emails, for your tweets as well. 54 for 3 as Smith bowls to Finch on the off stump. And seen off by Harry Finch again. You can get in touch with us via, it's not called Twitter anymore. Living in the past.
I
X,
still
of course.
call it that. Yeah.
Frank Watson 58 at BBC Kent Sport, or as I always say, if you want to write something longer, if you want to wax lyrical rather than the restriction on characters, you can get in touch with us. Supporters of both sides at kentcricket@gmail.com. Over the wicket comes Smith, short ball. Finch takes it on. Didn't think he timed that. It's a good tumbling stop by Tom Taylor. Is he going to be all right? I think that's what Frank is about to say.
His shoulder that was injured. Please don't.
And that's that's 2. You could hear what the Worcestershire fielders think of that. That was an absolutely wholehearted effort for a man.
First contribution.
Oh, that's lovely.
Excessive applause. Fans down there where he's fielding are wondering what on earth is going on.
I think he's just looked to the heavens, I think, because he's laughing back at them, to be honest. But as you say, for a man with a shoulder injury, that was an athletic and wholehearted stop. But Smith bowls to Finch, back to the serious stuff. Defended back at the bowler, no run.
There
right
are many fast bowlers who would have just put a foot on that in the past, I reckon. You can't do that anymore, can you? I remember one captain I used to play for just used to shout, "Clog it!" if it was a fast bowler running around the boundary. Yeah.
You don't want to risk risk life and limb.
It's a good stop.
It really was.
Still.
Yeah. And a lovely reception from his teammates. I can bet that. You can feel the camaraderie coming off this Worcestershire fielding unit as the ball again is defended by Finch into the offside end of the over. 56 for 3 Kent. 56 for 3. I'll say that slower so you can hear all the numbers. I think that's probably the best idea. 12 for Daniel Bell-Drummond. That's 7 for Harry Finch. It's Matt Cole and Frank Watson with you at the moment. And thanks for all your responses. And
Kashif's back on the field, so Taylor's going off. He's done his over.
Just like to say, I think it's the first time that Ivan Zamorano has been mentioned on
maybe
on the county commentaries, but unless you know different,
I was going to say, and this is interesting because Kashif is going to have a bowl. That's why he probably went off quite early for him to come into the attack, but quite interesting. I don't know whether I have time now in this over, but I was going to talk about people getting in touch. The first time that ever happened for me, I was commentating in the old days of cricket call, so probably 88, and we were on the phone and people rang in for commentary. We commentated all the time, we never knew. We gave the score every ball, that was part of the deal, and people rang in. I think it was 30 odd p a minute in those days. I've lost count of the number of people who told me they nearly got sacked because they were phoning up all the time and listening to the commentary.
Oh, on the work phone.
Yeah. Kashif Ali over the wicket from the pavilion end starts a new spell, and Bell-Drummond plays defensively out on the offside. And I was at Grace Road with a chap called Jed Pittman, who went on to have quite a good, still works in sports journalism now. He was a young lad starting out, doing a bit of work at Leicestershire. Kashif bowls on the back foot. Bell-Drummond works it away on the onside for a single, 57 for 3. And we used to work they were sheds, garden sheds really, that were put up at the ground, painted white. The one at Grace Road was square of the wicket, level with the ground. It wasn't a great viewing position. And it was a fairly dull afternoon session in a game between Worcestershire and Leicestershire. And we had a spare line in the commentary box. Kashif bowls, and on the back foot, playing defensively, is Finch, no run. And Jed came up mentioned Phil Neal fielding the ball. So Phil Neal fields the ball at mid-wicket. It's Kashif again bowls, and again Finch defends, and there's no run. And he said Phil Neal, one of the players on the circuit whose name is made up of 2 forenames, if you think about it. Phil Neal.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, can you think of any others? And he said, I wonder. And we said, well, we never knew how many people were listening. Could have been thousands, could have been not many. Kashif bowls, blocked again by Finch. And he said, if you can think of any, get in touch. And he gave this number of this spare line, which was a red telephone, like the bat phone, in this shed that we were sitting in. Kashif again is in, bowls, and that's driven by Finch nicely through the covers just for a single. Brooks is out on the boundary. End of the over, tidy from Kashif, 58 for 3. Anyway, the phone, honestly, it was jumping off its hook, really. They get 2, actually, not a single. I took my eye off it. Overthrow, as that one came in. And Finch moves on to, I think he'll go to 9 when they eventually get it right. Anyway, and people just kept ringing in and saying, so-and-so, 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 so. And it was mad, and in the end we had to stop them because the phone wouldn't stop ringing.
Getting in the way of the commentary.
Yeah, and it was crazy. And when I got back to New Road about a week later, there was a chap staying outside my box, and he said, "Are you the chap that does the cricket commentary?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Well, I've been doing it," and he got a list. He'd been through all these cricket books. He'd got dozens and dozens and dozens of players whose names were made up of 2 forenames. And that taught us never to wonder how many people were listening. But John O'Blaine there, coming back with that. Inter Milan footballer, fantastic. 58 for 3, Nathan Smith starts a new over.
Indeed he does, 1 for 15 so far to Bell-Drummond. It's a looping delivery out the back of the hand maybe. Through to Bell-Drummond, not fooled by it, straight back at the bowler. And there's no run. Alex Hode has been in touch on the subject of Ivan Zamorano. He says, I think it's appropriate when you're discussing Zamorano when it's got a bit chilly outside. Alex, thank you for that. Sorry, I don't know if that was for broadcast, but he's the king of the pun. We expect nothing. You got a laugh from Frank, and that's probably
that's good.
That's probably as good as it's going to get. To be honest.
I like that.
Our good friend Kevin Hand is listening as well. Kevin, thank you so much for your comments. I'm not going to go into them right now, but this is straight back at the bowler. It's no ball from Nathan Smith, and that's wrong of me to mention that because that sounds like a private joke, but always encouraging that our colleagues are listening as well. Just on the subject, this is why I bring it up of people listening to the commentary, but much more important are our actual real listeners, not those people doing it for a living. John saying, good afternoon, he says. Interesting to hear Frank's comment about Joe Denley being a favourite of his over the years due to him picking for his fantasy cricket team, he said. I'm not sure if either of you, says, are playing this year's cricket draft fantasy as Nathan Smith bowls to Bell Drummond. Just turned you around a little bit there, out to the offside, but behind it. And there's no run. He says, but a firm favourite of mine is Kashif Ali, who, in my humble opinion, is the best value asset in the game. I hadn't realised he also bowled leg spin, so the 2 wickets, a real bonus. Yeah. He says, also looking for Daniel Bell-Drummond to get some runs, please. We'll do what we can, John, obviously, for you. Thank you.
But it was that. Joe Denley was, at that time, just great value, I think. It's a long time. It was about 2000. When did
Great in the field as well, isn't he? Yeah, it takes a lot of catches. Do you get points for that? Surely you do.
I think you did in those days. I haven't done it for years.
Smith bowls to Bell Drummond up near his chest as he fends that off, and there's no run. John also says, can I ask you about George Garrett? I noticed he played at the start of the season, did quite well. I assume due to others' availability he isn't being selected, or has he got an injury? He did have an injury, short term, I believe. He's back, though. He was back in the squad for this one, just not selected. Kent rotating their seamers through the early part of the season, obviously with the workload, but yeah, has started well as well. Has bowled really well, John. I don't know if you're looking for tips on fantasy cricket, probably best not rely on me, John, I have to say. But yes, was in the squad for this one, just not selected. Nathan Smith bowling in real life to Danny Bell-Drummond. Nothing fantastical about him apart from the way he plays cricket. 61 for 3. Damien Kippins, great to hear from you. I believe myself to be an okay batting all-rounder. Jason Holder wannabe. Well, crikey, Damien, that's a good example to have. And I was wondering what shoe size Jason wears and where I can find them. I wear a US size 16. I have trouble finding that size in the UK. Do you have any suggestions? I'm at 13, Damien. I find it hard enough, so I can feel for you in that respect.
I don't know how big Jason's feet are, but I would imagine they're in the teens.
As Smith bowls to Bell-Drummond, high front elbow. Works that up to mid-on, no run.
I coach a 14-year-old all-rounder who wears shoes the same size as his age. He's about 6'2", size 14 feet. Yeah.
We wish you luck.
I don't know where he gets his shoes from. There used to be a company in Northampton that specialised in bowlers' boots.
And of course, the traditional English home of shoemaking, or another word beginning with C, but I'm not going to go into that. 61 for 3. No, it's true. End of the over. 61 for 3 there. Kent still 150 behind. And just to wrap up the emails that have come in, and thank you for all these, kentcricket@gmail.com for the latest wave of emails. A couple of thoughts, says Paul, thanking us for the commentary. Thank you, Paul, for listening. He says, why are we playing the T20 at the same time as the World Cup? Surely it would have been better to have some sort of T20 now so we could see if any players were in form before the World Cup. At the worst case, the players will get some T20 cricket in. Now the IPL is on. Just think of what it would have been better than going from county cricket to T20 World Cup for those players going. He says, I've mentioned before, but do you think we should change the no ball rule? You get the runs, but batting team can choose if they want the extra delivery. Currently Kent. There's something that I wondered about, Paul, as well. In situations like these, Kent would be like, that's fine. We don't want the delivery. Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, especially if you're 5 balls left and you're 9 down. Or something.
Whereas in a run chase, you'd want the extra delivery to be bowled.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Paul. Actually, I mean, it might make scoring a little bit more tricky.
Kashif Ali over the wicket from the pavilion end, bowls to Harry Finch, who drives nicely actually through the offside. Brett D'Oliveira tumbling to his left at mid-off, and they get a single, which takes Finch on to 10. 62 for 3. Am I allowed to see the Kevin Hand message that's private, or is it
Perhaps we'll go to that
for
at
you
tea.
only? Okay, yeah, that's good. Kashif bowls again. Oh, nicely. That's a beauty. That's really nice from Kashif Ali. Leg spinner, pitched about off. Just did a little bit away from the right-handed Bell Drummond, and Gareth Roderick took the ball and didn't demolish all three. Just whipped off the bails this time. I say that because on one occasion yesterday, looking for a run out, he did actually take all three stumps out of the ground. Kashif bowls. This one a little bit quick, a little bit flatter. Bell Drummond in behind it, pushes it to mid-wicket, where Jake Libby is the fielder. 62 for 3. Worcestershire's just gone a little bit off the boil. They need a wicket. Kashif bowls, gives that a lot of air. Bell Drummond squeezes it out on the offside. Gibbon fields at cover point, and there's no run. Get through his overs quickly, that'll help with the over rate. Worcestershire ahead on bonus points, 5-2. They'll take 13 if it's a draw to Kent 10. As Kashif bowls, and this one is pushed out on the offside again by Bell Drummond. Which, I think, I was doing my little calculations last night, would actually take Worcestershire above Kent in the table by a point or so, I think. Kashif is in again and bowls, and that's fuller and a little bit wider, and driven for a single by Bell Drummond into the covers. 64 for 3.
I was looking at the live table earlier on. I think you're right that as they sit, yeah, Worcestershire 2 points here, I think, with the bonus points.
Yeah. End of the over, 63 for 3. Sorry.
No, not at all. Nottinghamshire between those two in the live league table, but looks like they'll beat Lancashire, who will be resolutely bottom. I think Scott Reed saying on the commentary there, I read that that'd be the first time Lancashire have lost 3 in a row since 2001, I think. Hampshire are just above them again in the live league table, and that one really does look like it's going to be a draw, doesn't it, against Durham? Can't see either side coming out with a win from that one.
I saw Scott Reed's interview last night with Dale Benkenstein at Notts, and it wasn't they hadn't lost at that point, but I think they're anticipating it, and it was very frank and on, I thought, particularly on Scott's behalf, very not bold but forceful. He asked the right questions. He didn't just when Benkenstein said we haven't been good enough, well, why have we not been good enough, and what do you put it down to, and how can it improve? And he answered very well to the Lancashire coach. I thought it was really good interview.
Here's Matthew Waite then, change of bowling at the far end. That's worked for Brett D'Oliveira twice in this innings already, within a couple of balls each time. But this one's defended by Daniel Bell Drummond, with Ben Gibbon brought on at the Nackington Road end. Got Ben Compton with his first ball, and Joe Denley, when Smith came on there, went second ball to him. So watch out for these bowling changes. Also, sort of very frank, we expect nothing different knowing Paul Farbrace either.
Yeah.
Interviewed by Adrian Harms about their defeat against Glamorgan.
Yeah, he was very frank, wasn't he?
He was indeed. Oh, it's a great delivery. Has he got him? Just dropping the hands on that, Danny Bell Drummond. That looked a good shout to me. I'll have to have another look at that one. I wonder if it gets a little bit lower than Bell Drummond thought again there, but so we are slightly askew here. No, my replay of that is a little bit behind. But Paul Farbrace effectively saying it was a poor performance, and we were a poor performance on our part against a team that completely outplayed us. And as you say, I think you get a lot of respect for that. Supporters don't like losing, but just come out and call a spade a spade. I don't think it does any harm most of the time. It's a defensive shot from Daniel Bell Drummond.
Kevin Hand's now sent me a message, so I'm a little bit more up to date. I've also been told that Palace had somebody who wore number 5+5.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, those 9 and 10 shirts are pretty coveted, aren't they, I think?
Akinbayi,
Okay.
ex-Norwich, of course.
And Gillingham, indeed. Yeah, had a great spell with the Gills. It's flicked off the pads, and that'll be 4 runs backward a square by Daniel Bell-Drummond. Just relieving the pressure slightly for Kent, but once again, the runs don't matter that much, but they're 67 for 3.
It's close, that one earlier in the over, I think, wasn't it, from Waite? Might just have been sliding
I didn't
down.
go back to the replay, but yeah.
Big shout. They need one now, I think, Worcestershire. Well, it's obvious, but just to reignite the kind of momentum.
Yeah, 47.2 overs available to them. Here, Worcestershire to keep bowling. That's a nice shot from Daniel Bell-Drummond. Just drops the hands on that and into the onside. Jason Holder is back on the field. I can tell that because he's just fielded the ball. There we go.
Yeah, you don't often see him in the deep.
No.
He's out there now. But good news that he's back, because they might want him to bowl. He'll have to put some time in before he's allowed to, because he was off for a while. But yeah.
Has Tom Taylor gone back off now?
Yeah. He only did one over.
I was going to say, having thrown himself on his injured shoulder.
Brooks has gone off now as well.
Previously injured shoulder, I should say. Testing it. Waite bowls to Finch. He drives. It's stopped on the follow-through by Waite. He deflects it with his right hand away from the stumps at the non-strikers end. 19 Bell-Drummond, 10 for Finch. If you're just joining us, Kent were bowled out for 407 finally today. Jack Leaning, more than 9.5 hours at the crease for his 179 not out. 3 wickets there for Joe Leach, 3 for Matthew Waite as well in that innings. And then Worcestershire still 211 ahead, had Zach Crawley caught behind just before lunch off the bowling of Jason Holder. And just after lunch, Ben Compton went to a strangle down the leg side of the bowling of Ben Gibbon for 11. Denley followed him not long afterwards, LBW to the excellent Nathan Smith. That's where we are, 68 for 3.
Kashif Ali starts his 3rd over from the pavilion end, and that one turned quite significantly, but it was wide to start with, but encouraging from Worcestershire's part-time leg spinner Kashif, bidding to become a bit more than a part-time leg spinner. A couple of wickets already so far in this game. He's in now and bowls. That was outside the leg stump and ignored by Bell-Drummond, not gathered cleanly by Gareth Roderick down the leg side. Quite chilly now, different weather conditions altogether from the first 3.5 days. Full toss this time, so we've had one down the off, one down the leg, and now a full toss, which Bell-Drummond clips away for a single wide of Nathan Smith at mid-on. 69 for 3. And Finch on strike as Kashif bowls, and that's a nicely flighted leg break pitched about middle, and he just pushes it back to the bowler. One slip, short leg under the helmet, 2 men on the drive, one either side as Kashif bowls, and on the back foot Finch punches away through the covers for a single. Fielded by Waite out on the cover boundary. 1 ball left in the over. Not too challenging an over at the moment, this one from Kashif, but got a couple of wickets in the first innings with very nicely flighted deliveries. And I can understand why Brett D'Oliveira has decided to give him a little roll here. He comes in again and bowls, and that's exactly where he wants to be. Just an off stump. Bell-Drummond has to play it, pushes out on the offside, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. 3 overs for 7 runs now for Kashif. Matthew Waite will continue from the Nackington Road end. Worcestershire needs 7 more wickets. They have 46 overs left in the day, and Kent are still trailing by 141.
Yeah. I would say they've exactly steadied the ship here, but partnership of 34, and more importantly for Kent, this has been 9 overs that Finch and Bell-Drummond have stayed together. Important for them at this point. It's Matthew Waite, of course. Nathan Smith been replaced at that far end, and quite rightly, Brett Oliveira's Waite bowls to Finch with a keeper up to the stumps, and it's Rob Jones at slip now with Jason Holder still a deep backward square. Not quite sure why, but he did miss a chance, didn't he, towards the end of the Kent innings? Is that right?
Yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe just fancies a little graze.
Maybe, yeah. 70 for 3. Updating our radio listeners right now with the middling news for Kent, or the terrifying news. That was thumped into the gloves of Gareth Roderick. Bit of a shout there. Did they think maybe Finch might have got an edge to it, but nothing doing. And Kent have lost another wicket since I last spoke to you, Leo, as well. 70 for 3. They are hanging on a bit here in a game where if the pitch was to be the decider here, you'd say it was all going to be about batting and nothing about bowling. But Worcestershire have bowled really well. Kent have batted a little bit indifferently in their second innings as well. They are still 141 short of just making Worcestershire bat again, or avoiding what would be an ignominious innings defeat here. Harry Finch has 11, Daniel Bell-Drummond has 20 out there at the moment. Crawley's gone for 10, Compton for 11, and Denley for 10 as well. As I said, Worcestershire by rights probably shouldn't be taking 3 wickets early in the Kent second innings, but they've done really well to eke those batters out. And Kent, they need to keep their wickets intact if they are to see this one off as a draw. No blame certainly for Jack Leaning, the Kent batter, who stay at the crease was 9.5 hours when he finished in their first innings of 407, 179 not out he is, but he won't want that to be in vain, nor will his teammates as they strive. Kent, they're gripping on here, trying to make sure they don't lose those wickets that'll send them to defeat here. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. I'm not sure I raised the jeopardy quite enough. There's Waite, 4 dot balls to start.
I'm still in favour of the draw, really. Couple more before tea,
yeah,
I think, would make it really tense, but 13 overs to get those.
Kashif has just been pushed out to deep mid-wicket. Jason Holder at deep backward square. Keepers up to the stumps. Jones at slip. Oh, it's inside part of the bat there. Say that an inside edge? He's just pushed down on that, and it's definitely gone square when he's facing forward. So yes, I think is my answer. I'm answering my own questions here. He's taken a single anyway, 71 for 3, but a false shot.
You could tell, couldn't you, from the reaction of the bowler and the keeper, that I think he was late on it as well, and they thought it was through. Asking some questions, Matthew Waite.
Yeah. One to come here. And Waite bowling to Finch, to Bell-Drummond rather, turns that square of the wicket. It's fielded by Kashif, end of the over, 71 for 3, Kent. Welcome wherever you're listening. It's BBC Radio Kent, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Our production, as I like to say grandly, a bit like it's MGM and Searchlight or Fox, I don't know. This commentary, I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm going to get out of this sentence if it kills me. It's a commentary via the BBC Sport website and app, of course, regular radio reports for our radio stations, and via the Kent Cricket feed with the pictures. Thank you for joining us. I'm Matt Cole, alongside me Frank Watson. It'll make more sense.
Kashif Ali going round the wicket to Finch, which is, I think, the first time he's done that. Jason Holder, the world is right again because Jason Holder's gone back into slip. We all feel a bit happier when he's there. Bob Jones under the helmet at short leg, fairly close. One cut strip away. And Kashif round the wicket with his leg spin to Finch, who was forward. That turned significantly, took the outside edge. He played it with soft enough hands, just run it down to third for a couple. Jason Holder just lopes back from slip to do the fielding, and Finch gets a couple, but that was quite encouraging for Kashif, I think. Round the wicket, threw it up, and it definitely gripped and it's encouraged him enough to change the field. He's brought a man across from the leg side to go into a sort of backward point, deep gully, short third. And Joe Leach is being brought squarer on the leg side, so nobody behind square on the leg side. Well, maybe Leach is just a yard behind, but this one's a little bit short, I'm afraid, from Kashif. And although it turned a little bit, Finch had room to play it away on the onside. Nathan Jones then dived to his right to do the fielding. I think he might have hurt himself a little bit. Didn't need to, as we were saying before, he didn't need to dive. Perhaps he could have just run across and picked it up, but he's so keen, so enthusiastic in the field. They got a single. He's okay, I think, Smith. Kashif bowls again. Again, a little bit short. Again, a bit of turn, but plenty of time on this pitch for the batsman to play it off the pitch.
There's a bit of laughter as he tried to deliver that back in. It looked untidy, didn't it, from Nathan Smith?
Slipped from his hand, didn't it? Kashif bowls again, and again this is a little bit short of a length, and Bell Drummond just clips it behind square on the leg side. And having said that man has been brought across to the offside, that means that there is a comfortable 2 on offer for the Kent skipper. He goes to 22 off 77 deliveries, and the total to 76 for 3.
Do you think at this point that Brett Dolliver are thinking probably have to have a spinner on at one end if we're going to do this to keep the seamers fresh, to give them a decent chance coming down from the Nackington Road end, variable bounce perhaps from that end as well?
Kashif bowls again, full, and clipped away on the leg side for a single. 77 for 3. Bell Drummond goes to 23. Yeah, you talked about Kashif's consistency in the first innings. He's lacked that a little bit this time. Maybe because the ball's a bit harder and shinier and it's slipping through his hands a little bit more, I don't know. But I think you're right. Kashif bowls, that's a nice one, and he's forward to it. Finch plays it out on the offside, end of the over. 23 to Bell Drummond, 15 to Finch, 77 for 3. But it's just not possible for the seamers to just keep going. I think they've got to be given a little bit of a break, and I think a spinner at one end, albeit one who's whizzing through his overs, so the seamers aren't getting a lot of time at the other end, but he's going to have to just keep rotating them. Smith, Gibbon, Leach and Waite. They've all put in a fair shift in this innings so far, in this game so far.
Very high quality email coming from Jamie on the subject of Ivan Zamorano and cricket, and you wouldn't have thought anyone could draw a line directly between those two things, but Jamie, this is the wonder of our listenership, I have to say.
Amazing.
I'm going to do this in a second. Matthew Waite bowls to Daniel Bell Drummond. It makes all sorts of sense when you read it, but a glance by Bell Drummond. Holder is struggling a little bit to get after that. Makes a manful effort. I think he's going to stop it going for 4 years. They'll take 3. Jamie, this is fantastic. Here we are. Interesting to hear you mention of to hear mention even of the great Ivan Zamorano. His strike partner at Inter was Christian Vieri, surely one of the most famous cricket-loving Italians. Yeah. He stated in an interview that he would like to have been a professional cricketer, and at the 1998 FIFA World Cup, he named his all-time sporting hero as Australian cricketer Alan Porter, and said that as a child he was better at cricket than football.
Amazing.
Brilliant, Jamie. There we go. Waite bowls to Finch, trying to work that way, not giving much width, and so he's driving it straight to the man at cover.
That is a really incredible piece of knowledge.
Jamie,
I
thank you for that.
Somewhere heard about Vieri being interesting.
As soon as I read it, it was like all the pieces falling into place.
Yeah.
I had no idea though he was Zamorano's strike partner. Was he the man that had the 9 when Zamorano had the 1+8? It's quite possible. 80 for 3. As Waite bowls to Finch. I limpet like to see off this bowling here. 15 from 33, another defensive shot. Scott's in touch on kentcricket@gmail.com. Thanks for your commentary today, he says. You talked previously about tidy cricketers, Joe Denley et al. What about your memory of untidy cricketers?
Well, Alan Knott.
Well, there you go.
Another one of my
You're
great,
like
one of my
mine.
great heroes.
Who would be the leading contenders, says Scott. Alan Knott always seemed to have mucky pads. Cap was always askew.
Yeah.
Max Walker, never saw him without his shirt tails hanging out.
Colin Milburn, I think, would be a bit like that.
Merv Hughes?
Yeah.
Do you think? Oh, I'm just thinking of a baggy shirt, maybe, but maybe not that untidy. Waits, Finch, and that has hit the gloves of the wicket keeper. He's tipped it over the bar in football parlance there, has Gareth Roderick. And they've run through for 2 byes there. So Waits gone in short. It's gone over the head of Harry Finch. Absolutely no chance for Roderick. I mean, it shows incredible reactions just to get hands to it. A bouncer when you're standing up to the stumps.
Daft as it sounds, I think that was a good bit of bowling, that.
Because it's unexpected.
Just never know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And they got runs to play with. It doesn't matter if it goes for a couple of byes. Yeah, it's dropped it in. Scott, that's brilliant. So if you fancy tidy or untidy cricketers, kentcricket@gmail.com or via Twitter or X. Is Wait a little bit short there as well. Is that taken an under edge, or is that going to again be byes? It is byes. So nothing on it from Finch, who certainly tried to swivel and hook that away. But a 50 partnership comes up and muted and delayed applause from Kent fans who probably, to our left, an intake of breath as the swivel went for that shot and went through for 4 byes. So 9 off this over from Matthew Waite. A 3, 2 byes and 4 byes consecutively. A ball to come for him. And the sun just breaking through, hazily through the clouds now. Waite bowls another short ball. It's a great take from Roderick. It's gone near to Harry Finch's right ear. He's left it, he's swayed away from it. Roderick has taken it above his head outside the off stump. It's a really, really good take. End of the over, 86 for 3.
Great fun for a keeper, that sort of thing. He wasn't very impressed with the one before. I reckon he thought Finch might have got a little glove on it or something. He stared at the umpire, not sure. But that last one was a great take.
It was.
Interesting, we're talking about bowling rotations. Gibbon's going to have a go now at this pavilion end. I think that's good common sense. I like the idea of giving Kashif a little go. Keep ringing the changes, keep trying things. And you never know. I still think it's an unlikely situation, Worcestershire. But I still say another couple before tea, which is a big ask. But if they were 5 down at tea with 32 overs left, might still be a hope. But doesn't look likely.
Looks like Nottinghamshire are closing in now on victory in Lancashire. They were against Lancashire. They were bowled out for 252 in the end. A maiden first-class century for Matty Hurst, but 44 for none. Nottinghamshire making short work of what they need. 37 more for victory there. They will assuredly condemn Lancashire to a 3rd consecutive defeat in the county championship.
Ben Gibbon starts a new spell round the wicket to the right-handed Bell Drummond from the pavilion end, and Bell Drummond plays that shot that he plays so well down to 3rd for a couple. Chased by Libby, good chase and good return, and they only get the 2. Yeah, Matty Hurst is yet another, isn't he, young keeper coming in for Lancashire, making his mark. Another keeper who can bat with 100 today. It's a shame for him that his first 100 has come in a losing cause, but that'll be a day he remembers for a long, long time. They've got some good young players at Lancashire. They've got good players. You just wonder why they aren't quite getting it right. Gibbon round the wicket, bowls, and forward is Bell Drummond playing up to mid-on. We've got 1 slip now, but he's not first slip or second or 3rd. He's 4th. Holders on the drive at extra cover. Got a man on the drive at mid-off. That's Hose. They've almost given up with slips, Worcestershire, opting for the opportunity to get a catch in front of the wicket. And Bell Drummond with, as Matt said, the sun just threatening to come back out. Faces Gibbon round the wicket, left arm bowls into the pads, turned away on the leg side just for one. Leach will field coming off the square leg boundary.
Who knows, it may
89 for 3. Sorry,
beg your pardon. No, I was going to say, who knows as well, psychologically for Kent. I'm not saying that the sunshine makes everything better, but it was gloomy. They lost a couple of wickets.
Yeah.
Now they've had a bit of a partnership. Batting always seems easier, doesn't it, when the sun's out?
That buzz has gone, hasn't it?
May just think they've, yeah.
From Worcestershire as well. They just sensed when Denley was out.
But as normal,
possible way in.
A wicket changes everything.
Given bowls, and Drummond plays back up the pitch to him. And again, there's no run. 89 for 3. Earlier today, Kent resuming on their overnight score in their first innings of 362 for 8. Worcestershire had to be patient before they picked up the last 2 wickets. Gilchrist out for 12, Parkinson for 2. Jack Leaney finished 179 not out. Faced 403 balls. Gibbon bowls, Drummond defends, and there's no run. And he batted for, get this, 588 minutes and hit just 16 fours. 407 all out, Kent then, and asked to follow on, 211 in arrears. Lost an early wicket, Zach Crawley out for 10. At lunch it was 18 for 1. 2 out since lunch, Compton 11 and Denley 10. Wicket each for Holder, Gibbon and Smith in this innings. Gibbon in round the wicket now, bowls, and Finch is forward and playing defensively out on the offside. And the ball is fielded by Holder. It's 89 for 3 at the end of the over. Did I miss a single? Maybe not. Drummond 29 anyway. Finch 15. Gibbon 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 12. And as I say, a calm has descended on the St Lawrence ground again in the last few minutes. The Worcestershire energy appears to have, well, it's not dissipated, but maybe they're having a little breather, the cheerleaders, and it's gone quite quiet. They need a wicket if they're to reignite their hopes. Kent will be quite happy if they don't.
I mean, it would be a Herculean effort from their point of view, wouldn't it? Bowling a second consecutive innings, having been in the field for 140 odd overs, and this is clipped by Daniel Drummond, just closing the face of the bat down towards backward square. Jason Holderfield's underarm looping throw back towards Gareth Roderick, who jogs to get that in front of the stumps. Relay going back towards Matthew Waite. 90 for 3.
I've got a message about smart cricketers here.
We're not talking about intelligence here either, are we?
No, we're not.
We don't want to libel anybody.
I don't think we are on this occasion.
90 for 3.
It's from our old friend Dave Bradley.
Bradders. His short ball from Waite is taken on by Finch, and he'll get 4 for that. It's actually really well played from Finch. He's on it quickly into position and has hooked that away between Holder and Kashif, I think, are on the boundary there, just forward and backward a square. Not much distance between them, but absolutely safe. No cries of catch it, as that has beetled away to the boundary. 4 runs, 94 for 3.
Brad said he played with a guy called Les, could well be at Martley. He turned up for the opening game of the season and got his kit out of the car boot where it had been since the last day of the previous season. Yeah, I've known a few like that.
Yeah, you want him to field in the deep, wouldn't you? His Waite to Finch into the offside, and there's no run. I'd imagine that kit needed an airing, is what I'm talking about.
Dear me. Gosh.
Send him out to deep square leg, don't come back.
Probably just whistled and his bag came on its own.
94 for 3.
Trotted in from the car.
It sounds grim. Indeed. So Waite back to his mark. There's a slip in. A couple of mid wickets, or a short mid on in there as well. Finch is right behind that.
Cue an old story of mine, if I can, maybe at the end of this over, about Derek Randall with kit, but I've told it many times before. I hope people don't mind, but it's that kind of day, or it's beginning to become that kind of day. But I've got a great story about Derek Randall and a new pair of pads.
I'm glad you said pads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When he played for Notts. And of course was sponsored by the well-known company from Nottingham.
So, loose shot by Finch outside the off stump, but it kept very, very low, and it was wide too. It wasn't the greatest shot. And actually Roderick's taken it, I think, on the toes of Rob Jones then. And there is no run. Ball to come off a 30-second over. We'll hear about Derek Randall's pads very shortly.
Forgive me, listeners, if you've heard.
Unless there's a wicket, of course,
yeah.
in which
case we'll have to wait till tea.
It might be a little bit longer. Tea will be, it's an immovable feast, just to remind you, on the final day. So it'll be at close to 3:40. And that could be, yeah, again, it could be quite a long final session for Worcestershire if they're going to try and chase these wickets. Again, well, I was saying it would be a Herculean task. Was it 145 overs in the first innings they bowled? They're through 30, nearly 32. If they take another 7 wickets with this bowling attack running on fumes, that really would be something very special. Wait to Finch a little bit late on that, but turns it into the onside. No run, 5 off the over, 94 for 3. Finch has 19, Drummond has 30. The arrears still at 117. Kent trying to keep those 3 wickets from getting towards 10, and Worcestershire hoping it does for an innings of victory. Frank Watson now will tell us about Derek Randall's pads.
Well, Derek Randall, I'm just checking now, get my stats absolutely right. He was born in 1951, so he's 73. So 33 years ago, he was still playing county cricket, and he was going to be 40 in the February, I think, as the season approached. And a journalist who worked for I think for the Cricketer magazine, I can't remember who it was, he might even be listening, but he said, you know, I was sitting in there in the winter in the office casting around for ideas for stories, and he came across the idea that Derek Randall was going to turn 40 and would be still playing, so he thought it'd be good to do a little feature on him as a 40-year-old. Just break off as Gibbon runs in and bowls, and Drummond is forward, pushes out on the offside. The sun's coming out again here, which is lovely. And he said, so he got in touch and he arranged to go round to Derek Randall's house in, I think, Retford, which is up above Nottingham and slightly higher ground. And I think he had a dried flower business. He might still have it, Derek Randall. Anyway, he arranged to go and see him at his home address. He sent him the address and he said, come, they arranged a time, midday or whenever it was, in January of that year. Gibbon bowls and Drummond plays defensively back to the bowler. No run again, 94 for 3. And this chap said to me, as I drove away from London, it started to snow. And I was going up the M1 and the snow got worse and worse. And I thought, well, you know, I just got to persevere. And I think it was before sat-navs and all the rest of it. And he eventually, by the time he reached the road where Derek Randall lived, the snow was quite thick on the ground and perfectly untouched. As Gibbon bowls down the leg side, Drummond whips this down to fine leg for 4. Across him from round the wicket, outside the leg stump, tickled away nicely down to the boundary. Drummond goes on to 34, continuing his really good form, 50 in every game so far. And he said, as this chap, he arrived in Randall's road, he sort of slid his car up the road and parked outside the house, looked at the footpath up to the front door, and it was pristine snow. Nobody had walked out, and he walked up the path, the first footprints into the virgin snow, rang the doorbell, and Derek Randall himself came to open the door. Gibbon in again, bowls. Drummond digs out a Yorker, no run. And Derek Randall opened the door, and he was wearing a brand new pair of Gunn & Moore batting pads. Which this journalist said, it was January, it was snowy, driven all this way, and he opened the door wearing a brand new pair of pads. And he said, oh, great to see you made it, come in out of the snow. And he looked down and he said, don't worry, I always do this, I'm breaking in a new pair of pads. And Gibbon is in again and bowls, and Drummond is forward defending this out on the offside. And he said, I was slightly taken aback, but I thought, well, I know he's quirky, and you know, so maybe just accept it. And Derek Randall said, anyway, come in and have a cup of tea, come in and meet the wife. He said, and he walked into the kitchen to meet his wife, and she was wearing a pair as well. Oh, I still laugh. I've told it loads of times before. He swears it was true, and I suppose I can believe it. Amazing. It's Gibbon, last ball of the over. Bowls and forward comes Beldrum, plays that back up the pitch. So a good over with the exception of that one delivery that drifted down the leg side. 98 for 3. So what have we got? We've got about 12 minutes before tea, and Worcestershire are still hopeful. They can pick another one up just to reignite their hopes, but it's beginning with this partnership to look as though Kent are going to manage to settle for a draw that's perhaps looked inevitable since the end of the first day, really.
Yeah, 15 overs so far between these two. They've been out there, Beldrum and Finch, 34 and 19 respectively. Gloucestershire have beaten Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire trying to hold on through the final. There's no way they were going to overhaul the runs there, but they went from 266 for 4 to 301 all out. So great work by the Gloucestershire bowlers as Finch drives up to mid-off. It's fielded by Joe Leach, and there's no run, but it's a win for Gloucestershire against Northamptonshire there. Northamptonshire unable to hold out. So not that many games live at the moment. Hampshire 62 for 2, leading Durham by 133 there. It's they're into their second innings there. Hampshire, Durham have yet to bat a second time, so that one's looking pretty much like a draw. As we said, Nottinghamshire have beaten Lancashire by 9 wickets. Drive from Finch straight back at the bowler. Was that a chance?
No,
bump ball was it? It was a great stop by Matthew Waite. Down by his bootstraps on his follow through. It's more or less knocked him over getting his hands there. And yeah, high five with his teammate. It's his hose, is it? I was going to say hose, and I pulled out because he had a tubey grip on one arm, didn't he, before?
He's taken it off, hasn't he? He's taken it off.
Well, that's not fair, is all I can say.
It's not. He's done that to make life very difficult for you. But it is him.
Unnecessary. There we go. Surrey beat Warwickshire early on by 9 wickets as well. And of the active games this afternoon. Here is Waite bowling to Beldrummond, who gets the hand underneath that short ball. Gareth Roderick, by the way, is now keeping back to Matthew Waite. Had enough of taking bouncers, standing up to the wicket, or trying to at least. So yeah, those games have now finished. So it's just, I think it's just Hampshire Durham and this one still going this afternoon.
And that one's going the same way, isn't it? I think. Even more so.
Oh, the Hampshire Durham one.
Yeah,
Yeah, looks that. Yeah. Can't see any way that won't be a draw. But, this one has a little bit more in it, but as you said, from 36 for 3, this next ball is defended, by the way. 36 for 3 to 99 for 3 now, so 66 between these two. And more importantly, as I said, surely is the amount of overs that they've taken out of the game here. 15 and a bit now between Beldrummond and Finch. A really important partnership, but Worcestershire have bowled so well, make no mistake about it at all, to even have a chance on this final day. They've well, almost as Waite bowls to Beldrummond, and he just defends that back up the pitch to him. That explosion of effort from Matthew Waite kind of sums it up from a Worcestershire point of view, doesn't it? That's what their bowling has been like. They've strained every sinew. They've not given up on this, still haven't given up on it. But as Frank was saying, the volume from the fielding side, understandably, it's got a little bit quieter out there as they hope for that wicket that might just give them a bit of a fillip before tea. About 8 minutes to go now as Waite bowls to Beldrummond. That's a looping bouncer. Beldrummond looks to the skies. It's a no ball on height there. To be fair, Daniel Beldrummond was sort of looking over his shoulder to see where it ended up rather than if he could hit it. 100 up for Kent, and there is applause. Feels like I may be projecting. It's applause of relief from this Kent crowd at the moment, rather than any great excitement, obviously. And so, yeah, no ball on height. 2 added to the total. 101 for 3. 110 between the two sides at this point. And Daniel Bell-Drummond facing once again. Just defends that into the offside. And that'll be the end of the over. Frank's.
Will you excuse me? I just have to do a little recorded piece for
of
BBC
course.
Hereford.
Up to do an update for BBC Hereford and Worcester. And BBC Radio Kent joining for the commentaries we do across the BBC local radio network to bring you every ball online of county cricket across the summer. It's a great pleasure and privilege to do it. 101 for 3. It looks like Brett D'Oliveira, the Worcestershire captain, is bringing himself into the attack at the pavilion end, ringing the changes, hoping perhaps spin will break the concentration of these two at the crease at the moment. Bell-Drummond 34, Finch has 20. 101 for 3, Kent here. A little bit grey overhead, but with the clouds, but sun peeking through every now and then, so it's bright enough, no need for the floodlights, although they have been extended, I notice, but not come on as yet. Here's D'Oliveira to Finch on the back foot. It's a decent delivery. Finch sees it off, though, into the onside. Jake Libby fields, and there's no run. Once more. Leg breaks, right arm over the wicket. On the back foot is Finch. Just driving that out to the offside boundary. Matthew Wakefield as the sun now bathing the playing surface at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. 102 for 3. D'Oliveira, full toss that one, and Danny Bell-Drummond takes no chances with it, just deflects it away neatly to square leg. And they, thinking about going for a second, there was a no from Daniel Bell-Drummond, seeing the fielder Adam Host coming on it, and as they didn't take the second run, there was a palpable from the fielding unit who really wanted them to risk it, as D'Oliveira bowls to Finch. Again, the noise going up a little bit, that interested in that one, as Finch has to play it in front of his stumps and sees it off. Back to the bowler. 103 for 3. D'Oliveira once again giving a lot of air. Full toss, and Finch doesn't play it aggressively but just runs it up to mid-off. Kashi Valley, and there's no run. Plaintive cry of a gull in the distance. Last ball of this over, 35th over, and absolutely dead batted by Finch. That is the end of the over, and Worcestershire, actually looking at the over rate, are just a little bit behind, 2 overs behind at the moment, so that might be Brett D'Oliveira's thinking, in addition to changing things up, bringing spin on, maybe just to make sure they keep up with the over rate here. 103 for 3, Bell-Drummond 35, Finch has 21. And change at the far end. It is, it's going to be Jake Libby at the far end. Not seen him bowl as yet in this match. I should say I haven't.
Bowled 1 over, I think, in the first innings.
There we
Bit of slow stuff. Doesn't do a lot with it. Tidy, but doesn't spin it very much. Kind of coaches off spinners, I always call it. Sort of thing I used to roll down a succession of batsmen over the years. Just nice and easy. But he's tidy. Might just sneak one through, you never know. Comes in now from the Nackington Road end, and Bell-Drummond just leans forward and pushes it up to mid-on. Bell-Drummond, a model of concentration in this innings. Hasn't really done a lot wrong. Waits now. Libby pushes this one through, and he just has all the time in the world to tuck it away off his pads down to long leg where Cashew fields. 104 for 3. The wicket takers in this innings: Holder with the first one, and since lunch Gibbon and Smith. And Libby now in again and bowls, and forward comes Finch and pushes up to mid-off. I think Worcestershire's thoughts will now be turning to their return journey tonight as Libby comes in again and bowls, and forward comes Finch and pushes this to mid-wicket. And if they come out after tea and they don't get anything in the first few minutes, I think
I was going to ask that.
be starting to think about what time they decide to call it all off, I think. As Libby bowls, and this one is turned away on the onside by Finch. 10-5, I think.
Well, is the earliest, as long as there is an innings to come, isn't it? So, and that would be inevitable at this point, surely. Yeah.
Libby again in, bowls, and that's worked away on the onside by Finch, straight to Smith, who fields, and then it immediately jogs off with the ball. Busy, wants to get the next over out of the way. D'Oliveira runs in quickly. I think they're probably also now just thinking about the over.
Yeah, I just mentioned that actually. Yeah, they're 2 below at the moment.
Yeah,
so
they'll want to change that before the end, won't they?
I'd imagine there'll be mitigating factors. There have been a couple of breaks, haven't there, for players being
the
hit.
helmet thing.
Yeah, absolutely, which takes a few minutes out, so they may be allowed some leeway. But yeah, Brett Oliveira into position very early. Again, keeps low, but so slow this pitch that Belldrummond has time to think about that shot into the offside. There's no run as it's stopped at cover by Adam Hose. There's a slip and a man shortish on the offside, a shortish mid-off, you might say, 2 cut strips away. This one's defended in the onside is Jason Holder. It's a Rob Jones with the pads on, who's the slip at the moment. And it's pushed into the onside by Belldrummond. I wonder actually, because Jones has the pads on, maybe that's why he's been fielding at slip and Holder hasn't.
Yeah.
In that they can bring him out with the helmet at any time now, but doesn't mean he doesn't have to change out of them if he's going to field in the outfield. Oh, keeps really low. And Daniel Belldrummond has dug that one out. Well, there we go. I was saying, previous delivery or but one saying keeps low, but it doesn't matter because it's not fast enough. That shot, and Daniel Belldrummond, he's done a great job again. He's taken the bottom hand off it, I think, as he's just deflected that away. But this one, he reaches right forward to make sure it doesn't bounce in that spot. Well, there we go. That's a game of cricket for you. One ball like that could change the afternoon's complexion, but Belldrummond survives. Ball to go until tea. It's D'Oliveira attacked by Daniel Belldrummond, but all on the way along the ground. And I think that will be tea here. It's a maiden by Brett D'Oliveira, and it will indeed. They'll go in then with Kent 104 for 3 here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. They are still 107 behind Worcestershire. Worcestershire looking for wickets. They did a really good job just before lunch and just after. Zach Crawley edging behind to Roderick off the bowling of Jason Holder, gone for 10. Ben Compton, a strangle down the leg side, caught by Roderick off the bowling of Ben Gibbon for 11. And then just a few overs later, Joe Denley, LBW, to the excellent Nathan Smith. But they have tried and tried and tried to make more breakthroughs before tea, and it hasn't happened for Worcestershire. Harry Finch on 21, Daniel Belldrummond on 36 have combined so far for 68 runs, the partnership. But most importantly, as I was saying before, like a broken record, 19 overs they've been together, these two, taking time out of the game. Worcestershire will still have 37 overs available to them if they want to press for victory after tea. As you were saying, Frank, it seems very likely they'll have a look at a few overs after tea, and probably the first 20 minutes, half an hour will pretty much settle where they go from there.
And then I reckon what you'll see is spinners whizzing through a few overs just to make sure the over rate's sorted. And then I expect the captains will have a little chat even now during the tea break and think, well, you know, if nothing much has happened, then 10-5.
Philip's actually right on this, and
rev up the bus.
It would be 5 o'clock because
okay.
Kent couldn't declare at 10-5 because they'd still be behind. So, which will make it, that makes logical sense.
Of course, yeah, because they'd lose.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I led Frank into that one by saying it would 10-5. But Philip,
well, will they
right.
still be behind then? Yeah, they will, won't they?
Quite possibly,
unless they've really fed a few.
But you can usually tell, can't you? Things go on the slow down. The spinners will come on if that happens. But from a Worcestershire point of view, they've done it before. A couple of quick wickets after tea with the bowlers perhaps refreshed.
Yeah, and then a silly run out or something, a hat trick, or Yeah, of course.
It's the way that cricket works.
It does.
Only Worcestershire can win this game. Kent hoping to bat it out for a draw. 104 for 3 at tea. We'll be back in 20 minutes. Thanks for listening so far. And welcome back to the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. And Worcestershire showing that great team spirit they have throughout this game. Jason Holder actually sprinted onto the pitch to lead the fielders out. And a bit of a huddle before they came out. 104 for 3. Kent, it's Finch and Bell Drummond retaking their places in the middle. And just discussing with a few Kent supporters in the break how Worcestershire have bowled, and a couple of sages there reiterating the thought I had yesterday about the variation they have in this attack. And one saying, I don't think it's any disrespect to Worcestershire, I think that the bookies had both these teams in the bottom two, most of them, the championship, that they don't look like that side. They've obviously played really well, and you can understand the balance of the side as well. Boy, they have held their own in the opening part of the county championship. 104 for 3. These bowlers, who, as much as mentally I'm sure they're very, very strong, will be tiring. It's going to be Ben Gibbon to bowl from the Nackington Road end to start the final session of the final day. 37 overs available. Can't see Worcestershire bowling more than that, but they've got these 37 overs to try and take 7 remaining wickets. And Gibbon doesn't need any second invitation, running down the slight slope now to Harry Finch right behind that. Again, batter on 21, Bell Drummond has 36. The pair of them have put on 68 so far from 36 for 3 when Kent really did look in trouble, and Worcestershire had their tails up when Joe Denley went then. But laughter around this this fielding team, who just showed, and perhaps understandably given the couple of weeks the club of Worcestershire have had, a real close bond. This is wide from Gibbon. That's a rare wide one from a Worcestershire bowler, and it's carved away by Finch, who'll come back for 2. Haven't quite timed it. They'll come back for 3. 107 for 3 that'll be. And moving to score on the final day. So tier day 4 they were up 104 for 3. I'm going to update our BBC Radio listeners as well. So Finch moving on to 24. Bell Drummond facing now, and he's found the same area actually, just outside the off stump, deflecting it away for 4. Better time than Harry Finch's shot, piercing the field, and that really is showing the benign nature of this pitch at times, as it's just sat up really for Daniel Bell Drummond to push away for a boundary. I think we're hearing the BBC Radio Surrey news in the background there. An update for BBC radio listeners across the area, across the southeast. It's a Finch effort ball there around the wicket, the left armour to Daniel Bell Drummond, but seen into the offside, and there's no run. Single slip in, and it's Rob Jones is where is he? 3rd slip, I'd say. A bit divorced from Gareth Roderick. Otherwise, no close fielders around Daniel Bell Drummond. Ben Gibbon trying to make things happen here. Back into road end. Ball into Daniel Bell Drummond. Again, closes the face on that, as he is wont to do, playing late across his front pad, and it's fielded by Kashi Valley, and it's a single. 8 off the overs so far. The runs don't really make any difference for Kent at the moment, or for Worcestershire, but the deficit now down to 99. Kent 112 for 3. This partnership's been important to them. Important to Jack Leaning probably as well, that he doesn't have to bat again quite so soon, having stayed at the crease for 9.5 hours, nearly 9.75 hours. Gibbon bowls to Finch. Finch driving up to the man at short mid-on. Matthew Waite, there's no run, and we did say, Frank Watson was saying
at least, and I concurred, because he knows a lot better than I do. First 20 minutes, half an hour will be vital for Worcestershire, I think, here, if they think this is going to be a contest for another 35 overs. Whether they can get early breakthroughs here, and whether it's worth flogging their bowlers who have already bowled a lot of overs, and more than 1,000 balls, we know.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be much of that going on. Brett D'Oliveira is going to have a bowler. I noticed one or two of the occasional bowlers having a little warm-up during the tea interval.
It may well be that way.
Hint of something we're going to see. Have you got an update?
Indeed, update coming for listeners across the southeast. What we asked Kent to do from their point of view is to hold out and keep their wickets intact, and at the moment that's working for them. Coming out just after tea, 112 for 3. It's Daniel Bell-Drummond and Harry Finch who put on 70 between them for the 4th wicket. Really important as well, because it's the only team that can win this game on the final day is Worcestershire. Kent bowled out for 407, still 211 behind Worcestershire's first innings total. They then lost 3 quick wickets, and the Collywobbles were appearing at Canterbury. Fans getting nervous as Crawley went for 10, Compton for 11 and Denley for 10, but Bell-Drummond with 41 and Finch 24 have since steadied the ship. It's a Herculean effort for Worcestershire to try and win this one, as they've bowled long and hard, 140 odd overs in the first innings. Jack Leaning himself the hero for Kent in this game so far, 179 not out in the first innings, batting for more than 9.5 hours. He hasn't had to put his pads on in the second innings. He'll be quite happy to take a well-earned rest, and he will contribute very much if Kent manage to draw this game as well. 34 and a bit overs possible for Worcestershire to try and win this game. Kent hoping to keep wickets intact to draw it earlier on at Surrey, eased to victory against Warwickshire at the Oval by 9 wickets. This is the one game remaining in the first division of the County Championship, and commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app.
Brett D'Oliveira about to complete a maiden from the pavilion end, even though he finishes it with a big full toss, because Bell-Drummond drives it straight to Kashif Ali at mid-off, and it is a maiden. So 2 overs since tea. Brett D'Oliveira 3 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 2. His figures. I think Worcestershire will, as you say, Matt, they'll pursue the victory for a few more overs, but I think realistically they'll be just making sure they get that over rate up. It's -1 on the board at the moment. Now, I might whiz through a few overs to change that before well, it looks inevitable, doesn't it, the draw?
Yeah, it feels like it, certainly. Given round the wicket to Finch, straight back at the bowler, and there is no run. So yeah, that 9 wicket victory completed by Notts over Lancashire, despite Matty Hurst's maiden first-class century. And oh, it is. So yeah, we are the only game going, I think, in the Championship into 2 divisions now, because Hampshire drew with Durham. There's bad light ending play at the Utilita Bowl. Round the wicket comes Gibbon to Finch. Light actually improving here through the afternoon. It was very grey just after lunch. Single for Finch behind square.
We would be the furthest east, wouldn't we? I think of any
Yes,
game.
good point.
It's probably the meteorological factor which is most relevant.
Yeah.
So Northampton, is that finished as well then?
Yes, the Northampton. So it's a bit of a collapse. 266 for 4. They were 301 all out, beaten by Gloucestershire. So yeah, did lose some quick wickets late on. Gibbon round the wicket to Bell-Drummond. Oh, it's a great delivery. Delicious, leaves him through to the wicket keeper. He's not got anything on it. I don't think Gareth Roderick can quite believe it. He's still hanging on to the ball, clutching it close to his chest.
He'll bowl a lot worse than he has in this game, Ben Gibbon, and pick up 3 fors, I think. Been really unlucky, hasn't he?
I have to say, the body position that Daniel Bell-Drummond ended up in, trying to clip this into the onside, I think, shows just how deceived he was. Great delivery, considering, to put it in your phraseology, I think, almost no horizontal movement available to the bowlers. That was a brilliant delivery. This one's wide of the off stump at left by Daniel Bell-Drummond. 113 for 3. We've just seen the odd delivery, haven't we? And that owed enormously to the bowler's skill. But we saw one from Cashy Valley, didn't we, which was saying how dead the pitch was, then suddenly one shot low.
Ben Debenham, the umpire, is just telling his colleague that he is given an official warning, I think, to Gibbon for running on.
Gotcha.
Some umpires are more vigilant than others. Ben Debenham is the most vigilant in my experience.
Gibbon bowls now to Bell Drummond, just opens the face. Shout from Harry Finch at the far end, batting. A definite no. He's now having a chat with... I don't see who that is. I was going to say Adam Hose, but I'm just picking everyone out. It's Adam Hose at the moment.
It's, I think it's Matthew
It's
Wake.
his Wake, actually, yeah, sorry. He needs to turn more shoulder on.
He needs to move so you can see the way he moves. That's what
Indeed.
Yeah.
See, he looks taller and looks slightly taller and slimmer
They're
sideways
talking
on
about the pitch, I think.
I really do. Yeah, discussing it. They're more or less side by side at that far end at the moment. Oh, great delivery!
Oh, he's got his wicket
from
now.
Gibbon, and that's taken the off stump out of the ground.
Turned him round. That's
a
beauty, isn't
an absolute beauty. He's bowled 2 of that in the over, and this game ain't dead quite yet. As Daniel Bell Drummond goes, looked all sorts of assured before the tea interval, and that one has shaped away from him as well. It's taken the top of off stump, and yeah, we are not done here at Canterbury just yet. 113 for 4. Bell Drummond goes for 41.
Yeah, just when you think that we're sort of done with the drama, Gibbon gets the wicket that he has richly deserved. Well, it's his second, but he's richly deserved some success in this game. And he's now got 2 for 25. It's 113 for 4 in the 41st over. And, well, the 40th over just concluded, actually. So what have we got? Possible 33 left in the day as Joey Everson comes out to join Harry Finch. Couple of youngsters then at the crease. Worcestershire might think if we can just sneak another one out. Well, I'm sure they will just think if we can sneak another one out. Sun's out, there'll be a little bit of noise again, and the game is just on again. Obviously Leaning is still there, the man who batted throughout most of the first innings. He could still come in, but different situation altogether. And Worcestershire energised by that breakthrough from Ben Gibbon. And Brett D'Oliveira will bowl to Finch. Just a little bit of pressure on these two now, you think. Finch will be thinking, don't want to give it away. Everson new to the crease. Worcestershire will be thinking, who knows. One slip. Brett D'Oliveira over the wicket from the pavilion end. Bowls full of length, thrown up in the air and pushed out on the offside by Finch. 25 not out off 61 balls. Here's D'Oliveira again, he's in. Balls to him, and that's a little bit shorter, and he's on the back foot, driving out on the offside, and no run this time. D'Oliveira again is in and bowls a little bit shorter again, and Finch gives himself a bit of room on the back foot, drives out into the covers. 113 for 4. D'Oliveira again in, bowls. Finch is forward. Just lets this one hit the bat, and it drops down on the onside. Roderick comes from behind the stumps to field. Getting through his overs quickly, D'Oliveira. They still want to get this over rate up. Worcestershire still showing -1 on the board as D'Oliveira floats this one up, and it's driven by Finch through the hands of the man at short extra cover, who is Adam Hose, fielded by Kashif behind him. They take a single, so Everson is on strike first ball. I can think of a lot of leg spinners I played with over the years who would always bowl a googly first ball at a new man, especially a left-hander, but maybe somebody who couldn't pick it D'Oliveira doesn't. Bowls a leg break and Everson just pushes it out on the offside end of the over. 1 run from it, 114 for 4. 32 minimum left in the day. And Ben Gibbon to continue, having just picked up that wicket of Bell Drummond. Be hoping he can produce something of similar quality as he comes down the hill now to bowl to Harry Finch.
Yeah, just when you thought we were done. They come roaring back with that wicket from Ben Gibbon. Finding life out of the pitch and movement as well, which is, to say, enormously to his credit. Gibbon round the wicket then to Finch. Finch, and it's into the onside, fielded by D'Oliveira. So just the one slip, and it's Rob Jones at a third slip position. Jake Libby is at backward point. There's cover. Mid-off. Then short mid-on. It's Matthew Waite. Joe Leach is at a very wide mid-on. There's an orthodox mid-wicket. Kashi Valley, deep square leg. There's Gibbon bowls here. Up on his toes is Finch. That's a good-looking shot. And that'll go through the offside for 4. Again, timing's been really difficult on this surface, but he's got enough force behind that to drive it away for 4 runs. Also missed the man at deep fine leg. That's Nathan Smith. I wonder if he'll still have a bowl in this. Maybe he wouldn't have done if there hadn't been a wicket so far, but
I was thinking exactly the same, Matt. That, you know, if they get another 1 or 2, just chuck him the ball for one more last burst.
Maybe even just 3-4 overs to see what he can do. As Gibbon comes round the wicket to Finch. It's just a roll of the wrists as Leach fields. And almost comically runs entirely around the ball. Didn't quite pick it up cleanly. And there's no run. And just a glorious scene again as the sun breaks through the cloud, and maybe, same before, maybe that was reflecting on Kent's batting and how calm they were, but maybe it'll be more the sun shining on Worcestershire for perhaps an unlikely victory here. As Gibbon bowls to Finch, takes the outside part of the bat, and Libby at backward point. Just seems to be getting something out of this pitch. I mean, he's bowled he's bowled well all the way through, Gibbon, but given the ball's 41 overs old already, Ben Gibbon is getting it to talk a little bit off the surface. 40 bowl in the first innings, 21 overs in the first innings, not had much of a break to come back for the second innings, and he's into his 8th over here. They should take enormous pride out of this, Worcestershire. I hope they will. Whatever happens, drive by Finch up to mid-off. And as you were saying, Frank, and of course your mind turns at more than at times back to what's happened in the last couple of weeks for Worcestershire. That getting through this game psychologically will be a massive thing for these players, but they've turned it, those circumstances, I guess, into an intense camaraderie, I think, which is huge to their credit.
I think they have.
Made it competitive as well. Given around the wicket to Finch and defended back at the bowl, and there's no run. I hope no one thinks I'm being glib about that. No, it's just really shown in the way they've played their cricket as well.
118 for 4. Yeah, I'm really conscious, and I mean this genuinely, and I hope people that are listening understand. I'm sure they will. That, you know, I'm always conscious that when I commentate on Worcestershire that I don't want to come across as too parochial and too sort of biased, if you like, too one-eyed. I try really, really hard not to do that. And equally, you know, when something happens like has happened in the last couple of weeks, there's break off as D'Oliveira bowls. Oh, googly, I think, and he didn't pick it, I don't think. Everson just got an inside edge and it's gone down behind on the leg side. Really good bit of bowling. Everson gets a single, goes off the mark. Equally, you know, feel quite close to the group, and I have great admiration for them, and I don't want to let that colour judgments and so on, but break off as D'Oliveira bowls and Finch's forward. But I know how desperately devastated they were as a group by the news of Josh Baker's passing, which is still less than 2 weeks away. D'Oliveira bowls quicker, flatter, pushed back off the back foot. And I've said lots of times during this game, nobody quite knew what was going to happen and all the rest of it, but it's been a phenomenal effort, I think. D'Oliveira bowls, driven by Finch, no run. It'll be a draw, I still think that, almost inevitably, but given where they were a week ago and what's happened and the way they've come through this game, it's D'Oliveira again bowls, Finch defends. It is somebody uses the word monumental, I think, one of the coaching staff, and that's what I don't think that's overestimating. I think it's been tremendous. And D'Oliveira bowls again, and Finch drives up to mid-on. Smithfield's no run, end of the over, 119 for 4, and 29 overs left in the day nominally. Last word on this, even were it not for those circumstances, this would have been a good performance. Yeah. And you would have said they've come in, they've performed well, they're newly promoted, blah blah blah. But given everything else, it's one I will never forget, and I genuinely mean that. I think it's been an absolute credit to each individual, to the coaching staff, to the club as a whole, and I feel very proud to be associated with Worcestershire at this moment, at this time in this season, and I hope that's not too sort of emotional and to get carried away, but it's absolutely how I feel. And they've been a credit to the club and to the badge and to Josh, to the memory of Josh, I think.
Beautifully put. He's been given their bowling to Joey Everson, just facing his third ball of this second innings, and gets well forward. Jason Holder fields at mid-off, and there's no run. So still just a ball shy of 30 overs available. Should they want them or need them for the victory here? Worcestershire, Daniel Bell-Drummond departing. Ben Gibbon getting something out of this pitch and this ball. I'm not quite sure how, but just great bowling. This one again from Everson is driven into the offside. There's no run. 119 for 4 here. No one's much moving. It's been a bit of a sparse crowd today for Kent, but no one's leaving this contest right now. This is down the leg side. You're not the travelling Worcestershire supporters. I think it's just possible they get themselves a win here. Rob Jones has personally delivered that ball. Almost a little scamper from slip up to his captain, Brett D'Oliveira. I don't know if he's
suggesting something.
Some knowledge, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think that can be the only reason for him making sure he get close to his skip. Although field hasn't changed, he's just seen something though. 119 for 4. The intel from the first slip position. Everson leans forward. Pushes that into the onto the onside. No run.
It's one of those situations, isn't it, where when you read about cricket and you read about great games and everything else, you hear about, and the game was drifting to a conclusion and somebody got a hat trick or something like that, and you just look and you just think, could it be one of that? That's what it needs, isn't it? It needs something. Somebody's got to do something extraordinary. Could happen.
Round the wicket comes Gibbon once again. Everson, forward defensive, out towards Jason Holder. At mid-off. Back to Everson's first innings, 27. Again, took time out of the game in a partnership.
Played well, actually.
Yeah, a 50 partnership with Jack Leaning, who was there, it feels like, for a week or so, but again, those important partnerships, or could be in the context of it. 50 with Finch, 50 with Everson, 97 just off 100 with Swanepoel as well. As this one's just a little bit back of a length from Gibbon, trying that, but seen off his chest by Everson. A maiden over in laps is 2:4.92, but just over to Daniel Bell Drummond. He got one which turned him around, didn't we? I thought, well, that's an extraordinary delivery. And the next, I think it was two balls later, wasn't it? Yeah, absolutely right. It's taken his off pole, and not sure where it came from, but Ben Gibbon was saying this estimable Worcestershire lineup.
I suppose going back to my point about Gibbon bowling round the wicket and not getting the LBWs delivered from wide, by the same token, it only needs to just hold up a little bit for the batsman to be playing inside it. Only doesn't need to be much, just a little fraction, and the batsman's going to be playing for the ball coming into him, and it's just enough to beat the edge. As D'Oliveira throws that up in the air, and Finch drives it on the offside, and it's fielded at short extra by Adam Hose. D'Oliveira again is in, he bowls shorter, wider, totally ignored by Finch, taken by Roderick. Helicopter going across the far distance, quite a busy line of helicopters over the last few days in that direction. D'Oliveira bowls, and this is cut away for a single by Finch.
It's be that Tom Cruise.
Wait is the fielder.
Is it?
Out there.
He's always in his copter around the southeast, I think.
But there've been quite a few going along there. There must be a sort of little channel somewhere, a little pad somewhere, I suppose, that, or maybe it's just the same person going backwards and forwards to work or something. D'Oliveira bowls. This one hurries on, and it's played off the back foot by Joey Everson out into the covers.
Definitely be cheaper to get a ticket, wouldn't it? I think it'd be quite pricey just to hover over here for an hour or so. But
D'Oliveira bowls again, and forward comes Everson, studiously, watchfully, pushes out on the offside. D'Oliveira whizzing through these overs. Over rate hasn't changed on the board. I mentioned it to the scorer.
No, they got it down to -1 now. So yeah, just nudging over.
D'Oliveira's in and bowls, and that one, on the back foot, Everson. Oohs and ahs. If he'd have missed that, they'd have been shouting, but he didn't. Got plenty of bat on it, pushed away on the onside. And there's no run, so that's the end of the over. 120 for 4. Finch has 31. Everson has 1. D'Oliveira 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 5. Worcestershire have 5 bonus points to Kent's 2. So if it is a draw, it'll be 13-10 in Worcestershire's favour. Deficit is still 91. Gibbon will continue.
Yeah, 120 for 4. And there's been a back and forth on the press chat about when the two sides could shake hands. But I think that might be a little bit more academic now. Worcestershire will push on, but I think we're settling on 5 o'clock. Here's Gibbon round the wicket, cut into the floor by Finch. That's a good stop by Rob Jones, who ends up prone on his back there, having stopped the ball really well. Reaction stop at slip. No chance for a catch, but he's helped up graciously by Gareth Roderick, who, as we were saying, I mean, Jack Leaning spending 9.5 hours at the crease, but Gareth Roderick, was he 5-6 hours at bat, and then has kept for 190, going near 200 overs. That's gone through Joe Leach. Look, he got the barrier behind it, but actually gone through him, and it'll be a couple of runs for Harry Finch in the end. He moves on to 33. Everton has 122 for 4. So, when we're talking about marathons out there on the pitch, Gareth Roderick has had to studiously watch every ball as wicket-keeper, as well as that century. And Gibbon straining everything round the wicket now to Harry Finch. One bounce to Matthew Waite. He's just got his left foot on the pitch there. Certainly shouldn't be doing that when he's when he's crouching, waiting for it at short mid wicket, short mid on, should he? But I don't think he has. But just obviously fielding it there.
There's a lot of tired legs out there.
Yeah.
They could when Joe Leach missed that one there, and Matthew Waite fielded that, and he's just done a few stretches. They've all been through it out there, those Worcestershire bowlers. Adam Hose practicing his forward defensives at extra cover.
Round the wicket comes Gibbon to Finch. That's a shot through extra cover. Extra cover drive. Jason Holder's after it. He won't stop it.
Oh,
Actually, it just was
just hit the rope.
Struggling to get the rope.
Out there, the
I was going to say,
just willing it onto the rope so that Holder didn't have to pick it up and throw it in. Just reached. I was just going to say one more final thing about this effort, you know, and getting all romantic about it, but they talk about the tightness of teams and travelling the country and staying together and all the rest of it. I also think it's performances like this.
As Gibbon bowls to Finch, clipped off his pads, glanced down to fine leg. That'll be a single,
which may not be wins. You know, it was a no ball as well. Performances like this that may not be wins and may not be, you know, hugely significant in terms of the table and everything else, but a performance that has tested the resources, tested the will in all sorts of ways. That's what really brings teams together, I think, and creates team spirit.
It's Gibbon, 2 balls left this over now, with that no ball shaped away from Joey Everson pushing forward. But, inside the line of it, through to wicket keeper Gareth Roderick. More encouragement for Ben Gibbon. See, my comment has been picked up. Oh, there we are, naming lights on the BBC text feed. There we are.
You've been quoted.
I was saying Worcestershire supporters will think they've got a chance of a win. Oh dear, it's gone down badly.
How was it?
6 thumbs up, 9 thumbs down.
Oh no!
There we go.
From Kent fans, presumably.
Well, I don't know. Am I wrong? There's still a possibility for Worcestershire here.
Wicket. They need a wicket in the next few minutes.
Absolutely, but Ben Gibbon keeping them in with a chance, driven by Everson. I think he was looking through the covers. It's gone backward a square, but all on the ground to Jake Libby. End of the over, 129 for 4. That's immediate customer feedback, that, isn't it? You get 9 thumbs down. I'm going to go into some sort of decline now.
Yeah.
The boss will be on the phone.
You get called in for a meeting. What are you going to do about these thumbs down?
8 thumbs up, 10 thumbs down. Oh, goodness me. My boss will be on the phone. What on earth are you talking about? We need more thumbs up.
End of the over, 129 for 4. John Curtis just informing me that if it's a draw, Worcestershire will be 7th on 58 and Kent will be 8th on 56. I don't think anybody will be too disappointed with that. As D'Oliveira bowls really slowly outside the off stump and left alone by Finch.
Yeah, bottom 2, Hampshire on 44, Lancashire 31.
Yeah. I mean, the truth is, as D'Oliveira comes in and bowls again and Finch is whacking this off the back foot straight to Hose at short extra. The truth is that if you're going to get up into the top 4 or 5, you've got to win games in this division. Wins are hard to come by. D'Oliveira bowls in the block hole. Finch drives up to mid-on. Smithfield. Wins are hard to come by, especially for the lesser, smaller, newly promoted, less resourced counties. D'Oliveira again in bowls, driven by Finch into the covers, well fielded by Gibbon.
And Worcestershire's next 2 games, you said,
Tough,
were at Surrey, of
Surrey
course,
away
and then
Notts at home.
Notts, yeah.
D'Oliveira bowls and on the back foot. Finch is punching away on the onside. Gibbon fields. Wins
at first and fourth,
yeah,
and I think Kent are playing Somerset and Essex, who are 2nd and 3rd in the next 2 games. So yeah,
and Essex, as I say, the team that I think probably most overachieve. D'Oliveira bowls, Finch drives, and they take a single. It's Everson actually, not Finch. Gets his 2nd run, and that is the end of the over. 131 for 4. 26 overs left in the day. I say Essex overachieved, that's my opinion. I think they're a county that have got it right in terms of they punch above their weight, in the sense I feel that you look at them on paper and obviously they've got some very fine players, but you think that they actually, for want of a better phrase, produce performances that suggest they're greater than the sum of their parts.
Yeah.
And I think that's brilliant, and it's the sort of thing we've seen in football terms. Seen Luton Town doing this year. I know they're probably not going to escape Burnley, I know they're going down, but teams that look on paper as though they're going to really struggle, and they actually do more than that.
Yeah, maybe a Brentford.
Yeah, Brentford definitely.
Really held their own.
Brentford for a good while, yeah. Bournemouth be another one, I think. Wolves to some extent this year, given the changes they had pre-season. Anyway, let's not get into that. Matthew Waite from the Nackington Road.
Yeah, he'll bowl to Joey Everson now. It's an off drive fielded by Jason Holder at mid-off, and I think we were talking during tea about this, weren't we? And Daniel Bell-Drummond had said before the season started, and I said, realistically, look, let's not, I know you'll want to win the county championship, but what's realistic? And he said, look at what Essex do. Is there a model of what maybe not one of the big spending counties can do? And perhaps we need to try and emulate a team like them who are up in the top reaches of the county championship with a chance at the championship. Let's see what we can do. Everson back to Matthew Waite. Slow ball this one and push back to the bottom. There's no run.
Yeah. Well, there's mutual respect, I think, around the counties for certain teams and players, and they don't see it necessarily a lot differently from us. Oliveira just calling for the helmet and shin pads.
That's Waite to Everson.
So they've not stopped trying yet.
Defended that. That's a fantastic keepy uppy by the Worcestershire captain, Brett Oliver. He's got good feet.
Yeah, he's not bad. He's little lad. I hope Amy and Brett won't mind me mentioning this, but his little lad, Gabriel, he's a cracking little cricketer. I think he's only 6. I mean, he ought to be, hadn't he? But he goes to the same little football class as my grandson on a Sunday morning, and I've been along. They're in different groups, but he's a good little footballer as well. He really is.
Might have a choice to make later. It's effort ball from Waite,
and I think
seen off by Everson. Defended it.
I think I'm right in saying he played his first game on Sunday for the Worcester City under 7s or something like that. But this is Brett's son, not my grandson, and he did pretty well, I think. The only bad thing is he's a Chelsea fan, but you can't have everything. But he is a super little cricketer. He really is. There come the pads and the helmet. Yeah. Ethan Brooks bringing them out. They've not given up.
It's Waite to Everson. That is a whisker away, not only from the outside edge, but I would say the off stump as well, as Gareth Roderick's taken that down the leg side.
Yeah, kept low as well. Yeah. And he needs a couple of those. He's suddenly got a game on again. 25 overs left after this. If this was a club game, you'd still be really fancying it, wouldn't you? 25 overs to get 6 wickets, you'd say, come on, we can do this. It's just the tiredness. Everyone. Waite, when he walks back to his mark, really does look, or maybe I'm imagining it, but he does look tired, stiff.
Ball outside the off stump. Yeah, I think his follow through kind of betrays that, doesn't it? It almost just on tender feet. It feels like that. He's just.
Is it they appear? You feel looking at them. When you've 10 overs, 3 maidens, by the way, for Matthew Waite. Now that was a maiden. 10 overs, 3 maidens. None for 26. If you've been for a long walk, like 10 miles, or you've climbed a hill or mountain or whatever, or if you're listening and you don't do that anymore, maybe you can remember. But that the end of the day, you sit down, you have a cup of tea or something, and you get up and you think, whoa, you feel a bit stiff. They're like that, aren't they? These guys walking around, the seamers. Gibbon probably less than the others because he's a little bit younger and a little bit more flexible, I think, and he hasn't played as much cricket this year. But the rest of them are. Anyway, we've got Kashif going in under the helmet now, short leg on the leg side, and a slip in as D'Oliveira comes round the wicket and bowls, and that's left alone by Finch outside the off stump. He's played well here, Finch, I think, quietly. We haven't possibly given him sufficient credit. He's been very solid in both innings. D'Oliveira bowls again, and he's just letting it hit the bat, just leans forward defensive and doesn't push at it, just very soft hands, lets it hit the bat, just drops down in front of him, making sure he doesn't pop a little catch off to Kashif Ali at short leg. D'Oliveira again is in, bowls, and even more certain that he isn't going to give a catch, he just kicks this one, just lets it hit him on the pad. Nathan Smith clapping, I'm sure you can hear him on our effects mic. Yep. Mid on, and short leg going across to Silly Point as D'Oliveira bowls, and ooh, that's well bowled actually, given that field change, because he makes him play, pitches him out middle and leg, and he's just forward, Finch, and drops out on the offside. D'Oliveira again, round the wicket, bowls, leg stump again, kicked away again. Not good, because don't want to waste any deliveries at this stage. 24 overs left after this ball. And D'Oliveira's in bowls, and that's better. Pitched about leg again, and he had to play it. And that's the one he wants to bowl if he's going to get a little bat pad to short leg, or to Silly Point. Didn't manage it. Second maiden on the trot. 8 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 7. D'Oliveira's miserly figures. Worcestershire with weight coming in from the Nackington Road end, seeking to reignite this little faint hope of a win. Still need 6 wickets. Sun's out again, a bit breezier, a bit cooler than it was before. Need to take a wicket fairly quickly if they're going to have a chance.
Imagine Gareth Roderick's just taking the wicket-keeping helmet off, probably quite glad of that. Just ease the... Oh, that's a good ball from Waite as well. And kept low from Everson,
Passing
just reaching outside the off stump.
frequently now than it had for ages.
Absolutely right, yeah. Again, you can see Everson have to reach down for that almost. It's just lower than he expects, but not troubling the off stump. There's another helicopter going past, is that right? Or the same one?
Hear it.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Matthew Waite turns at the Nackington Road end. Taking a pretty short run up here. Working up a decent pace and beating the bat a couple of times as well. Everson, oh, he's beaten it again. And that's got some lift, and you can hear the...
He's angry, isn't he?
Yeah, the explosion of frustration from Waite that's not taken the outside edge, because he's beaten the bat once again. So twice in this over from the other 2 balls that we've had. 131 for 4.
You've flown much in a helicopter? No.
Never have, no. Sounds exciting.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be against it.
It worries me.
Waite to Everson. And he does get bat on this one, right behind it, no run.
I've never done it. I've been sort of alongside helicopters when they've taken off and landed and that kind of thing, but I've never actually flown in one. But they worry me so much because there's only one engine.
Right.
I always think, you know,
yeah.
if it goes, and it
Yeah.
does, and that's what happens, isn't it? Inevitably, there is a disaster. It seems to me. You know, you can't kind of get down on a reserve engine or something like that, and that would always be a worry for me, I think.
It's beaten the outside edge once again.
Goodness.
What you will say for Everson, he's well inside the line of that, but it's gone through the wicketkeeper, who takes it in front of Rob Jones, the slip.
Yeah, you know, and I mean, there have been some high-profile horrors, haven't there? Particularly such as that one at Leicester City. But I just think, I look at them and I think it looks fantastic, and people tell me how safe they are and everything else. But just there's nothing to save you, is there? If it goes wrong, really. Whereas at least in an aeroplane, you think, well, you've got another engine that you can cope with. Well, not in all aeroplanes, I suppose. I don't know enough about it. I'm probably talking rubbish. Somebody will contact us and tell us.
It's Waite over the wicket to Everson. shoulders, arms through the wicketkeeper. And there's no run.
It's always been a worry for me.
Yeah, I think generally any kind of travel by air, you have to not think about it too hard.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Which is easy for me. I can't think about anything too hard. So. Doesn't make the analysis great, but certainly puts my mind at ease when I'm doing these things. Wait to Everson off drive, doesn't quite time it, but it's enough to propel it up to Jason Holder. End of the over. It's another maiden from Matthew Waite as he looks.
That was a good over, though.
Yeah, it was a good over. It still looks like he's got a few pounds of lead in each boot at the moment as he walks away. 11 overs, 4 maidens, number 26. Yeah, it's certainly something you don't want to think about. Maybe in it's night time, you're doing a transatlantic fight, and then you suddenly decide to think about how unlikely and unwieldy it is to be flying many thousands of feet up in a tube. If you've got any flights coming up,
no,
I'll leave that with you.
They say, don't they, that statistically you're safer in a plane than you are in a car.
And much safer. Yeah. So good luck on your drive home this evening.
Yeah. Oliver around the wicket from the pavilion end bowls, and that one is short of a length, and Finch is on the back foot punching it up to mid-off where Hose fields and there's no run. So we've got 22 overs left after this one. Worcestershire still needs 6 wickets. D'Oliveira bowls. This one's pushed down in front of him by Finch, and there's no run. And I reckon if they made a breakthrough, we might see Smith again. D'Oliveira bowls kicked away by Finch. And Holder, of course, good bowl. Leach, possibly. But I don't think we'll see them if they don't get a breakthrough. I'd be surprised. D'Oliveira bowls, and this one's driven on the offside straight into Kashif's shin pads at Silly Point. And the reason for that is I think Worcestershire are now thinking, well, you know, our bowlers have done a huge amount of work. We've got another game coming up on Friday. Got to spare them if we can. D'Oliveira bowls. Oh, and you could almost see the doubt there as he threw that one up a little bit further outside the off stump, and Finch just, I don't know, he just didn't seem to react until late, and in the end he played at it, missed it, and it was an unconvincing attempt, and he knew. It's the first mistake he's really made for quite a while. 131 for 4, last ball of the over. D'Oliveira bowls, and he gets a single, which will annoy Worcestershire because they changed the field. They didn't want him to keep the strike, but he's kept it. He goes on to 40, the end of the over, 1 run from it. 22 overs left in the day, nominally 132 for 4. Finch 40, Everson 2. The men out in this innings: Crawley 10, Compton 11, Denley 10, and since tea, Bell Drummond for 41.
There's a bit of a conference between Harry Finch and Joey Everson. So both of them in important partnerships. Well, we'll be the judge of that perhaps at the end of the match, but what looked like important partnerships for Kent in the first innings, prolonging that first innings, which may be all important in the last degree here. 22 overs possible for Worcestershire. Matthew Waite continues. Finch has 40 from 101 balls. She had a 77 stand with Daniel Bell Drummond for the 5th wicket, and now it's the 4th wicket rather. It's on off stump, just defending that. Matthew Waite bowls him up to mid-off, and Harry Finch's career extension with Kent, if you like, or his return to first-class cricket, seems somewhat of an unlikely one, especially given that he's keeping in first-class cricket for the first season as well, the first full season this year, and he's shown incredible skill with the gloves. But play an important role here for his team. Drives this up towards Jason Holder, wide mid-off. Yeah, helicopter far end is to be buzzing the ground at the moment. Frank's got the bins out now.
Yeah,
To show,
no, I'm watching the cricket.
I was going to say, trying to work out if it's the same one or whether it's whether it's just a fleet of them. Wait, bundling in towards Finch, short ball. Finch takes it on, all the way along the ground. Decent shot, he'll get a single actually for it. Keeps it down well. There's no close fielders on the onside now, so he's got a lot of freedom to play that shot, as long as he can keep it under reasonable control. But now Everson, they're coming in for Everson. He's 2 from 26 balls so far. Well, they're just trying to put the pressure on the more recent batter here. Everson, final rounder, put under pressure here by Matthew Waite. The sun's out. It's a glorious sight here. Bowls now to Everson, leaves it outside the off stump. He's beaten the bat of Everson a few times in the previous over. And the one before that, 133 for 4 here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Hereford and Worcester, via the BBC Sport website and app.
Beautiful.
Globe with the pictures as well. It is, yeah.
Beautiful.
It's a picture.
Sun shining, temperature's gone up again. Clouds lifted.
Yeah, it was just getting a bit grey and a bit hazy just after lunch, but bright sunshine again now. Here's Waite to Everson. Everson once again defends that off the off stump. And there's no run. Matthew Waite makes a gesture out to that's Ben Gibbon just trotting out to the boundary now. So they're allowing Everson the single. They've decided to target Joey Everson, I think. I've had enough of bowling at Harry Finch, perhaps. I'm not quite sure, but a little bit of targeting for Everson coming in at 6. 2 from 28 balls so far. 2 slips in behind him as well. Oh, crikey. It's a floating full toss. That's not hit the bat, has it?
Yeah, has.
Has it?
So.
Crikey, has he
Yeah.
just clipped it?
Just
The floating full
steered
toss.
it down, yeah.
My apologies there. I lost the flight of it. Out of the back of the hand, I think. Floating full toss, and Everson has maybe deflected it low. Good take from Gareth Roderick, nonetheless. Yeah, it would have been a wide had it not hit the bat most assuredly, but... And what a strange old delivery that one was from Waite. But ends up with nothing. And 133 for 4. Another over goes past. 21 now available.
D'Oliveira will carry on, I think. He's had a chat with Roderick. Yeah, I was looking through the monocular.
Monocular.
Got here. Yeah, I have a couple of pairs of binoculars. One not so good anymore. I got a bit of a problem with one of the lenses. One very good pair that I kind of don't like taking to cricket in case I do something damage them or something, and which is a bit silly because you might as well use them if you got them. But I bought this monocular thing for football because I didn't want to lug a great big pair around in my bag. D'Oliveira bowls, pushed away by Finch. So it's basically, just imagine half of a binocular. You close one eye, you only have to focus the one eye, and it's pretty good. It's not as good as a really. I'm sure you could get very good ones. D'Oliveira bowls, pushed out on the offside. Gibbon fields. It's not like one of those spotting scopes. Imagine having one of those in the commentary box. It'd be fantastic. It wouldn't be like being out there. You could read the seam, read the name on the ball. D'Oliveira bowls, short and smashed away off the back foot for a single by Finch out to deep cover where Leach fields. But yeah, it's not bad. It's actually takes a bit of getting used to, and obviously you have to close one eye. It's like, imagine a sort of short, stubby telescope, really. But yeah, it's just occasionally things happen, like that thing with the helmet yesterday when we couldn't see why they'd stopped the play. It just helps occasionally to be able to zoom in, and it's not too big to sort of lug around. D'Oliveira again bowls. That one's a little bit shorter and a bit quicker, clipped away on the onside. Diving stop by Libby at mid-wicket. We have to carry a fair bit of kit around, so it's nice not to have too much.
Just another thing to add for me. That's all good. Like to have the eventualities covered.
D'Oliveira bowls, full toss, clipped away on the leg side. Jason Holder this time is the fielder. He's having a bit of break this afternoon, Jason Holder, from fielding in at slip. He's having a little wander around, and he's going out now into the deep to save 2, because 1 ball left in the over, and they're quite happy to give Joey Everson a single. Not that he's a bunny by any means, but they'd rather bowl at him. But he's not going to play ball. He just pushes it defensively back to D'Oliveira. It's the end of the over. So what have we got? 19 left in the day. Worcestershire still needs 6 wickets, 134 for 4. And when you think that we've had 21 wickets in the whole day, in the whole game, and Worcestershire needs 6 in the next 10 minutes. No, in the next 20 overs, it's not going to happen, is it? I don't.
Certainly no signs that they're pulling out of this game yet. They're still keeping Matthew Waite on at the far end, as long as his legs will carry him to the stumps. That's beaten the bat of Joey Everson a few times, as I said in the previous overs, so they see some hope there. They do have 20 overs to play with, should they need them. Waite bowls to Finch. Nice little nudge into the onside, that Harry Finch. Moves himself onto 43. Everson has 2, and the field comes in once again for the Kent all-rounder. Still have Jack leaning, Shwanapal, Wes Agar, Nathan Gilchrist, Matt Parkinson to come, should they need them. Kemp at 135 for 4 here. These 2 came together in the 40th over. Daniel Bell Drummond going to a peach of a delivery from Ben Gibbon, left armour, taking his off stump. But 13 overs these 2 have been together at this point, or just under. Taking time out of the game, as Frank says. Crikey, they're really crowding Joey Everson. They've decided to target him. It's almost an umbrella field just forward of square here. As drive by Everson.
Great shot.
Yeah, that'll spread them a little bit. It's an on-drive. Diving attempt by the man at mid-on, who's just, I think it's Brett D'Oliveira, is just holding that right hand now, because he's hit that very hard as Joey Everson. D'Oliveira's gone down with the right hand to try and stop it.
Flick the end of his
I was going to say,
horrible.
it's worse when it hits the end of the fingers rather than the hand, isn't it? And 3, sorry. It didn't quite make its way all the way up the slight slope from Everson, but it brings Finch back on strike. And he's just cradling that right hand still is Brett D'Oliveira, and actually there's still close fielders on the leg side. There's a mid-off, a short mid-off, 2 mid-wickets, 2 slips. There's a short mid-off, sorry, mid-on, and this is reaches Brett D'Oliveira at short mid-on. I'll go to that field again. It's a weird one. They're kind of crowding Harry Finch. They got, oh now it's going to change, but they had 2 slips. Man just forward a square on the onside, a mid-wicket, a short mid-on, a short mid-off, a shortish extra cover, point. I know it's still the same actually, because Roderick's just going to stand up to the stumps now for Matthew Waite. They're trying everything here to try and psych out Harry Finch. Waite bowls now. Keeps low. I think it's hit the wicketkeeper's pads, is it? I don't think it's hit the bat. It's come off Roderick's pads, I think. But it's a play and a miss from Finch, no doubt about that. Again, it's kept a bit low. Hit the wicketkeeper and bounced into the onside. So there's still stuff happening out there. Not very much to keep Worcestershire interested in pursuing the possibility of taking 6 wickets in the final hour or so. And this is floated up. It's a slower delivery from Matthew Waite, and I think it's taken on the full by Finch there. It's crawling towards the rope. It's not going to make it. Longest part of the ground. Kashi Valley goes after it, and again they'll get some jogging in. 3 more, 7 off the over so far. Doesn't really matter for Worcestershire. They're still 70 ahead with Kent 141 for 4. It's adding to Harry Finch's total, though 46 not out for him. I think we'll have a chat with Harry weekend point of view after this day's play, whatever happens, as is part in the match. And with Matthew Walker as well. We'll hear my respective radio stations. Reaction in the morning. Comes Waite to Everson, driven straight back at the bowler. It's a good stop. Oh, he's got halfway up the pitch. It's okay. He's been sent back by Harry Finch, and he's jogging backwards, is Joey Everson. He was very enthusiastic about that run, so much that 3 fielders were going after it at mid-off, and he was 2/3 of the way down the strip. Almost cheeked by jowl with Harry Finch, who sent him back. He wasn't interested in that at all. But no trepidation in the end, no real jeopardy in it. 141 for 4 at the end of the 54th over of this innings. Goodness me, Worcestershire bowled 149 in the first innings, 54 in this second innings. Consecutive innings, obviously. Yeah.
And the over rate's gone over the positive, into the positive, +1 now, so that's good news. And
fielding pad's coming off now. Kashi Valley's, Oh, because he's going to bowl, is he?
I think so, but they're sending them off, so they're not going to have anybody in there. I think he's going to bowl.
Rob Jones may still have his on, so
yeah, Rob Jones still got his on. Kashif is going to bowl. Bowled quite well in the first innings, picked up a couple of wickets with really nice deliveries. He bowled Wes Agar last night, and he bowled Matt Parkinson this morning. Seems like ages ago, but didn't bowl so well earlier in this innings. 4 overs, no maiden, no wicket for 13. Starts with a nice one here though, nice bit of flight, bit of dip on it, and Finch just pushes out on the offside. Come on, golden arm, somebody shouts. And Rob Jones is loosening up at slip now. Saw him bowling a little bit in the tea interval. Never seen him bowl. Kashif bowls on the back foot. Finch driving into the covers, Libby Fields, but he's really whirling the arms around now at slip. Rob Jones. Talk about dropping hints. Kashif in, bowls a bit quicker on the back foot. Finch just steers it out square on the offside for a single. 142 for 4. Of course, if you do get a real part-timer on, there's a little bit of pressure on the batsman then, because you think, I just do not want to get out to this. Kashif in, bowls to Everson, works this one away on the onside, behind square, no run. I do not want to be the bloke that when this chap retires, he says, well, I only got 1 first-class wicket, you know, and it was at Canterbury in 2024. Who do you think it was? You do not want to be the one man he got out. Kashif bowls, pushed out into the offside by Everson and fielded by Libby. Or you get him as a speaker at a cricket society in 30 years' time, and they say, and do you know that Rob Jones got 1 wicket? Kashif bowls. Googly, I think, that nicely bowled, and it just runs away off the outside edge. Deceived Everson a little bit, and they're happy about that. Worcestershire, because it means that Everson will be on strike. He's kept the strike, and they're still wanting to bowl at him. And Rob Jones is whirling his arms round. He's marking his run-up out. He's wiping his hand in the dirt at the non-striker's end, and I think he is going to have a bowl. Indeed, he is. So here's a first. 143 for 4. Whether this is some sort of tacit recognition that the bid for victory is officially over, I don't know. Or whether it means if he sneaks a wicket, the bid for victory will be suddenly reignited. But 18 overs left in the day, and Rob Jones coming on at the Nackington Road end.
2 wickets in total in his first-class career.
There you go. He likes to keep wicket as well. I think he can keep wicket a bit. He's a man of many parts.
That shouldn't be allowed. I've said it before. Shouldn't be able to bowl and keep wicket. Jones
leg breaks
over the wicket.
Oh, loopy leg.
It's something when you have to look it up. Here's Everson the offside.
Never seen him before.
I mean, leg breaks is better than right arm slow, isn't it? I have to say. I mean, that's.
I saw him bowling a few just before tea.
And bowls once again to Everson, waits patiently for this, plays it off the back foot up to mid-on. Off, mid-on, and that's
no run. There's a couple of dot balls.
Nice.
Yep.
There was a time,
Decent
wasn't there,
length,
when
and that's it,
quite a
yeah.
few,
Played back
quite
in,
a
no
few,
runs.
quite a few frontline batters bowled a few leg breaks. Ken Barrington, one of my earliest heroes. Bob Barber at Warwickshire in the 60s, left-handed batter, bowled a few leggers.
That's once again into pads this time, and just turned away by Everson, and there's no run. So I'm just trying to find Rob Jones's victims, if there was that's possible, but I can't do that and commentate it. Mind you, I can't walk and chew gum effectively, so it's no great surprise there, I don't think, for anybody. Balls again to Everson, just turned down to backward a square. It's fielded by Ben Gibbon, and that'll be a single. Ball to come. They're well up with the over 8 now, but I'm just wondering, will they change ends for seam bowlers perhaps even, or just keep these on for a few overs to see if they can eke something out without taking more out of the bowlers who've bowled so many overs already in this game. Not quite waving the white flag yet. Oh, that's a lot of air from Jones. It was an ooh from the other wicket keeper. That's the end of the over anyway. 144 for 4. All good-natured, but that is the end of the over. 17 remaining. Will they take it into the last hour to 16 overs? They may well do.
It wasn't a bad over, was
no,
it? It
not at all.
It wasn't
no.
It wasn't flighted filth. Better than that. Kashif, also relatively a part-time, bit more of a frontliner than Rob Jones. Just checking, Colin Cowdrey bowled a bit of leg break as well. He's a leg spinner.
Update coming for BBC Radio Kent. Indeed. Oh, has he got him?
No.
No. Attempted stumping, big shout, but it's not out. Joey Everson remains there. Yes, still a chance for Worcestershire to beat Kent here, but it looks like Kent are batting this one out for a draw in the final hour of the game, more or less. Now, Harry Finch, 47 from 115 balls, and Joey Everson is there with him for 7. There's a 77 partnership between Finch and Daniel Bell-Drummer, which may well have broken the back of the Worcestershire bowling here. Daniel Bell-Drummer going shortly after tea for 41. At that point, it looked like Worcestershire had a real chance, but this partnership may well have just taken it, been the final straw, taken it away from them. They bowled really well, Worcestershire. Kent's Jack Leaning batted really well. A 9.5 hour stay at the crease for his 179 not out. He'll be a big reason if Kent do bat this out for a draw on the final day that they've managed to do that. But at the moment, 144 for 4. Worcestershire would still need 6 more wickets to win this one in 16.5 overs in the final hour of the game. Looking like Kent might see this one off, but this is cricket. A couple of wickets and everything will change. Commentary continuing while it lasts via the BBC Sport website and app. And ball single taken off Kashif Ali into the onside there by Joey Everson. 145 for 4 now.
Kashif then, beauty early in the over that went past the outside edge. He's in, bowls, and that's driven by Finch out through the covers. He goes to 48. He's played well in both innings in this game, Harry Finch. 146 for 4. But yeah, Colin Cowdrey, another one of the batters who bowled a few leg spinners in his time. There used to be quite a few Kashif bowls, and this is pushed out on the offside. End of the over. Tidy from Kashif, one really good delivery in it, but no breakthrough. Everson has 8, Finch has 48, and
are they shaking hands? There they are indeed.
Appear to be shaking hands. It's 5 past 5. The game is over. It is a draw, and Worcestershire will be pretty keen, I think, to get on the road fairly quickly. Finch then finishing 48 not out. Joey Everson 8 not out, and the total 146 for 4. The match is drawn. Worcestershire take 13 points. Kent take Sorry, I beg your pardon. Yeah, Worcestershire take 13 and Kent take 11, I think I'm right in saying.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably a reasonable reflection. Could argue that perhaps Worcestershire have deserved a little bit more, I don't know. But Kent, excellent in their sort of determined resistance in both innings, particularly Jack Leaning in the first innings. They finish on 146 for 4 in 57 overs. In the second innings there were 18 extras. Finch finished on 18 and Everson finished on 8. I'll just give you the Worcestershire bowling figures. Waite 13 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 34. Holder 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 9. Smith 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 17. Leach 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 10. Gibbon 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 38. Kashif Ali 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 17. There's 1 over from Rob Jones for 1 run. There was 1 over from Jake Libby for 1 run. And there was Brett D'Oliveira, who doesn't appear to be on there. Yes, he does. 10 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 9. So they're all quite tidy. But the key thing is that they only picked up 4 wickets. It's always going to be a very unlikely bid for victory by Worcestershire. They draw the game, they take 13 points, Kent take 11, and well, a fantastic effort by Worcestershire in my book. Jack Leaning probably, well, certainly the man of the match for Kent, and his resistance in the first innings is absolutely crucial. But the game ends in a draw in bright sunshine as it began, and hope you've enjoyed our coverage from the St Lawrence ground here at Canterbury. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here, and a very significant game in Worcestershire's season in that they returned to action following the tragic loss of one of their team, and they've turned in a very, very decent performance, and I'm sure they'll be very proud of it.